This was also the special skill of the three-headed alien race, leveraging its innate racial talents to completely merge into the space. This is a complete merger, not just entering the many spatial layers. Galaxy Master, don't blame me. A smile appeared on the face of the three-headed alien, as if seeing the Galaxy Master reduced to dust under the contracting black mist. To kill a peerless human genius, even just an avatar, brought immense satisfaction to the three-headed alien. Find adventures on Empire. However, the next moment, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, gently grasping in front of him. This grasp wasn't limited to the main space but encompassed the numerous spatial layers, all the black mist thoroughly gathered into Lin Yuan's palm. The three-headed alien, merged into the black mist, thought initially he was invincible, but under this grasp, he too fell into Lin Yuan's palm. The three-headed alien's expression drastically changed, facing Lin Yuan's grasp. He tried to flee deeper into the spatial layers, only to discover that no matter which layer he escaped into, he had to face this grasp. You're not just newly advanced to 9th rank. In the midst of fright and unwillingness, the three-headed alien just managed to utter this before seeing Lin Yuan's right hand swiftly clench, all the black mist and the three-headed alien himself utterly obliterated in this grasp. The 9th rank myriad layer realm three-headed alien died. With this level of strength, you still came to kill me? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If the three-headed alien had seen Lin Yuan and immediately fled, he might have survived, especially in the Xianhuang secret realm, where Lin Yuan didn't want to cause too much commotion. Chapter 7. Aren't you just starting at the 9th rank? But when they took the initiative to come over, Lin Yuan unapologetically accepted. Let's take a look at the space bracelet. Lin Yuan took out the space bracelet from the three-headed alien race. When he crushed the three-headed alien, Lin Yuan deliberately held back some strength, worried about shattering the space bracelet as well. Once the space bracelet is crushed, the many treasures within would scatter randomly across the multiple spatial layers. Even if Lin Yuan could find them one by one, it would be a waste of time. Really poor, 9th rank myriad layer realm, just 2 9th-tier secret treasures. And a few, mystic yellow, crystals amounting to a little over 200,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan scanned briefly and sighed in his heart. However, he also understood that entering the Xianhuang secret realm, with its myriad dangers, no one could guarantee making it out alive, so naturally, they wouldn't bring many treasures with them. Just like Lin Yuan, apart from 3 9th-tier secret treasures, he didn't bring any other treasures either. Something as precious as origin fine gold would definitely be kept safe on his true body. The goal of the three-headed alien race must have been the inner reaches or even the core area of the Xianhuang secret realm. Not deliberately seeking out the native life in the peripheral regions, it wasn't surprising that there weren't many mystic yellow crystals. Continue. Lin Yuan once again delved deeper into the spatial layers, following the increasingly clear call, and quickly flew towards the core area of the Xianhuang secret realm. Within a remote, desolate star domain, the true body of the three-headed alien strong one emerged from within a certain star. That Galaxy Master, isn't he newly advanced to the 9th rank? The three-headed alien race was filled with anger. How is this newly advanced to the 9th rank? Though he didn't even know what methods of the Galaxy Master he had perished to, because everything happened too quickly. But just from the many spatial layers he had fled to, which were easily sealed off by the Galaxy Master, one could tell that the number of spatial layers the opponent could open was definitely no lower than his own. You see, the three-headed alien race had stepped into the 9th rank for tens of thousands of years. The Galaxy Master. More than 10 years. Galaxy Master, how can he be so monstrous? The three-headed alien race's heart trembled. The opponent not only swept through other invincible beings of the 8th layer with an utterly unbeatable demeanor, but upon stepping into the 9th rank, his combat power and realm both surged forward. Rapidly. Galaxy Master. The three-headed alien race was filled with unwillingness. Had he known that the Galaxy Master possessed such strength, he would have never delivered himself to the threshold of death willingly. This is a huge loss. The three-headed alien race took a deep breath. The death of an avatar wasn't too big a loss for him, and the loss of the 2 9th-tier secret treasures carried by the avatar was also acceptable to all even. With the strength of the three-headed alien race Aliven, reforming an avatar would take at most a few decades, plus another 10 to 20 years to elevate the strength of the avatar close to the true body. Altogether, about 100 years or so. 100 years, in the long life of a ninth-rank strong one, it's nothing more than a nap. But now, it just happens to be the opening time of the Xianhuang secret realm. And from its opening to closure, the Xianhuang secret realm lasts only 100 years in total. This means that with the loss of this one avatar, the three-headed alien race has nothing to do with the current opening of the Xianhuang secret realm. Unless he's willing to directly enter the Xianhuang secret realm with his true body. But the three-headed alien race Aliven didn't have the guts to do so. If an avatar enters the secret realm and dies, it can still be reformed. But the true body, once it dies, that's death through, and Aliven's clan, while strong, doesn't have a supreme being to preside over it. Waiting for the resurrection by a supreme being from the insect race, who knows when that will be, and whether or not the resurrection will succeed in the end is another matter. Xianhuang secret realm. The heart of the three-headed alien race Aliven was bleeding. Originally, he had planned to make a fortune from the opening of this Xianhuang secret realm, with his strength, as long as he did not enter the core area, and stayed away from a few key locations in the inner region, he would most likely not die. As long as he didn't die and walked out of the Xianhuang secret realm alive, he could at least gain treasures worth hundreds of millions of cubic universe crystals. But now, it's all gone. Time passed. 5 years in the blink of an eye. Almost entering the inner region, Lin Yuan murmured as he cautiously made his way through the numerous spatial layers. The Xianhuang secret realm was vast and boundless. Among them, the peripheral region was the smallest, and the inner region was much larger than the peripheral region. As for the core area, to this day, no strong one has been able to pinpoint the exact range of the core area. My teacher originally obtained the Xianhuang evolutionary path in a certain place in the inner region, Lin Yuan mused to himself. In the Xianhuang secret realm, although the invincible beings of the 8th layer had the qualifications to enter, life was difficult for them. Mere rivals to the weakest native life within the realm were comparable to the strong ones who just entered the 9th rank. This meant that invincible beings of the 8th layer would find themselves in a situation where they couldn't beat anyone upon entering this secret realm. If they encountered a slightly stronger native life, they might not even be able to escape. This is still the threat posed by the secret realm itself, but what about the alien strong ones? In the main universe, many 9th rank strong ones are restrained by the peak clans and can't afford to act rashly. But in the Xianhuang secret realm, there are no such restrictions. If a 9th rank meets an 8th layer invincible of the same faction, it's still okay. If they're from different factions, they're usually taken out as an afterthought. Even faced with so many threats, there are still countless 8th layer invincibles swarming into the Xianhuang secret realm. After all, the worst outcome is the death of an avatar, but if they gain something, the improvement to their foundation will be leaps and bounds. Lin Yuan glanced at the location where his teacher, the Qikuan Star Lord, had obtained the Xianhuang evolutionary path. If it weren't for this calling sense from the core area, Lin Yuan would probably go and take a look, to see if he could find any information related to the Xianhuang secret realm. But now that the calling sense is so strong, Lin Yuan naturally prioritized it. Whoosh! Lin Yuan continued to hurry on his way. At this moment, a great presence erupted from the Terracotta Mountain range not far away. This presence was so vast that it affected billions of miles around. Is a treasure being born? Lin Yuan immediately understood what was happening. All over the Xianhuang secret realm, many treasures and extremely valuable items were hidden. That is, the so-called lands of opportunity. Once these treasures and valuable items emerge, they will cause celestial phenomena. If other powerful beings sense it and know the location of the treasure, they will naturally rush over as fast as possible. Stay away from it. Lin Yuan was very clear about his own positioning and goals. In terms of strength, his upper limit of combat power was close to a 9th rank strong one of the million heavy realm, but he would likely lose if he really faced one from the million heavy realm. Let alone those from the myriad heavy realm of the 9th rank. Enjoy new adventures from Empire. Although there were not many 9th rank strong ones from the myriad heavy realm who entered the Xianhuang secret realm this time, there were certainly quite a few, all looking for the chance to break through. And the treasure causing this celestial phenomenon, according to its induced celestial signs, will at least present treasures at the level of 10-star universe rare treasures. It will inevitably attract many 9th rank strong ones from the million-fold and myriad-fold realms to compete. Sure enough. It wasn't long before Lin Yuan felt terrifying fluctuations coming from the direction of the Terracotta Mountain Range. The residual waves of power pierced through tens of millions of spatial layers, endlessly rolling like they would never stop. It must be a 9th rank near the myriad heavy realm taking action. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A 9th rank of the myriad heavy realm can instantly shake tens of millions of spatial layers, and the combat power they unleash is terrifying. As long as you are within these tens of millions of spatial layers, you cannot escape their assault or suppression. Anyway, it's none of my business. Lin Yuan continued on his way to the core area. The emergence of such a scale of opportunity in the inner region is not only not a bad thing for Lin Yuan, but actually a good one. At least it has attracted the attention of a large number of 9th rank strong ones from the million and myriad heavy realms. The rest of Lin Yuan's journey would be much smoother, and the chances of encountering alien strong ones he could not deal with would be greatly reduced. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. All is going well in the Xianhuang secret realm so far. Lin Yuan thought to himself. His Taiyang divine spirit blended into the multitudinous spatial layers, speeding towards the core area at an extremely fast rate. However, due to the vastness of the inner region, crossing such a vast range without the aid of teleportation or spatial shifting would take at least 10 to 20 years. Speaking of which, since I stepped into the 9th rank, I have never tried the 3rd layer of the Black Tower. A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he immediately diverted a sliver of his consciousness, following the magic jade mark to descend into the demon jade space. Chapter 8 Galaxy Master, Run Away Quickly. The 9th-floor Dark Tower within the demon jade space offers treasures bestowed by the Moyu Tower Master for each level cleared. Lin Yuan's World Tree, Void Interpretation, Illusory Reality, Chaos Crystals, and other treasures all originated from the 9th floor's Dark Tower and have been of great help to him. Even after reaching the 9th rank, Lin Yuan would still often reflect and meditate. Especially for Void Interpretation, it offered an explanation of the space rules from a perspective different from that of human civilization. With each reflection, Lin Yuan gained new insights, deepening his understanding of the essence of the space rules. Demon Jade Space. The incarnation of Lin Yuan's consciousness appeared. This space. Lin Yuan carefully observed his surroundings. This was his first time here since ascending to the 9th rank. Now that he was in the domain of the 9th rank, Lin Yuan immediately noticed the subtle essence of the demon jade space compared to when he was in the 8th layer. Completely independent of the many spatial layers, how did the Moyu Tower Master achieve this? Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. It was known to Lin Yuan that the demon jade space did not belong to the main universe. After all, the Moyu Tower Master also was not a life form from the main universe, but the space created here did not rely on any spatial layers, which was somewhat inconceivable. Let's see just how far I can go on the 3rd layer now. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan headed towards the direction of the 9th floor's Dark Tower. According to Shenji, the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower was specifically designed for certain extremely powerful special 9th rank lives, as well as for 10th rank lives. When Lin Yuan was at the 8th layer, let alone clearing the 3rd layer, he couldn't even withstand staying there. Now that he had stepped into the 9th rank, he had no illusions about passing the 3rd layer, he merely wanted to understand what the challenges of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower were. The 1st layer and the 2nd layer, Lin Yuan knew, tested the ability to resist pressure from all directions. But the 3rd layer, when Lin Yuan was at the 8th layer, his spirit will, nurtured by the world's power within an area of over 100 million miles in his inner world, was actually not much weaker than that of a 9th rank life. Yet even so, he still couldn't withstand a moment on the 3rd layer. Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that perhaps the challenge of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower was different from the 1st and 2nd layers. In front of the 9 floors dark tower. The stone statue Shinji stepped out. You have been gone for quite some time. The stone statue was about to ask Lin Yuan why he hadn't been here for such a long time. He then noticed that Lin Yuan's spirit will had undergone a qualitative change compared to the last visit, and the will incarnation had naturally merged into the multiple spatial layers. What he saw of Lin Yuan now was but a projection. You've reached the 9th rank. The stone statue Shinji's tone was complex, although he knew well that reaching the 9th rank was no challenge for a freak like Lin Yuan. But when he truly discovered that Lin Yuan had attained such a level in such a short time, he couldn't help feeling inexplicably emotional. Why did such a monstrous talent not appear during the era of the Moyu Tower Master? The luck was not bad, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Always luck. The stone statue Shinji felt somewhat helpless, and looking at Lin Yuan, he said, Are you here to try to clear the 3rd layer? If Lin Yuan were still at the 8th layer, the stone statue Shinji would not recommend attempting the 3rd layer, as it would be meaningless and wouldn't even serve as a trial. But now that he was at the 9th rank, given Lin Yuan's talent, he could naturally try to clear the 3rd layer. Go ahead. The stone statue Shinji stepped aside. Lin Yuan walked straight into the black tower. The 3rd layer. The moment Lin Yuan's figure appeared, an invisible and dreadful pressure swept over from all directions, passing over Lin Yuan. It was like hitting a void, with all the pressure passing straight through Lin Yuan's body. Because Lin Yuan's true body was not in the main space. Lin Yuan tried taking a step forward. The pressure from all directions surged, already penetrating dozens of spatial layers. Another step. It penetrated through hundreds of spatial layers. And then 10 steps. Discover hidden content at Empire. It came close to penetrating 10,000 spatial layers. At this moment, the intangible essence was sweeping across nearly 10,000 spatial layers. Even though Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation was within more than 80,000 spatial layers, he could still faintly feel the pressure. He continued for 100 steps. The immense pressure seemed to become tangible, resonating back and forth through 80,000 spatial layers. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan decisively stopped advancing. The real test of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower is not resisting the pressure, for this pressure cannot be resisted at all. Even a 10th rank power, with just a sliver of spirit will present, would only end up with their will incarnation collapsing if touched or grazed by the pressure from all sides. Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. The real test of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower is the occupation of spatial layers. To occupy as many spatial layers as possible to evade the shroud of pressure. And the so-called occupying more spatial layers, in Lin Yuan's interpretation, is the expansion and creation of more layers of inner world spatial layers. The more levels of inner world spatial layers one can create, the more control one would have over the many spatial layers of the main world. Now, Lin Yuan's inner world had expanded to 87,000 layers of spatial layers, and theoretically, he could instantly occupy 87,000 layers of spatial layers in the main world. Where I'm at now is merely 1% of the total length of the 3rd layer. With the pressure here already sweeping across more than 80,000 layers, to fully traverse the 3rd layer, wouldn't one need to occupy tens of millions, close to 100 million spatial layers? Lin Yuan was inwardly astonished. To occupy tens of millions or nearly 100 million layers of spatial layers meant another thing, which is to develop tens of millions or nearly 100 million layers of spatial layers within the inner world. Chapter 8 Galaxy Master, Run Away Quickly. _2". You should know that within the 5 realm divisions of the 9th rank, the final realm is merely the myriad heavy realm. It refers to establishing 10 million spatial layers. But now, to pass through the 3rd layer of the Black Tower, one must establish tens of millions and even nearly 100 million spatial layers. No wonder it said that only special beings within the 9th rank have a hope of passing this layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although the myriad heavy realm is the last stage of the 9th rank, it doesn't mean that the myriad heavy realm is the strongest. Theoretically, after establishing 10 million spatial layers, one can still continue to establish more spatial layers. But this is too difficult. Every 9th rank powerhouse who has established 10 million spatial layers has spent countless years and energy to reach this step, and now to ask them to continue expanding. The reason why the myriad heavy realm is set as the last realm of the 9th rank is because once the count of spatial layers reaches 10 million, one can attempt to break into the 10th rank. I am still very far from reaching the myriad heavy realm. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan directly exited the Xianhuang secret realm. Outside the 9 floors dark tower, the stone statue Shenji silently observed Lin Yuan's movements. Having covered 1% of the journey, the occupation of spatial layers is almost close to 90,000, stone statue Shenji thought to himself. He's just stepped into the 9th rank not long ago, and he has already occupied nearly 90,000 spatial layers. Stone statue Shenji did not know what to say, as he had never seen such a thing before. He had heard of those multispatial life forms that control numerous spatial layers right from birth, but like Lin Yuan, who went from weak to strong, step by step cultivating himself at such an unbelievable speed to occupy 90,000 spatial layers. No matter how monstrous he is, passing the 3rd layer will not be easy. It's a test specifically set by the master back then. Either step into the 10th rank honestly and then come back, or deeply cultivate the 9th rank domain, the latter being much harder than the former. Stone statue Shenji thought silently. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. It seems there is no hope of passing the 3rd layer anytime soon. Lin Yuan sighed to himself. In the 5 years of traversing the periphery of the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan's count of spatial layers had surged from 43,000 to 87,000. This rate of progress can only be described as terrifying, but the gap to tens of millions and nearly 100 million spatial layers, at least Lin Yuan saw no short-term solution. These 5 years. I can feel that I'm about to grasp the rule of time, Lin Yuan thought internally. 5 years ago, Lin Yuan already felt he was about to grasp the rule of time, but until now, he still hadn't, which shows the difficulty and complexity of time's rule. Even Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, finds it challenging. Other 9th rank evolvers, even after spending hundreds of thousands or millions of years, also find it difficult to grasp the basics of time's rule. In a sense, the rule of time should at least belong to the 10th rank powerhouses as a foundational rule. For the 9th rank, it's merely making an appearance. Practically impossible to grasp. Time. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and faintly, the flow of time on the surface of his hand began to distort. This time, Lin Yuan truly felt that he was about to grasp the rule of time. It could be a matter of days or perhaps months. The world-breaking origin force is also accumulated to 71 strands. Lin Yuan felt the quantity of world-breaking origin force, pleased. The world-breaking origin force is his greatest reliance, capable of transcending dimensional planes and arriving at any world. Xianhuang secret realm. After 5 years of traveling, Lin Yuan finally entered the inner area. Has the aura of heaven and earth changed? Lin Yuan carefully sensed his surroundings. If the outer area of the Xianhuang secret realm almost had no difference from the main universe, then the inner area had an added ancient and suppressed atmosphere. The calling feels even stronger now. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, starting to listen more intently. He was now faintly able to hear what the calling was about. Xianhuang. 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 Great Xianhuang, you have finally returned. The calling seemed to come from an infinite distance, ancient beyond measure, crossing time and space to reach Lin Yuan's ears. Xianhuang. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Is Xianhuang a name? Lin Yuan guessed internally. The language of the calling was not any that Lin Yuan had encountered before, but miraculously, he could understand the meaning as long as he listened to it. Let's continue moving forward. Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Thus far, including human civilization and other peak clans, the understanding of the Xianhuang secret realm only scratched the surface. Even the relation between the Xianhuang secret realm and other cosmic eras is merely conjecture, without absolute certainty. Mainly because the Xianhuang secret realm repels 10th rank and above powerhouses from entering, the supreme beings couldn't explore, and what is known is naturally limited. After entering the inner area, Lin Yuan intentionally slowed his own pace. Stay updated via Empire. Over there. Lin Yuan felt something and looked in a certain direction. There, the atmosphere was turbulent. A native life form hundreds of thousands of meters large was fighting a different species with a long tail. As the two exchanged blows, the terrifying aura vibrated tens of thousands, millions of spatial layers. That different species has established at least 1 million spatial layers and above. Lin Yuan observed from a distance. That native life form is also extremely powerful, hardly weaker than the different species. I'll leave now. Lin Yuan watched for a while and then moved away from the area, heading in another direction. He recognized the identity of that different species, named Mo Luo, affiliated with the Star Alliance, a rare special life form. The relationship between the Human Civilization Grand Alliance and the Star Alliance wasn't very good since many of the evolution elixirs used by human civilization are derived from numerous special life forms. Chapter 8 Galaxy Master, Run Away Quickly. _3" If it weren't for the strongest few among special life forms uniting to establish the Star Alliance, and officially joining the warfare of the peak interstellar clans, it's likely that by now, special life forms would have been domesticated by human civilization. Special life forms are powerful individuals, difficult to reproduce, but it's not impossible for them to do so. Apart from those extremely rare ones that can't form a clan, most special life forms still possess the ability to reproduce. Lin Yuan wasn't afraid of Mo Luo creating 1 million spatial layers. 5 years ago, his combat power was almost equal to a 9th-rank million-fold realm, let alone now. He just didn't want to stir up any trouble. Whoosh! Lin Yuan took another path towards the core area of the Xianhuang's secret realm. Several days later. Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. Is there a human evolver nearby? Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and a black disc appeared in his palm. Any life form entering the Xianhuang's secret realm would be randomly assigned to the peripheral areas. This was to eliminate the possibility of grouping up right from the start. However, after entering the Xianhuang's secret realm, thanks to the black disc issued to every human evolver by human civilization, one could sense all human evolvers within a certain area. Discover exclusive tales at Empire. In the Xianhuang's secret realm, strong individuals from among the starry sky races could enter, so human evolvers naturally had to stick together, help each other, in order to strive for the greatest opportunities and treasures. Is that Xilan? Lin Yuan recognized the identity of this human evolver. Not long ago, Lin Yuan went to the central star domain to soak in the eternal spring, and it was Xilan who received him. And on battlefield B0001, Lin Yuan went on a relentless killing spree against the Tianyu clan's 8th layer invincibles, with Xilan, the 9th-rank evolver, overseeing the battlefield at that time. Xilan seems to be pursued. Based on the sensing from the black disc, Lin Yuan looked towards a direction from afar. Within the layers of space, a purple-haired Xilan was fleeing wildly. Human, hand over the treasure, and I will let this avatar of yours leave. A massive figure behind her was in pursuit, otherwise, your avatar will die, and the treasure will still fall into my hands. Upon hearing this, Xilan didn't respond but continued to flee swiftly. That opportunity site was clearly discovered by me first. Are all you humans so shameless? The massive figure was furiously enraged. If you hand over the treasure now, I guarantee I'll let you go. The massive figure's anger was sky-high. As a peak 9th-rank evolver of the 100,000 heavy realm, he had already created 900,000 spatial layers, only a little short of the million-fold realm. The massive figure originally found an imminent opportunity site and was guarding it nearby. To his surprise, the moment the site opened, Xilan darted in, grabbed the treasure, and ran. Catch me if you can, Xilan retorted through telepathy. Although she didn't yet know the treasure's uses, the celestial phenomenon when the opportunity site opened was no simple matter. So, regardless of what the massive figure said, Xilan would not agree. What a joke. There's no reason to return a treasure once it's in one's possession. But it's also a problem, Xilan thought to herself. If this chase continues, there might be unexpected complications. Xilan was slightly anxious internally. With her speed, the possibility of the massive figure catching up was minimal. But their chase would certainly attract the attention of other nearby strong beings. At that time, if the strong beings of the clans hostile to human civilization appeared, Shilan, might really end up in trouble here. While Shilan was pondering over a solution, her inner world's black disk suddenly made a sound. Shilan, do you need help? Galaxy Master nearby. Shilan was slightly stunned, and immediately knew Lin Yuan's identity through the black disk. Galaxy Master, you better run, the enemy is not someone you can deal with, Shilan responded immediately through the black disk with a shade of concern in her voice. Not someone I can deal with. Lin Yuan went silent for a while, looking around. Where are you? Chapter 9 Another Tremor of the Door to the Myriad Realms, ed. Where is the enemy? Shilan was somewhat stunned, the enormous figure behind him stirring the heavy spatial layers with such a large body, and still it remained unseen. The chase between Shilan and the enormous figure had not concealed their presences. Even though they were very distant, and in different spatial layers, they could still feel each other. This was also the reason why Shilan was worried about the occurrence of variables. Galaxy Master, the Manhwa traveler, who is chasing me has great strength, nearing the 9th rank millionfold realm. Even if we join forces, we cannot resist him. Shilan said quickly. He had only been able to escape from the Manhwa traveler so far because of his unique evolutionary path and mastering a secret technique for escaping. But Lin Yuan did not. Once targeted by the Manhwa traveler, the consequences were unimaginable. Galaxy Master, please do not come near us. Shilan once again reminded. Even though the news of Lin Yuan killing the three-headed alien race Oliven had come out 5 years ago. Oliven was merely a 9th-rank myriad layer realm powerhouse, having initiated only more than 20,000 spatial layers, whereas the Manhwa traveler, who had initiated more than 900,000 spatial layers, was not on the same level. No harm, come toward me. Lin Yuan transmitted through the black disk. You still want me to come over? Shilan immediately reacted. Lin Yuan had not failed to see the fierce and formidable Manhwa traveler. Instead, he had his own confidence. Although Shilan did not know with what Lin Yuan was planning to counter the nearly millionfold realm Manhwa traveler, judging from the time spent with the Galaxy Master. Shilan knew well that the Galaxy Master's character was not that of an arrogantly overconfident evolver. If the Galaxy Master asked him to come over, he must have had a way to deal with the Manhwa traveler. Okay. Shilan did not hesitate and began to move in Lin Yuan's direction. Galaxy Master, while the Manhwa traveler was not paying attention, I took a treasure he had been guarding for a long time. While getting closer to Lin Yuan, Shilan explained the causes and consequences. The Manhwa traveler is the descendant of a powerful ancient god deep within the cosmic starry skies. That ancient god had not taken part in the wars for domination among the universe's races, and the Manhwa traveler had no significant hatred for human civilization. The Manhwa traveler had been chasing Shilan this long purely because he was annoyed by Shilan. And the treasure was indeed not simple, nearly as potent as a 10-star rare treasure. Swoosh! Lin Yuan and Shilan successfully converged. Immediately after, the towering Manhwa traveler also arrived in pursuit. Galaxy Master. The Manhwa traveler quickly recognized Lin Yuan, unable to help it as the Galaxy Master was too renowned and even a supreme being had heard of him. Manhwa traveler, Lin Yuan said in a calm tone, Xianhuang's secret realm offers countless opportunities. With the time you've spent chasing, you probably could have found the next location by now. So protective of your race, Galaxy Master. The Manhwa traveler fumed internally, but today, if you do not hand over that treasure, I won't even consider the face of the Galaxy Master. Your adventure continues at Empire. Under normal circumstances, the Manhwa traveler would have been quite willing to give face to the Galaxy Master. With the potential of the Galaxy Master, reaching the 9th rank million heavy realm was almost inevitable in the future. Offending such a formidable future powerhouse was not wise for the Manhwa traveler. There was no reconciliation between the insect race, Jianyu clan, and human civilization. However, there was not much direct hatred between him, the Manhwa traveler, and humans or the Galaxy Master. In the cosmic starry skies, having more friends meant having more paths. But now, the Manhwa traveler really couldn't swallow his pride. If that's the case, make your move, Lin Yuan said bluntly. Rumble. The two instantly entered a deeper layer of spatial layers to begin their battle. Not far away. Shilon was carefully sensing the dreadful fluctuations coming from the deeper spatial layers. Has the Galaxy Master engaged with the Manhwa traveler? Shilon murmured, and this battle fluctuation, it hasn't immediately collapsed. Shilon dared not get near the spatial layer where Lin Yuan and the Manhwa traveler were fighting, but judging by the fluctuations caused by their battle, he could deduce the rough situation. Shilon's eyes were somewhat vacant, the growth rate of the Galaxy Master was too rapid. He still remembered that not long ago, he had been escorting the Galaxy Master to his homeworld. At that time, the Galaxy Master had just entered the 9th rank, appearing as if he knew nothing. And now, in a blink of an eye, he had reached a level to contend with the Manhwa traveler. Too terrifying. Truly worthy of being the most dazzling unrivaled genius in the history of our human civilization. Shilon swallowed. Back on the battlefields of different races, he had been thinking about how to protect Lin Yuan from being assassinated by that 9th rank powerhouse from the Tianyu clan. Now, however, it was Lin Yuan's turn to protect him. The roles had switched, yet the time between them was exceedingly short. Deep within the heavy spatial layers, Lin Yuan and the Manhwa traveler confronted each other, separated by dozens of spatial layers. Galaxy Master, I never expected you to be this strong. You almost inflicted severe damage on me. The Manhwa traveler stared intently at Lin Yuan, his heart trembling slightly. Just now, as he and the Galaxy Master had delved into the heavy spatial layers, the instant they collided, the Manhwa traveler had felt an unimaginable force penetrating him. If it weren't for his awakening ancient god, talent and timely withdrawal, he might have been severely wounded by now. Talent? Secret technique? Treasure? Or something else? The Manhwa traveler's mind was filled with doubts. He had initially thought he could suppress the Galaxy Master. Even if the latter could surpass him in the future, at least for now the Manhwa traveler thought he was stronger than the Galaxy Master. But after their recent clash, the Manhwa traveler instantly concluded that he could not overcome the Galaxy Master. Chapter 9 The door to the myriad realms trembles again, _2. Not only was he unable to contend with the Galactic Star Lord, but if he continued to stay, there was a risk of stumbling if the Galactic Star Lord seized an opportunity. What a pity. Lin Yuan's expression was calm, but he felt a tinge of regret inside. In the opening of spatial layers, Lin Yuan was not as skilled as Manhwa traveler. However, the world within Lin Yuan was vast, with a circumference of over 100 million li, and the power that burst forth was estimated to have surpassed the prowess of 1,000,000 heavy realm. Nevertheless, Manhwa traveler was very cautious. Though he was angry, he had not lost his reason and did not completely underestimate Lin Yuan. Otherwise, with that last contact collision, Lin Yuan had the confidence to make the other party suffer a significant loss. Galactic Star Lord, let's end this matter here, Manhwa traveler immediately conceded, understanding that with the strength Lin Yuan had just shown, he had no hope of obtaining that treasure. Here's a heads up, Hyunyi of the Tianyu clan is searching for you everywhere, wanting to kill this avatar of yours to avenge the battlefield, he said. Hyunyi is the strongest 9th rank life of the Tianyu clan in this era, having opened over 30 million spatial layers. Even though you're strong, when facing Hyunyi, you won't even be able to flee, Manhwa traveler immediately said, providing some secret information to ease the relationship with the Galactic Star Lord. Now that he confirmed that the treasure was out of his reach, it was natural not to completely offend the Galactic Star Lord. After speaking, Manhwa traveler's figure merged into a deeper layer of spatial layers and flew off in another direction. Lin Yuan stood still and did not pursue. The main issue was that he could not catch up. The more spatial layers opened, the more layers one could occupy in an instant, and one could appear amidst the myriad layers in a split second. In terms of raw killing power, Lin Yuan surpassed the warriors of the million heavy realm, but in other aspects, he was somewhat inferior. Normally, with the help of certain secret techniques and treasures, beings of lower spatial layer count can hope to escape the pursuit of those from higher layer counts. For example, Shilan had just escaped with her life from Manhwa Traveler's hands. But for a being from a lower number of spatial layers to attempt to kill a being from a higher number of layers, setting aside the question of strength, such an event was not possible. The chases between 9th rank strong beings across spatial layers were not directly related to speed. Hyunyi, of the Tianyu clan. Lin Yuan thought of Manhwa Traveler's reminder, his expression becoming slightly solemn. A normal 9th rank being needs only to open 10 million spatial layers, which is the threshold for attempting a breakthrough to the 10th rank, but Hyunyi has opened more than 30 million layers. His strength is absolutely above that of other 9th rank beings, and it is estimated that among the many 9th rank beings entering the Xianhuang secret realm this time, Hyunyi is definitely one of the strongest. However, the Xianhuang secret realm is so vast, it won't be easy to find me, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head lightly. Indeed, he was no match for Hyunyi, but this strongest 9th rank of the Tianyu clan could not directly pinpoint Lin Yuan's location. Deep within the myriad spatial layers, Manhwa Traveler, who had already departed, still felt a bit of lingering fear and unease. "I've got in over my head," he said. "If I had known the Galactic Star Lord was so powerful, I should have decisively given up on that treasure from the outset." Manhwa Traveler began to reflect on his actions. His ancient god ancestor, among many ancient gods, was not the strongest in terms of power, but he thrived by maintaining good relationships with various clans. This was achieved because he offended no one. But now, he had offended the Galactic Star Lord. Still, the piece of intelligence I revealed should make up for it to some extent. Manhwa Traveler sighed slightly with relief. The fact that Hyunyi was searching for the Galactic Star Lord was not widely known. Manhwa Traveler, through his ancient god ancestors' relationships, was one of the few who were informed. Hyunyi promised compensation for whoever could provide the whereabouts of the Galactic Star Lord. But at this point, Manhwa Traveler couldn't care less about any reward. He was only thinking of how to redeem himself in the eyes of the Galactic Star Lord, not to seek favor but at least to avert disgust. After Manhwa Traveler retreated, Lin Yuan returned to Shilan's side. "It's safe now," Lin Yuan said with a smile. "Manhwa Traveler has retreated?" Shilan couldn't help asking. "Yes," Lin Yuan nodded. "Your strength, Galactic Star Lord." Even with some anticipation, Shilan still felt shocked. Manhwa Traveler's temperament was far from that of his ancient god ancestor. He was impulsive and prone to getting in over his head. The only way to make Manhwa Traveler retreat on his own was to inflict pain, to make him lose the will to continue the confrontation. By achieving this, Lin Yuan, who drove Manhwa Traveler away, must possess strength at least above that of Manhwa Traveler. Manhwa Traveler had opened up more than 900,000 spatial layers, approaching the 9th rank millionfold realm. If Lin Yuan is even stronger than Manhwa Traveler, could it be? Shilan vaguely felt her own cognition being shattered. She has been in the 9th rank for nearly 1,000,000 years, and the spatial layers she opened up were only over 600,000, far weaker than Manhwa Traveler. But now, Lin Yuan, who had recently ascended to the 9th rank, was already capable of surpassing Manhwa Traveler. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go elsewhere." Lin Yuan, leading Shilan, entered the layers of spatial layers. Several days later, the two finally stopped. Manhwa Traveler said that Hyunyi of the Tianyu clan is looking for my whereabouts. Lin Yuan spoke directly. "Hyunyi?" Shilan's face changed slightly. Toward this strongest 9th rank member of the Tianyu clan, she began to feel extremely wary and even fearful. In the large alien battlefield, scenes of Hyunyi's strikes swept through tens of millions of spatial layers, suppressing dozens of 9th rank cultivators of the myriad heavy realm to near death. Such a powerful being was actually looking for Lin Yuan's whereabouts. Shilan's expression turned unsightly. This was too shameless. Although Lin Yuan indeed caused the Tianyu clan great embarrassment on the battlefield, it still didn't justify deploying such a powerful being specifically against him. "We will need to be more cautious from now on." Shilan steadied herself and spoke earnestly. "Of course. Lin Yuan said. Even without Hunyi, he would tread carefully in the Xianhuang's secret realm. By the way, tell me about that opportune place. What made Manhwa traveler so angry? Lin Yuan asked with slight curiosity. Manhwa traveler, always trying to emulate his crafty ancient god ancestor, wouldn't easily make enemies of any party. That he would go to such lengths to hunt down Shilan, clearly, he must have been truly enraged. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shilan's face revealed a smile. That opportune place was left by a follower of His Majesty, Shilan immediately said. To Lin Yuan, she had nothing to hide. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, she would still be hunted by Manhwa traveler, and it's possible this avatar might already be dead. His Majesty? Lin Yuan nodded, listening. In the Xianhuang's secret realm, there were many mentions of His Majesty among the various opportunities. Most owners of treasures at these opportune places were followers of that great His Majesty. This follower came from a mysterious background, accidentally entering a dimensional rift and falling into our dimension. Ultimately, he was saved by His Majesty. Shilan's tone carried some astonishment. Discussions of dimensional layers were not a secret. Dimensional layers, which are above space rules, even 12th rank life, supreme beings, ultimate existences on the Tao, can't break through dimensional layers. But between different dimensions, there's a very slim chance rifts can occur, and if one enters these rifts and survives, there's a chance to enter other dimensions. However, the chances were so slim that even supreme beings couldn't detect the existence of dimensional rifts, and once rifts appeared, they would vanish within a few breaths. What I received, according to the owner of that place of chance, is their most cherished treasure. Shilan extended her right hand, and a black sphere appeared before her. Enjoy new tales from Empire. The black sphere hovered in midair, slowly rotating, emanating mysterious fluctuations. But I've studied it for a long time and haven't discovered what's special about this treasure. Shilan's expression was puzzled. Lin Yuan, who was initially just a bit curious, now wore a serious expression. Because at the same time, the grandiose and magnificent door to the myriad realms deep within his mind began to tremble slightly. Chapter 10 Goodwill from the Ancient God. Door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan's spirit was aroused. The door to the myriad realms was indeed Lin Yuan's greatest trump card, incomparable to any other. Even the mysterious gourd had to take a back seat. He paid close attention to the changes in the door to the myriad realms. Could this black sphere contain world coordinates that make the door to the myriad realms vibrate on its own? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the past few transits, only by getting close to the coordinates of other worlds could he cause the door to the myriad realms to change. Of course, there could be other possibilities. But Lin Yuan's true understanding of the door to the myriad realms was still limited. His main issue was that he was too weak to have the door to the myriad realms recognize him as its master. He could only guess and speculate about the changes in the door to the myriad realms. Can I take a look? Lin Yuan looked at Shilan and spoke. What's the big deal about that? Shilan casually tossed the black sphere to Lin Yuan. The moment Lin Yuan's right hand touched the black sphere, a stream of information traveled through his skin into his body, eventually integrating into the door to the myriad realms. At the very bottom of the door to the myriad realms, behind the 9 world coordinate imprints, new world coordinate information slowly emerged. It really is a world coordinate. Lin Yuan was invigorated. Is it the world coordinates of another dimension? Lin Yuan was even more delighted. With the help of the door to the myriad realms, world coordinates meant an unguarded treasury to Lin Yuan. Is the world coordinate the most precious treasure to oneself? Could this world coordinate be from the homeland of the owner of that place of opportunity? Lin Yuan guessed to himself. According to Shilan's explanation, the owner of the place of opportunity was a being from another dimension who had accidentally entered the dimensional rift, later becoming a follower of the great Your Majesty. Stranded in the unfamiliar dimensional rift, the owner of the place of opportunity must have missed his homeland world greatly, but the spaces between different dimensions were like chasms that even supreme beings could not cross. Even with the world coordinates of one's homeland, it was meaningless. The owner of the place of opportunity was a follower of the great, Your Majesty, of the Xianhuang secret realm, and this, Your Majesty, based on current information, was at least a supreme being. Lin Yuan didn't believe the owner of the place of opportunity had never sought help from the great, Your Majesty. With world coordinates, supreme beings could lock onto any world within the same dimension, but for other dimensions, even supreme beings were helpless. Did you figure out anything? Xilan looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. He had an almost blind adoration for Lin Yuan by now. He had studied the black sphere for half a day without understanding it, hoping that Lin Yuan could grasp something just by looking at it for a few moments. Nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head. In fact, he already knew what this black sphere was and had replicated the most precious world coordinates inside it into the door to the myriad realms. But clearly, he couldn't say that out loud. Lin Yuan would not reveal any information about the door to the myriad realms to anyone. I see, Xilan sighed. Inside the place of opportunity, there were many treasures laid out, and he had followed the owner's wishes and taken the most precious one to escape. What about the other treasures? Manhwa Traveler was close behind. Xilan only had time to take one of the treasures. He thought it would be some great opportunity, but now, it seemed of little use. This made Xilan somewhat frustrated. He had run the risk of his avatar being destroyed, being chased by Manhwa Traveler for so long, only to find now it seemed like it was all for nothing. When I get back, I'll hand it over to the three goddesses and see. Maybe they'll know what it is. Lin Yuan handed the black sphere back to Xilan. This black sphere had lost its significance to Lin Yuan as the most important world coordinates inside had already been replicated. That's also true. Just because I don't recognize it doesn't mean the three goddesses won't recognize it. Xilan nodded slightly. Many of the treasures contained in the numerous places of opportunity within the Xianhuang secret realm had rare origins. It was quite normal that he couldn't recognize it now. The two of them continued to examine the black sphere for a while, and then they started talking about serious matters. Galaxy Master, what are your plans moving forward? Xilan asked. I plan to take a look at the core area, Lin Yuan said. Many strong beings were curious about the core area of the Xianhuang secret realm and wanted to explore it. Lin Yuan's plan to visit the core area was completely normal and not a special request. The core area, Xilan pondered for a while. I also plan to enter the core area this time. Why don't we go together? Xilan suggested. The Xianhuang secret realm had been opened many times. Stay updated with Empire. Xilan had also entered several times, wandering through many areas of the outer and inner regions. He had yet to visit the core area. Now was a good time to check it out. Galaxy Master, although my direct combat power is nowhere near yours, I'm not bad when it comes to fleeing and surviving, Xilan said proactively. He had easily escaped from Manhwa Traveler, whose power was close to that of the Million Heavy Realm, which indeed spoke for itself. Lin Yuan was not confident he could do the same. When facing the pursuit of Manhwa Traveler, Lin Yuan could stand still and blast him away. But to use multiple spatial layers to prevent Manhwa Traveler from touching him, that was difficult. That works, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The core area was still far away. Crossing the vast inner region would take at least 10 to 20 years. Having a companion for that time wasn't such a bad idea. As for entering the core area and facing that calling sensation. When the time came, Lin Yuan could simply find an excuse to part ways with Xilan. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his expression revealing a joyful color. Chapter 10 Goodwill from the Ancient God, _2. What a great harvest! Lin Yuan's mind sank deep into his brain, looking at the new world coordinate imprint at the bottom of the door to the myriad realms, a smile emerging on his face. This time entering the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan's goal was for that calling sensation. Read the latest on Empire. But unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. He actually recorded a world coordinate from another dimensional layer. World coordinates of other dimensional layers are useless to any powerful being, even to a supreme being. They are of no use. Without the ability to break through the dimensional barriers, what use is just a world coordinate? But Lin Yuan is different. With the help of the door to the myriad realms, he can easily descend to any world, no matter how many dimensions or layers are apart. What even a supreme being cannot do, Lin Yuan can achieve with just a strand of world-breaking origin force. Of course, a strand of world-breaking origin force only allows Lin Yuan to traverse randomly, and as Lin Yuan grows stronger, the downsides of random traversal also increase. As a first rank and second rank, no matter which world he descended to, he could bring tremendous help to himself. Because his strength was too low, his upper limit for improvement was very high. But at 5th rank, 6th rank, 8th rank, 9th rank, the worlds that could offer help to Lin Yuan were increasingly fewer. That's why on the 8th traversal, Lin Yuan directly chose the spirit realm instead of aimlessly traversing. What if, like the 7th traversal, he descended into a low martial world, unable to recover to 6th rank or manifest physical body divine ability? Wouldn't that be a waste of world-breaking origin force? Let's see what kind of level the world connected to this coordinate is. Lin Yuan scrutinized the world coordinate at the bottom of the door to the myriad realms. He was quite anticipative about the world behind this coordinate, as the master of this opportunistic place in the Xianhuang secret realm was a follower of that great, His Majesty. And how weak could a follower of a supreme being be? From this, one could infer that the hometown world of the owner of the site of opportunity couldn't possibly be of a low level. If it were too low, likely it would be crushed to dust by the aura inside before even passing through the dimensional gap. Lin Yuan sent out a strand of his mind along the world coordinate, stepping into the dimensional layer and arriving beside a vast world. This world. Lin Yuan observed carefully. At this moment, his vision was the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, allowing him to see many things invisible to himself. Before the last traversal, when Lin Yuan observed the spirit realm, he also saw the immortal realm above the spirit realm. It's known that the immortal realm and the spirit realm are not on the same spatial layer, only the 9th layer of heaven of the spirit realm connects with the spatial layer where the immortal realm resides. A moment later. This strand of Lin Yuan's mind extinguished. This world, compared to the main world, the pace of time is roughly 1 to 2 or 300. Lin Yuan speculated in his thoughts. Through the pace of time, he discerned that this world's level must be much stronger than the spirit realm, which had a time flow rate comparison of 500 to 1 with the main universe. Although using only the pace of time to judge the strength of a world is somewhat arbitrary, it largely reflects the depth of the world's foundation. And this world, it seems a bit special. Lin Yuan's expression showed he was deep in thought. For the 9th traversal, I can prioritize descending into this world. Lin Yuan decided in his heart. Although he has the world coordinate of the immortal realm, there exist beings comparable to supreme beings in the immortal realm such as the Ancestral Master. Apart from the Ancestral Master, Lin Yuan doesn't know if there are other ancestors of the Great Tao. The level of the immortal realm is a bit too high for Lin Yuan. If he reaches tier 10 or tier 11 in the future, Lin Yuan would consider descending into the immortal realm. But for his current 9th rank, he's more satisfied with the newly discovered world. In the territory of the Tianyu clan. On a gigantic planet. The strongest life form of the 9th rank of the Tianyu clan, Hunyi, opened his eyes. Where exactly in the Xianhuang secret realm is that galactic Star Lord? Hunyi frowned slightly. Upon learning that the galactic Star Lord had also entered the Xianhuang secret realm, he immediately began searching for traces of the other. In battlefield B0001, the galactic Star Lord slaughtered those invincible 8th rank of the Tianyu clan like chickens, a humiliation that enraged countless powerhouses of the Tianyu clan. Hunyi was no exception. In the main universe, where the galactic Star Lord was within the territory of the human race under the watchful eyes of a supreme being, Hunyi had no opportunity to make a move. Even if in the future on a large alien battlefield, it's still uncertain whether human civilization would be willing to let the galactic Star Lord enter such a battlefield. And even if they allow it, they would definitely prepare many fallback strategies for the galactic Star Lord. Hunyi likewise had no assurance of dealing with the galactic Star Lord. But in the Xianhuang secret realm, Hyunyi believed he could definitely deal with the Galactic Star Lord. Has any powerhouse seen the Galactic Star Master exchange blows with Manhwa Traveler? Hyunyi immediately started contacting Manhwa Traveler. The Tianyu clan had a good relationship with that ancient god ancestor of Manhwa Traveler, and several heavenly lords were close friends of the other party. Before long, the projection of Manhwa Traveler appeared in front of Hyunyi. Manhwa. Hyunyi looked at Manhwa Traveler. I heard you've had an exchange with the Galactic Star Master. Some time ago, I indeed had an encounter with the Galactic Star Master over a treasure, Manhwa Traveler did not deny. Since you've had an encounter, I presume with your methods, Manhwa, you should be able to roughly pinpoint the Galactic Star Master's location using the rules of causality. Hyunyi continued asking. Manhwa Traveler had directly confronted the Galactic Star Master, generating significant causality. By leveraging the connection between causality, one could roughly pinpoint the opponent's location. Of course, such pinpointing had to be among equals in terms of power realm. If those defeated Tianyu clan 8th rank invincibles attacked by Lin Yuan were to try pinpointing, using 8th rank to lock onto 9th rank causality, whether it could be done wasn't the issue, there would also be a backlash from causality. Manhwa Traveler hesitated a bit. Rest assured, just tell me the range of the Galactic Star Master's location, and I, Hyunyi, will definitely reward you generously, Hyunyi said with a serious tone. Hyunyi, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's really that I don't know. That Galactic Star Master is also profoundly skilled in the rules of causality, and I am unable to pinpoint him, Manhwa Traveler shook his head. Even more skilled in causality than you? Hyunyi asked, surprised. Yes. Manhwa Traveler nodded. If that's the case, then let it be. Hyunyi was not suspicious of anything. He cut off the connection with Manhwa Traveler. Elsewhere in the universe, Manhwa Traveler saw Hyunyi's projection disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestor. Is it really okay for us to deceive Hyunyi like this? Manhwa Traveler looked towards the side, where an even more colossal figure was sitting. It was Manhwa Traveler's ancient god ancestor. After the encounter with Lin Yuan, Manhwa Traveler had informed his ancestor about everything. He felt Lin Yuan's talent was too terrifying, and even though he disclosed information about Hyunyi, he still felt uneasy and needed his ancestor to consult. Just now, while Hyunyi contacted him, Manhwa Traveler was considering whether to agree with Hyunyi. After all, Hyunyi hailed from the Tianyu clan, and was the strongest 9th layer being of his generation in the clan, possibly becoming a heavenly lord in the future. But before Manhwa Traveler could decide, the ancient god ancestor next to him gestured for him not to disclose the whereabouts of the Galactic Star Master. Deceiving? What do you mean by deceiving? The ancient god ancestor glared at Manhwa Traveler. What have I, your ancestor, relied on in all my time traversing the universe? It's relying on insight. The ancient god ancestor spoke gravely. The strength of that Galactic Star Master, if really as you described, surpasses even the rumors. How long has he stepped into the 9th rank and already possessed the strength to repel you? But Hyunyi. Manhwa Traveler was still a bit worried. He used the excuse that the Galactic Star Master was also skilled in causality to refuse Hyunyi, something that could be easily proven. It only needed another 9th rank powerhouse skilled in causality who had fought with the Galactic Star Master to emerge. Then by using causal sensing, they could verify if the Galactic Star Master really had mastery in causality. Manhwa Traveler was worried that if Hyunyi found out he was merely placating him. But what? The ancient god ancestor rolled his eyes, that Hyunyi, at most, is entering the 10th tier, but the Galactic Star Master is very likely to step into tier 11, given the importance human civilization places on him, perhaps even aiming for that level. If you offend Hyunyi, your ancestor here could still protect you. The ancient god ancestor glanced at Manhwa Traveler. But if you offend the Galactic Star Master, I, your ancestor, might even be implicated by you in the future. Chapter 11. 15 years later. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 15 years had gone by. Milky Way main star, Star Lord's Great Hall. Lin Yuan's true body was sitting cross-legged, and in the small area before him, space vibrated subtly, and time also began to twist. Whir, whir, whir. The flow rate of time in the area sometimes increased, sometimes slowed down. Since I began to understand the rule of time 9 years ago, the speed of subsequent insights has become slower and slower. Lin Yuan looked at the area with varying rates of time flow. It seems that the hope of fully understanding the complete time rules at the 9th rank is not very great. Even if I were to forcefully comprehend it with against heaven's understanding, it would probably take 100,000 to several 100,000 years. With that effort, I could have already struck to reach the Supreme Being realm, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The rule of time, for a 9th rank breaking through to 10th rank, was of no help. Nor was there anything like a foundation's enhancement. Normally, a 9th rank evolver would not invest too much of their time and effort into the rule of time. As it was completely a bottomless pit, and only Lin Yuan with his against heaven's understanding even attempted it for a few years, finally concluding that to fully understand the rule of time, he would need 100,000 years. Of course, the 100,000 years mentioned here refers to the time at the 9th rank. Once Lin Yuan steps into 10th rank, let alone tier 11, under the high-standing perspective, comprehending time would certainly be greatly reduced. Actually, compared to the space rules, the effect of the time rules is quite underwhelming. It's tied to one's own foundation, and without a sufficiently high life essence, it's basically of little use. Stay updated through my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Take, for instance, some of the ancient 11th rank life forms, of whom a very small number had also understood the rule of time. But do these ancient 11th rank life forms dare to step into the river of time and go against the flow to resurrect past deceased lives? They dare not. Even resurrecting the weakest 6th rank life, they dare not. They have the ability to do it, but they do not dare. Because it goes against the operating rules of the main universe, and once they do it, they must face the backlash of the main universe. The depth of the Supreme Being's life essence is unimaginably thick, capable of withstanding the backlash brought by resurrection, but those at tier 11 are far from having such capability. Now that Lin Yuan has just begun to understand the rule of time, he can only manage to speed up time or slow it down, and compared with the flow rate of time in the main world, he can achieve up to threefold at most. Whether it's speeding up or slowing down time, it can be maintained for only up to 20 breaths, and the range of coverage, once exceeding 3 zhang around the body, will see the duration sharply plummet. If the area covered by the accelerated or decelerated time encompasses an evolver whose life essence is higher than Lin Yuan's, it might even collapse prematurely. It's like trying to trap a whale with a small fishing net. As for slowing down the time flow rate at his body's exterior, achieving an external year while only a day has passed for oneself, reaching an alternative form of life extension. It can only just manage to extend life. When the flow rate of time differs from that of the main universe, the sensation towards many universal rules and the great Tao will become blurry. Time is a pillar among the rules, and it is only with the blessing of the force of time that life is able to sense the fluctuations and changes of the various great Tao rules. If the time rules are inconsistent with the main universe, it amounts to actively severing the path that perceives the operation of the universal great Tao rules. Unless within the area of time flow rate, a new operation of great Tao rules can be reconstructed. During Lin Yuan's 8 traversals, each time the world he traversed had a different time flow rate than the main universe, but he could still sense the great Tao rules. It is because within the flow rate of time in those worlds, there is a corresponding operation of great Tao rules. The Xianhuang Secret Realm. Lin Yuan glanced at the depths of space. In the past 15 years, his Taiyang divine spirit had almost walked through most of the inner region. In another 5 or 6 years at most, he would be able to enter the core area. The Xianhuang Secret Realm. Deep within the heavy layers of the spatial layers, Lin Yuan and Shilan were on their journey. It had to be said that traveling with Shilan had greatly improved Lin Yuan's efficiency. Although Shilan's combat power was ordinary, she excelled at transitioning between the spatial layers, and with Lin Yuan following her, they could often save a lot of trouble. For example, upon encountering a difficult indigenous life form, often just as the indigenous life form started to perceive the fluctuations deep within a spatial layer, Shilan would already have taken Lin Yuan far away. The indigenous life form wouldn't even have time to pursue them. The Xianhuang's secret realm has been open for over 20 years now, Shilan said while traveling, her tone slightly heavy. Many of the friends who entered the secret realm with me have died, Shilan sighed. If I hadn't heeded your advice to stay away from those fortune spots, I probably would be in danger by now too. Fortune spots are where treasures emerge, presenting great opportunities as well as great risks. As many alien strong ones rush there, fighting for treasures could mean death at the hands of one of those alien strong ones. On this trip to the Xianhuang's secret realm, Shilan had already reaped considerable rewards, including that unfathomable black sphere beforehand, and had also been lucky to enter a fortune spot previously. Now, for Shilan, the most important thing was to complete the journey safely. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. Over the past 20 years or so, he had also made some acquaintances among human 9th rank evolvers, learning some information about this entry into the Xianhuang's secret realm. Nowadays, the Xianhuang's secret realm is not safe anywhere. Those alien strong ones lurking in the outer regions are probably rich in harvest and want to leave the secret realm alive, Shilan said with a trace of mockery on her face, but now hundreds of myriad heavy realm and million heavy realm. 9th rank alien strong ones have started to sweep the outer regions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no surprise. Having been open for over 20 years, the Xianhuang's secret realm has those who survived until now at the 9th rank, basically all having some gains, which makes them a hunting target for those 9th rank alien strong ones of hundreds of myriad heavy realm and million heavy realm. Chapter 11 15 years later, please, _2. Rather than laboriously exploring opportunities everywhere, it's better to directly seek out those who have found such opportunities. In the main universe, if one wishes to hunt a 9th rank, even just at its early stage, one needs to consider many factors, such as whether the alien's power group would provide support. The most important thing is, even if one kills a 9th rank, the avatar is most likely what you would destroy, and it would not carry any excessively precious treasures. But in the Xianhuang's secret realm, it's different. Those 9th rank myriad layer realm strong ones who have survived up to now, in the eyes of those alien strong ones from million heavy realm and 10 million heavy realm, are nothing but walking treasure troves, and killing just one can yield considerable rewards. Even Lin Yuan, who tries as much as possible not to flock to places of opportunity, has still collected quite a lot, not to mention the other strong ones. In addition, the outer area is the smallest, so it is the first to be swept through. Lin Yuan and Shilan actively moved towards the core area and thus avoided the first wave of the hunter's sweep. Once you enter the Xianhuang's secret realm, you can only leave when it closes. If you are in the outer area, then you are actively expelled. Lin Yuan spoke with a slightly reflective tone. Although there are 333 entrances to the Xianhuang's secret realm in the main universe, those are only entrances, not exits. Once the closing day arrives, if not situated in the outer area, one would be left inside the realm, and the fate awaiting them would be death by the realm's forces. Galaxy Master, these past 15 years, you must have made some breakthroughs, right? Shilan engaged in some conversation, full of curiosity. If it were any other 9th rank strong one, Shilan would not ask such a question. 15 years. A breakthrough in just 15 years. For the long-lived 9th rank strong beings, 15 years is not even enough for a nap. But this is Lin Yuan. Shilan could say she had personally witnessed the speed of Lin Yuan's growth. Decades ago, Lin Yuan was still fighting those 8th layer beings on the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield. It was not long before he could repulse someone like the Manhwa Traveler, a 9th rank strong one close to the million heavy realm. And that was what happened 15 years ago. Now, another 15 years have passed. Lin Yuan can only be stronger. Indeed, I have made breakthroughs. Lin Yuan smiled, not denying it. This is too freakish, Shilan sighed. Watching the once younger figure swiftly catch up, surpass, and widen the gap, left Shilan with complicated feelings. To live in the same era as the Galaxy Master, she wasn't sure if it was either a fortune or a misfortune. Though Shilan did not continue to inquire, as doing so would seem somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan still had flashes in his mind about many breakthroughs he had achieved over these 15 years. The first was making headway in the rule of time, an achievement most ninth-rank beings could not possibly possess. Even if a ninth-rank being was lucky enough to make headway in the rule of time, it would be at the ninth stage peak, when no further advancement was possible, coupled with good fortune, after a long accumulation releasing suddenly, barely achieving it. Lin Yuan stepping into the rule of time in just 20 to 30 years of being a ninth rank was indeed incredible. Entering the rule of time did not significantly enhance direct combat power, but its auxiliary effects were exceptionally rare and valuable. Secondly was the derivation and expansion of spatial layers. Over 15 years, Lin Yuan's spatial layers had developed and expanded to 198,000 layers. Even within the 100,000 heavy realm, Lin Yuan's spatial layers would not be considered weak. 198,000 layers of spatial layers, combined with Lin Yuan's world spanning over 1,000,000 miles within his inner world, layer upon layer accumulating, Lin Yuan's direct combat strength could likely skyrocket to the 2,000,000 layer level. Of course, that's just comparable fighting strength face-to-face. In other aspects, Lin Yuan was still far less than those of the 2,000,000 layer strong ones. Such as mastery over numerous spatial layers and the instant seizing of spatial layer quantities. Besides, Lin Yuan occasionally continued to comprehend the body of a supreme being, aiming to understand more paths of the demonic evolution path. Firstly, these paths of the demonic evolution path were beneficial to Lin Yuan, even at the ninth rank, they could still be of help. Secondly, Lin Yuan wanted to continue elevating the ranks of his Demon Jade Tower members. After the core members of the Moyu Tower, came the sequence members. Compared to ordinary members, core members, and sequence members in the Demon Jade Tower, they began to truly hold power. If Lin Yuan could become a Demon Jade Tower member, he might gain certain authority over the Demon Jade space. In doing so, even if alien strong ones in the future condensed the Magic Jade Mark and became ordinary members of the Magic Jade Tower, using the Magic Jade Mark to descend into the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan could leverage his sequence disciple authority to expel them. This would prevent the alien strong ones from benefiting from the opportunities available in the Demon Jade space. Lin Yuan knew well how precious and rare the treasures in the 9 floors Dark Tower's reward repository were. He even speculated that by continuously upgrading his membership level inside the Magic Jade Tower, he might someday be able to take control of the Magic Jade Tower and become its new master. Although the Magic Jade Tower had declined following the disappearance of the demonic Jade Tower Master, with many members hiding scattered. Even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. The lure of any single layer's reward repository in the 9 floors Dark Tower could light up Lin Yuan's eyes, let alone the Magic Jade Tower itself. The final aspect concerned the absorption of the liquid inside the mysterious gourd. Now Lin Yuan had already absorbed the 6th kind of blue liquid and had greatly progressed in absorbing it. His inner world had even reached a size of 180 million square miles. To understand, opening successive spatial layers amplifies the potency of each layer in his inner world. The impact on Lin Yuan's power was nothing short of transformative. Of course, an inner world spanning 180 million square miles was only achievable by Lin Yuan's true body. As for the Taiyang divine spirit situated in the Xianhuang secret realm, the inner world was still the same size as before his entry because Lin Yuan couldn't possibly send the mysterious gourd to the Xianhuang secret realm for the Taiyang divine spirit to absorb. In fact, there was no need to send it, it could completely be transferred through the door to the myriad realms. While moving between worlds, he could expend world-breaking origin force to send items from the main world to the world he was traversing. Similarly, while in the main world, items could be instantly transferred between Lin Yuan's true body and the primordial spirit through the door to the myriad realms. It only required the expenditure of world-breaking origin force. As for the isolation of the Xianhuang secret realm, if it could traverse dimensional walls, what was the Xianhuang secret realm compared to that? Yet Lin Yuan still chose not to do so because if the mysterious gourd appeared in the Xianhuang secret realm, there was a risk of losing it. What if, while the Taiyang divine spirit held the mysterious gourd, it encountered a supreme being Lin Yuan couldn't resist, or some peril inherent to the Xianhuang secret realm itself, and lost the mysterious gourd? Wouldn't that be heartbreaking? World-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. 15 years ago, he had amassed 71 strands of world-breaking origin force. Now, Lin Yuan's tally of world-breaking origin force had reached an impressive 120 strands. With such a hefty amount, Lin Yuan could even custom order a trip through realms. It only required the expenditure of 100 strands of world-breaking origin force to allow the door to the myriad realms to select a world for traversal based on his set conditions. If it wasn't for the need to conserve energy for travel, I'd want to undertake a traversal right now. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. When approaching a critical breakthrough, Lin Yuan was hesitant to traverse, fearing it might delay his progress. But now, it was a time when he needed to accumulate substantial time, opening a layer after layer in space, time being the main expenditure. It was arguably the best opportunity for Lin Yuan to traverse. Unfortunately, he was now in the Xianhuang's secret realm, and to quickly understand the reason behind the calling sensation, he decided to postpone his chance of traversal. After all, there was no real harm in waiting. There would be no loss to his world-breaking origin force. Only 5 or 6 years until reaching the core area. Xilan couldn't help but mutter softly, he also wanted to personally explore the core area of the Xianhuang's secret realm. Exactly. Lin Yuan nodded. As the two hastened on their way. Rumble. A terrifying celestial fluctuation came from a distant place, affecting layer upon layer of space. Enjoy new stories from my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly as he looked towards the source of the celestial fluctuation. Chapter 12. Hang in there, I'm going to weave through. Another opportunity for fortune has emerged. Xilan's expression was one of shock. Such celestial fluctuations are the strongest I've ever seen. The treasures inside must be at least comparable to an 11-star cosmic rarity, or even reaching the pinnacle level of 11-star. Xilan had entered the Xianhuang's secret realm numerous times. Having witnessed the birth of many such places of fortune, she was quite knowledgeable about them. Thus, the instant she perceived the fluctuations, she was able to roughly estimate their value. 11-star, or even the pinnacle quality of 11-star cosmic rarities. Lin Yuan was also somewhat tempted. If the world tree is of 11-star supreme quality, could the treasures inside this distant place of opportunity possibly achieve that level? Such treasures, even within the Xianhuang's secret realm, are extremely rare, and not every opening of the realm yields them. While Lin Yuan and Xilan observed from within the layers of space, two powerful auras instantly penetrated numerous spatial layers. Boom! Boom! Ha ha ha, this place of fortune is mine. Accompanied by a terrifying laugh, a tall figure in a black robe appeared above the place of opportunity. He casually reached out with his right hand and extracted a treasure radiating a dim gray aura. Seeing this, Lin Yuan and Xilan trembled inwardly. The tall figure in the black robe emitted fluctuations that far surpassed the 9th rank of the myriad heavy realm, and the spatial layers he had opened were at least over 20 million. That treasure, it seems like I saw a galaxy being nurtured within it, Xilan muttered to herself. Such a treasure has no equivalent in the main universe, but to provoke such a powerful being, who had opened over 20 million spatial layers, to act personally. Its value is bound to be immeasurable. We must leave quickly. Lin Yuan's resistance to the allure of the treasures was much stronger than Xilan's. Having confirmed that the treasure had been taken, he immediately prepared to distance himself. The attention of that powerful being should still be on the treasure, they should be able to leave without any issues at present. Right. We need to hurry. Xilan also came to her senses. Although she wasn't certain of the identity of the figure in the black robe, Xilan was sure he wasn't a human evolver. If he were, he would have triggered a response from the black disk by now. This was a treasure given to every human evolver by human civilization, used to identify and locate each other in the Xianhuang's secret realm. Since he wasn't a human evolver, if he discovered Lin Yuan and Xilan nearby, he surely wouldn't mind an extra bit of profit. Let's go, go, go. Xilan, trying to smooth the fluctuations between the spatial layers, led Lin Yuan quickly away in another direction. Just then, another aura burst forth. In the distance, another figure bathed in a milky white aura appeared, looking dissatisfiedly at the figure in the black robe. Still a step too late. The figure surrounded by the milky white aura frowned deeply, not attempting to fight for the treasure. The figure in the black robe was no weaker than him, and even if he took action, it would not result in gaining the treasure but merely venting frustration, which was pointless. Ha ha ha, Hyunyi, I'll take my leave first. The treasure of the highest value in this Xianhuang secret realm should be this one I have. The black-robed figure laughed heartily as his figure once again vanished. Leaving behind Hyunyi, standing there enveloped in milky white aura, with 12 pairs of wings on his back. As the strongest among the Peak clans, the Tianyu clan of this generation, Hyunyi's foray into the Xianhuang secret realm hadn't yielded much. The galaxy master he so wanted to find was like a mouse, hiding somewhere unknown. Experience more content on my virtual library empire. Hyunyi's awareness spread in all directions, permeating the numerous spatial layers, intending to randomly capture a few ants to vent his frustration. Suddenly, Hyunyi's expression changed slightly, looking in a particular direction. This direction was precisely where Shilan and Lin Yuan were fleeing. Human scent, the Galactic Star Lord. Hyunyi's spirit lifted, and with a slight spread of his 12 pairs of white wings, his form disappeared from its original spot. We must move fast. The strong presence coming from behind should be the Hyunyi of the Tianyu clan. Shilan's expression was serious. She hadn't recognized the figure in the black robe, but the appearance of the figure enveloped in the milky white aura was very likely from the Tianyu clan. Among the many strong beings from the Tianyu clan who had entered the Xianhuang secret realm, those with such power were highly likely to be Hyunyi. Hyunyi. Lin Yuan also felt the pressure. He had long learned from the Manhwa traveler that Hyunyi was searching for him everywhere to avenge the humiliation suffered on the battlefields of different races. The Xianhuang secret realm was vast, and coupled with Lin Yuan's lack of interest in those places of opportunity, Hyunyi finding his location was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He just didn't expect his luck to be so bad that on the main road to the realm's core area, he happened upon the opening of a place of fortune. And the celestial phenomena caused by this opening had attracted Hyunyi. Even Lin Yuan found the coincidence almost unbelievable. Could he be that unlucky? Ha ha ha. Galactic Star Lord, do you think you can get away? Silently, a voice echoed in their ears, and at the same time, a vast, holy aura began to close in rapidly. Is it Hyunyi who's pursuing us? Shilan's heart trembled. She actually had some hope that Hyunyi had not noticed them. From the beginning, she and Lin Yuan had been hiding deep within the layers of space. As long as Hyunyi didn't actively probe into the spatial layers, he wouldn't detect their lingering presence. After several breaths, the auras would dissipate, and even a being as powerful as Hyunyi wouldn't know where they had fled. Chapter 12. Hang in there, I'll go through the shuttle, please. 2. But unfortunately, Hyunyi did not do as he had hoped. Caught up. Lin Yuan glanced back. He couldn't help but frown. With his current strength, he was confident in defending against millions of spatial layer experts, but Hyunyi had opened more than 30 million layers. Not only was he the strongest 9th-rank life form of the current Tianyu clan, but even amongst the entire cosmic starry skies, there were few who could suppress Hyunyi at the 9th-rank level. Even if Lin Yuan was confident, he did not believe he could stop Hyunyi. At least for the next 50 years, Lin Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat Hyunyi. Now this is trouble. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Though he was just an avatar of the primordial spirit and his death wouldn't be a significant loss to his true body, which could be recondensed in a short period of time. What about the 3 9th-tier secret treasures he carried, as well as the many gains since he entered the Xianhuang secret realm? Wouldn't they all be in vain? The most critical point was the waste of time. The opening time of the Xianhuang secret realm was only 100 years, and to ensure enough round-trip time, Lin Yuan had to enter the core area within 50 years. Then he would use another 50 years to return to the periphery, waiting for the closure of the Xianhuang secret realm before being expelled to the main universe. Before the closure of the secret realm, any life not in the outer area would be left inside and then perish. Now that the Xianhuang secret realm had been open for over 20 years, if this avatar of Lin Yuan died at the hands of Hyunyi, it would essentially declare his exploration of the Xianhuang's secret realms, call, a failure. Unless Lin Yuan had no intention of returning from the core area at all. But if he obtained some treasure through the call from the Xianhuang's secret realm and didn't return to the main universe, wouldn't he just have to wait for the next opening of the secret realm? Given the opening frequency of the Xianhuang's secret realm, which was once every 200,000 years. 200,000 years later, with Lin Yuan's growth speed, even the strongest weapon would be practically useless. Behind him, Hunyi felt extremely pleased. He had found what he sought where he least expected it, effortlessly. He had been worried about the treasures of the opportunity site being taken by the figure in the black robe, but then he promptly discovered the Galaxy Master's trail. Galaxy Master. This was an absolute shadow in the hearts of the 8th layer beings of the Tianyu clan. Everything that happened in the battlefields of different races, with the Tianyu clan's 8th layer invincibles butchered by the Galaxy Master like chickens, utterly shattered the spirits of some 8th layer beings. Dying at the hands of a 9th rank powerhouse or due to some external force wasn't unusual. But dying to the same 8th layer Galaxy Master, and in such a manner, it was starting to demoralize the Tianyu clan. Therefore, in this Xianhuang's secret realm, Hunyi put seeking the site of opportunity aside for the time being, making the killing of the Galaxy Master his top priority. Galaxy Master, if you stop now, I can give you a swift end, Hunyi said while closing the distance and transmitting his voice. In fact, in the Xianhuang's secret realm, the stronger the being, the greater the restrictions they faced. For example, in the main universe, with Hunyi's strength, he could catch up to Shilan Lin Yuan in a few moments with his instantaneous movements. But in the Xianhuang's secret realm, where such instantaneous movements were not possible and even the ultimate speed was capped at the limit of light speed. Hunyi could only maintain the distance between him and Shilan Lin Yuan, slowly closing in by dominating the spatial layers. During this time, the pursued could not slip away from his occupied spatial layers, otherwise, the chase would have to start all over again. But Hunyi didn't mind, for he was still sure he could catch up with Shilan Lin Yuan, even if it took a little longer. Stop willingly. Lin Yuan certainly wasn't about to give in. He raised his right hand, mobilizing the Tao of the world and numerous spatial layers, and launched a strike at Hunyi coming from behind. Galaxy Master, even if I stood still and let you attack as a newly ascended 9th rank. Hunyi grinned, utterly unconcerned. As a 9th rank powerhouse who had opened more than 30 million layers, Hunyi was extremely confident in the thickness of his life force. Any attack would be scattered and neutralized by the over 30 million layers, so how much power would actually hit his body? However, when Lin Yuan's attack hit Hunyi, the latter's expression slightly changed. An all-out strike equivalent to at least 2 million spatial layers. Hunyi found it unbelievable, not because he had sustained any injury. It was that Lin Yuan's full-powered strike had such immense might. How long had he been in the 9th rank? Where other lifeforms newly ascended to the 9th rank were still mastering their control over multiple spatial layers, and yet Lin Yuan was already capable of unleashing such a powerful blow. Hunyi was full of incredulity, and his desire to kill Lin Yuan intensified. This freak of a prodigy, who knew how much future harm he might cause the Tianyu clan. He had to kill this avatar to delay his growth. It's no use. Lin Yuan realized that his all-out strike did not affect Hunyi at all and immediately understood that, on his own, he couldn't stop the opponent. What should we do? Shilan also grew anxious. After all, he carried many treasures with him. Read latest stories on my virtual library empire. Should we split up? Hunyi's target is me, Lin Yuan suggested. Galaxy Master, what do you mean by that? Shilan immediately frowned. A mere avatar is not that big of a deal. Do you think Shilan, can't afford the loss? That's also true. Lin Yuan nodded. Even if they split up, Shilan would not be able to escape. Being seen and hunted by a powerful being like Hunyi, who had locked onto the aura, meant there was no escape as long as they were in this secret realm. Chapter 12. Hang in there, I'll go through the shuttle, please. _3. I've already contacted many friends, and among the human evolvers entering the secret realm this time, there are 2 who can hold up against Hunyi. It's just that these 2 are incredibly far away from us, it is estimated that it would take 20 to 30 years to get here. Find adventures on my virtual library empire. Shilan said softly. The Tianyu clan had a 9th rank special being like Hunyi who had opened up over 30 million spatial layers. Naturally, human civilization also had 9th rank powerhouses of the same level. It was just that the distance was too great, and in the Xianhuang secret realm, where teleportation could not be used, the time required to get here was too lengthy. 20 to 30 years. His avatar would probably have almost condensed by then. Brother Shilan, if it's just you, how long can you hold out against Hunyi's pursuit? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. How long can I hold out? Shilan was slightly taken aback. Even in the Xianhuang secret realm, facing the terrifying pursuit of a being like Hunyi, a 9th rank below the million heavy realm could consider it rare to last several days. But Shilan was different, he was very good at escaping, excelling in jumping through the multiple spatial layers. Shilan was confident he could last even longer. But what's the point of that? No matter how long he could hold out, it wouldn't exceed 20 to 30 years. In the end, he would still die at the hands of Hunyi. Instead of that, why not expose himself proactively and recondense his avatar to re-enter? I have an elder who needs only 3 years to get here and save us, Lin Yuan thought for a bit, then made up an excuse. An elder? 3 years? Shilan's eyes brightened. He did not doubt the truth of what Lin Yuan said, as the strongest genius in the history of human civilization, having a powerful elder was nothing strange. In 3 years, if I burn everything of this avatar, including my spirit will, I am confident I can hold out. After thinking for a while, Shilan said earnestly. This depended on the special environment of the Xianhuang secret realm and the areas in which his evolution path excelled. If it were the outside world, let alone 3 years, he wouldn't last 3 seconds. Are you certain your elder will arrive within 3 years? Shilan asked again, nervously. Burning his avatar was nothing much for him, but burning his spirit will, that was a huge price that would affect his true body. Of course, the strength he would obtain from that sacrifice was terrifying enough to keep Shilan alive under Hunyi's pursuit for 3 years. Shilan was confident he could hold out, but he feared that Lin Yuan's elder wouldn't make it in 3 years. By then, not only would he have burned his spirit will, but the treasures carried by his avatar would also be lost. Would that not be a huge loss? Don't worry. 3 years is more than enough. Lin Yuan continued, take me into your inner world, and I will contact that elder of mine. Okay. Shilan nodded. In the same moment, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. Inner world. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in a corner. 3 years. At the rate of time flow during this traversal, at most 2.5 years would have passed in the main world, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had told Shilan an elder would come to the rescue within 3 years, which naturally wasn't the truth. In reality, Lin Yuan intended to use these 3 years for his 9th traversal. From the coordinates of the world mark he had newly obtained, Lin Yuan had already gotten some information beforehand, including the time flow rate in both worlds and the duration he could stay after completing the traversal. With a little calculation, he could figure out how much time would pass in the main world during his complete 9th traversal. Brother Shilan. You just hold on for a bit longer. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, and the door to the myriad realms in his mind began to shine with light. Chapter 13 The 9th Shuttle. World of Gods, please. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan likewise closed his eyes. His mind sank deep into his mind, before the grand and magnificent door to the myriad realms. At this moment, the door to the myriad realms radiated light, and the last world mark at the threshold below was also glowing. During this traversal, keep an eye on the situation in the Xianhuang secret realm at all times. Should Shilan be unable to withstand, directly annihilate the Taiyang divine spirit. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although Shilan had told him she could hold on for 3 years, Lin Yuan naturally would not place all his hopes on her. After all, the opponent was Hunyi, the most powerful 9th rank life of the Tianyu clan. Who knew what hidden cards had yet to be played? Lin Yuan would never let his Taiyang divine spirit fall into the hands of the enemy, even if that Taiyang divine spirit was merely an empty shell. Its most core spirit will had long ago escaped into the door to the myriad realms, arriving in other dimensions. As for how to annihilate the Taiyang divine spirit, Lin Yuan had long set up measures around the Taiyang divine spirit. Once triggered, the Taiyang divine spirit would rapidly collapse. Of course, this meant that there was a high probability he would not unravel the secret of that calling sensation. During this period the Xianhuang secret realm was open. However, for Lin Yuan, it was not an unbearable loss. Even if he did not obtain the opportunities within the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan could still reach the peak of the universe. It would just take a bit longer. This traversal will last about 1100 years, with a time flow rate of over 300 to 1. More than 2 years will pass in the main world. In the traversed world's 1100 years, I must at least cultivate to the myriad heavy realm, creating a myriad of spatial layers. Lin Yuan set a plan for himself. With his inner world of nearly 200 million square li, even opening up just a myriad of spatial layers could still crush someone like Hunyi, who had opened over 30 million spatial layers, despite being a special 9th rank. This was the heritage from the inner world itself. Let's begin. Lin Yuan watched as the door to the myriad realms in front of him grew more and more brilliant, with time and space slightly fluctuating. His entire consciousness was absorbed. Lin Yuan only felt his consciousness blur, his thoughts tottering, and with great effort, he opened his eyes, only to feel an overwhelming weakness throughout his body. What is happening to me? Lin Yuan sat up, unable to take deep breaths. This body was extremely weak, practically rotten at its core. Many spatial layers fluctuations. Lin Yuan looked around the void. At his level, even if completely powerless, his realm would not fall, and he could easily observe the subtle shifts between spaces. Of course, that was only seeing. To activate or use them, one had to have a sufficiently strong physical and spiritual form. No matter what world, the physical and spiritual form is the foundation. I am the grandson of Viscount Longshan, the third successor of the Longshan family. My favorite activity is to dote on the maids. The maids here are not limited to human women. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed the memories. No wonder this body was so weak. Indulging in debauchery, leaking his origin source, if it weren't for frequently consuming tonics, he probably would have died from depletion by now. The world I have descended into. Lin Yuan's expression became a bit solemn. Though the original body was ignorant and incompetent, he still knew some common knowledge about the world. This world was boundless. Apart from the human realm where Lin Yuan was, there were also parts like the ocean of light and the dark abyss. Whether it was the ocean of light or the dark abyss, those were the dwellings of divine beings, said to each house the 12 strongest prime gods. 24 prime gods, high above, overlooking humankind and all deities. Divine beings. Information about divine beings surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. To become a divine being, one must spread faith and then raise a divine kingdom, entering either the ocean of light or the dark abyss. Divine beings need to raise divine kingdoms, nearly equivalent to the 8th layer opening an inner world. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. So far, he did not know the actual strength of the deities of this realm, only being able to associate the divine kingdom with the 8th layer of the main world. The powerful ones in this world, do they follow the path of spreading faith? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Faith is essentially the purest emotions and desires at the core of living beings. The scholars of human civilization in the main universe had discovered this power long ago and even created some evolutionary paths utilizing this type of power. Unfortunately, relying purely on the faith of living beings as a source of one's power poses great risks, ultimately even leading to evolvers losing themselves in the desires of beings. Success by faith. Defeat by faith. However, in this world, the path of faith seems quite promising. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. At least many divine beings, leveraging the faith of beings, raised divine kingdoms and ascended to divine thrones. The 24 prime gods of the ocean of light and dark abyss even wield rule through the power of faith. Faith. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. Spreading faith is not the same concept as spreading one's own evolutionary path. Faith is intense devotion, an unreserved adoration, but spreading an evolutionary path is different. Like Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path, future cultivators practicing it need not know of Lin Yuan. The Longshan family, granted the imperial viscount title, the founding Viscount Longshan indeed was a great contributor to the empire. The territory of the Longshan family, named Longshan Domain, spans about 60 million li. It seems this world is bigger than I anticipated. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. Just the territory of a viscount reaches 60 million li in area, so how large is the entire empire? And the empire where Longshan Ling is located is merely one country within the plateau of myriad nations. Chapter 13 The Ninth Shuttle. World of Gods, _2". Lin Yuan rubbed his brow, and with just a cursory estimate, deduced the size of this world, at least over 500 light-years across. This was merely the realm of mortals, not including the ocean of light and the dark abyss. The cultivation system of this world, primarily revolves around the night cultivation system, ranging from first level, second level, third level, to fourth level, fifth level, sixth level, and seventh level, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A fifth-rank knight was also known as a great knight, and the first Viscount Longshan had such strength, with which he founded the Longshan family. A sixth-level knight was referred to as a legend knight, while a seventh-level knight. At least the empire had not birthed such a power, though the plateau of myriad nations occasionally bore traces of them. A seventh-level knight was also called a demigod, a mighty being eligible to create their own divine name, to spread their faith, in hopes of attempting that leap. Knight cultivation system. The Longshan cultivation skill, a knight cultivation method, automatically surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. It was the advanced knight cultivation method that the first Viscount Longshan relied upon to awe the region. However, in Lin Yuan's mind, he only had the basic part of the Longshan cultivation skill. Mediocre, roughly equivalent to a fifth-rank evolution path in the main world, Lin Yuan evaluated after a glance. Longshan cultivation skill, the foundation for a fifth-level great knight, was something many knights yearned to witness. Even if it was just the basic parts. But Lin Yuan came from the main universe where evolutionary paths were as vast as the ocean, and he himself was a ninth-rank powerhouse, naturally unimpressed. Name, Longshan Yuan, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, heaven-defying comprehension. Divine skills, blood rebirth. Divine skills, mountain moving. Divine skills, strengthening. Current status, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time, 1,110 years. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and looked down at the ephemeral text below his gaze. A residence time of over 1,100 years, not bad, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had long been aware of the residence time for this traversal, but only had a rough idea. The specifics could only be confirmed after the descent. With more than 1,000 years, Lin Yuan was confident that with his heaven-defying comprehension, as long as he didn't die prematurely, establishing countless layers of spatial layers was surely doable. Die prematurely? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Images from last night flashed through his mind. He had been invited by a close friend to a gathering. The party was extraordinarily extravagant, a parade of beauties emerged, and in the end, Lin Yuan took a liking to a fox woman with a seductive aura, and they spent the spring night together. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire. He couldn't recall what happened afterward, his memories filled with a blissful haze, but when Lin Yuan awoke, he found a severe depletion of his origin source. If Lin Yuan hadn't instinctively taken over the body and secured the leaking of his origin source, he would likely be dead or, at best, have suffered a great fall in physical strength, unable to even get up from bed. Coincidence? Or intentional? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He wasn't at Longshan Ling but in Anpu City. Anpu City was a thriving trade hub at the junction of Longshan Ling and several other territories, boasting all manner of pleasure establishments from within and beyond the empire. It was also the place descendants of viscounts like Longshan Yuan enjoyed the most. About half a month ago, Longshan Yuan had brought his guards to Anpu's city and had been reveling with a bunch of his fox and dog friends till now. In the dimly lit palace, a woman clad in a black veil stood beneath the statue, her voluptuous silhouette faintly discernible. Paying homage to the divine envoy, below her, a fox woman with a seductive air respectfully knelt down. "How is it, what's the situation with Longshan Yuan?" the veiled woman asked coldly and softly. "Reporting to the divine envoy, I have drained Longshan Yuan of his essence overnight. Even if he's not dead, he has suffered a great loss of vital energy," the fox woman promptly replied. "Be mindful of the measure, Longshan Yuan can only die a natural death," the veiled woman frowned and said. Longshan Yuan, the grandson of Baron Longshan, would certainly cause Baron Longshan's wrath if any unexpected factors led to his death. By then, a thorough investigation would complicate matters. It's not that they feared Baron Longshan, for the current Baron was growing old. And the first and second in line to succeed him were not young either. Even if they became the new Baron Longshan, it was estimated they wouldn't live much longer. Their church had already secretly taken control of the fourth in line to the inheritance of Longshan Ling. As long as Longshan Yuan died normally, without arousing the suspicions of Baron Longshan, the entire Longshan Ling would be theirs in a few decades. "Rest assured, envoy. I know what I'm doing," promised the fox woman, her face going pale. "Every time, I only take a little bit. No one can tell. At most 7 visits and the cause of Longshan Yuan's death would only be excessive indulgence." Given Longshan Yuan's previous indulgent behavior, dying of excessive indulgence would not be surprising, and even Baron Longshan himself wouldn't doubt it. Even though Longshan Yuan's parents and Baron Longshan himself had reprimanded him many times. Even grounding him proved ineffective, Longshan Yuan just wouldn't change his ways. "That will do." The enchanting woman nodded with satisfaction. Once they controlled Longshan Ling, it would greatly benefit the spread of faith for the deity behind their church. With an area of more than 60 million miles and a population of over 100 billion, this vast source of faith, if fully captured, would surely earn a reward from the deity. Of course, all these maneuvers had to be done in secret, especially the spreading of faith. If leaked, it would provoke a crackdown from the empire. In the empire, only one deity is worshipped, the god of rank, who is also one of the 12 prime gods of the ocean of light, possessing immeasurable divine power. Apart from the god of rank, all other faiths and churches are considered heretical and need to be eradicated. Inside the room. Ever since he speculated that he might have been targeted, Lin Yuan immediately began to check himself, circulating his blood and assessing the extent of the loss of his vital essence. There is indeed a problem. Lin Yuan looked a bit grave. Normally, even if one were indulgent, the body's decay wouldn't be so rapid. Not to mention that as the grandson of Baron Longshan, Longshan Yuan often consumed tonic substances that could somewhat compensate for the loss of vital essence. That fox woman. Lin Yuan thought of the fox woman with whom he had indulged the night before. She was indeed a beauty that made Longshan Yuan lose himself. Thinking about it now, there must be a major problem with her. But the fox woman was likely not the mastermind. Who ever heard of the mastermind taking to the field themselves? There must be someone else behind her. Exactly who wants to strike against me? Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. Longshan Yuan's usual arrogance had offended countless people, and finding an enemy from amongst them was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Not to mention, anyone thinking of enticing Longshan Yuan with beauty and using such an imperceptible method to slowly drain him had to have a formidable force behind them. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly shifted, he lifted his right hand to his forehead and then slowly moved it away. One could see a wisp of light pink aura twining around his fingertips before slowly fading away. Divine power? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback, then his expression turned solemn. To be precise, it was a strand of demi-divine power, the kind of energy that a 7th-rank knight could condense. With sufficient faith, this strand of demi-divine power could potentially evolve into a complete divine power. Is it some demigod who has their sights on me? No, that's not right. Why would a being like a demigod be interested in me? It must be a church established by a demigod to spread their own faith that is targeting me, Lin Yuan reasoned swiftly in his mind. In the Empire, and indeed throughout the plateau of myriad nations, only the faith of the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light is honored. Any demigod attempting to spread their own faith is considered a heretic. The same goes for the 12 prime gods of the Dark Abyss. However, since ancient times, the stealthy spread of their own faith by demigods on the plateau of myriad nations has never ceased. It can't be helped, the area is just too rich in faith, and many 7th-rank demigods simply cannot resist such temptation. Chapter 14 Excited Baron Longshan. Demigod. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. In this world, those at the 7th rank were also known as demigods. In the main world, 7th rank evolvers who wished to step into the 8th layer needed to open an inner world. But here, the strong at the 7th rank needed to uphold a divine kingdom to enter the realm of the divine. The latter, in raising a divine kingdom, had to rely on the massive power of faith, which is why those demigods risked being discovered by the prime god to secretly spread their faith in the plateau of myriad nations. Without sufficient faith, they could not become immortal divine spirits, and their physical bodies and souls would quickly decay. Of course, many 7th-rank demigods pledged allegiance to a certain prime god and became subordinate divine spirits. But the majority of 7th-rank demigods were very principled. Once they fell into being subordinate divine spirits of a prime god, everything, including their consciousness, belonged to the prime god. Many demigods had steadily grown from weak to strong and naturally were not willing to pay such a price. What should I do now? Lin Yuan analyzed calmly. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. Being targeted by a church founded by a demigod was troublesome. As for reporting directly to the Empire or the Church of Light, it would indeed be effective, but there was no guarantee that the demigod would be killed. If he survived, he might seek revenge later, and Longshan Ling could not currently withstand the slaughter of a demigod-level strong person. The strongest in Longshan Ling was the first Viscount of Longshan, a 5th-level Great Knight, enough to traverse the Empire, but far too weak compared to a 7th-rank demigod. Returned directly to Longshan Ling, Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and made a decision in his mind. Although Anpu City was prosperous, it was a mix of dragons and snakes, even a demigod church had emerged. Before possessing absolute power, Lin Yuan did not even want to touch such a place. Longshan Ling, however, was his family's territory, officially ordained by the Empire. There, the demigod church, hated by everyone on the plateau of myriad nations, dared not show itself openly. Dashin. Lin Yuan walked out of the room, sunlight warmly hitting him, and murmured softly. Young master. A burly man over 3 meters tall strode forward. What can I do for you, young master? The burly man, Dashin, spoke with a booming voice, his words carrying a resonant and heavy breath. I'm going back to Longshan Ling. Lin Yuan looked at the towering figure in front of him. Dashin was Lin Yuan's guard. Even among the entirety of Longshan Ling, Dashin's strength was ranked in the top 20, his body coursing with sub-dragon blood. Though he was only of 4th-level strength, when fully unleashing his activated bloodline, he could even hold his own against a 4th-level knight for half an hour. The only drawback was his lack of intelligence, but from the perspective of a guard, as long as the martial prowess was sufficient, that was all that mattered. Returning to Longshan Ling, Dashin was momentarily stunned as previously when the young master came to Anpu City, he would play for 3 or 4 months, why was he leaving after just 1 month? Young master, was it because that girl last night didn't serve you well? Dashin muttered, I knew that girl was no good, all skinny like a twig. Young master, when you have the time, I'll introduce you to a few that are really sturdy, they'll definitely serve you comfortably. Dashin immediately said, as in his aesthetic, women naturally were better the more robust they were, ideally over 3 meters tall and with a waist over 1 meter. Only then could they ignite his desire for conquest. Poor young master Longshan, always indulging in those twig-like, thin girls, completely unaware of the taste of strong women. Dashin felt deep sympathy for Longshan Yuan. Grandfather told me to rush back. Lin Yuan made up an excuse, not mentioning too much about the fox woman. Dashan wasn't the sharpest, and anything he learned might get out, which could alert the others if the fox woman really was involved with a certain demigod's church. Now, Lin Yuan just wanted to quietly return to Longshan Ling and steady himself by slowly cultivating. Time was on his side. Once Lin Yuan regained his full strength, not just some mere demigod church, even the divine beings from the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness would hold no fear for him. Viscount, sir, Dashan's expression also grew serious. In all of Longshan Ling, there were few he respected, and the Viscount of Longshan was definitely one of them. Then let's leave now. Dashan immediately said. All right. Lin Yuan nodded as well. Such situations had occurred before when Longshan Yuan was having fun. He would suddenly receive orders from Longshan Ling, forcing him to return midway. Now, using the orders of the Viscount of Longshan as a reason, leaving Anpu City to return to Longshan Ling was nothing but normal and reasonable. Lin Yuan led his guards out of Anpu City. The deputy mayor of Anpu City personally saw him off. Young Master Longshan, leaving so urgently, has Anpu City not treated you well? The deputy mayor of Anpu City, slightly balding, squinted at Lin Yuan and asked. Family matters. Lin Yuan did not elaborate much, with an impatient look on his face, quite consistent with the usual behavior of young Master Longshan Yuan. Since it's a matter for the Longshan family, then take care, young Master Longshan. Next time you come, Anpu City has prepared a special gift for you. The tone of the deputy mayor of Anpu City was kind, although he looked down on the prodigal son like Longshan Yuan, he had to face the backing of Longshan Ling. Anpu City, being a point of convergence for several Viscount territories, needed to please those few Viscount families to thrive. With a rumbling sound. Under the watchful eyes of the deputy mayor of Anpu City, Lin Yuan sat in the carriage, surrounded by 7 or 8 guards, rushing towards Longshan Ling at high speed. Chapter 14 The excited Viscount Longshan, _2. Watching Lin Yuan leave wasn't just the deputy master of Anpu City. At the top of a loft, an enchanting woman clad in black was also gazing at Lin Yuan. This Longshan Yuan, not returning earlier or later, but suddenly going back now, all the efforts from before are wasted, sighed the attractive fox woman beside her. According to the plan, within 3 months, they would slowly drain Longshan Yuan's essence and marrow until the last day, making Longshan Yuan die from indulgence. There wouldn't be any hidden doubts or concerns, not even the most skilled experts could figure it out. Now, having already put in efforts for a month and with only 2 more left to go for success, Longshan Yuan decided to return. After returning, given Longshan Yuan's favor in the Longshan family, he was bound to consume many supplements, and the original essence qi he lost might well be replenished. No matter, given Longshan Yuan's temperament, he will soon come back to Anpu City. The woman in black remained calm. She hadn't noticed any suspicions. The excuse Longshan Yuan used for leaving was an order from the Viscount Longshan, only indicating that they were unlucky. Just bad luck once, would they experience bad luck a second or a third time? The enchanting woman believed that by the time Longshan Yuan next visited Anpu City, it would be their chance to succeed with their scheme. Once Longshan Yuan died, and after enduring through the death of Longshan Ling's first and second in line to succession, the whole of Longshan Ling would become a cradle for the behind-the-scenes demigod undergoing divinity transformation, and they might even use Longshan Ling to extend their influence to several other large territories. Longshan Ling. Longshan City. Lin Yuan had not been back long before he saw his biological parents. "Ah Yuan, why have you come back so early this time?" Longshan Fang looked like a middle-aged man as he glanced at Lin Yuan, somewhat curious. Although he had given up hope on his son, seeing Lin Yuan voluntarily give up on indulging in Anpu City still surprised him. He hadn't heard anything about an order from Viscount Longshan for Longshan Yuan to return, had he? Could it be that Longshan Yuan had returned of his own accord? "What's wrong with our son coming back early?" The woman next to him, who looked quite young, glared at Longshan Fang. "Son, what would you like to do this time? Longshan City might not be as bustling as Anpu City, but it still has its charms. You'll surely find surprises if you look around," she said, doting over her son. Lin Yuan looked at his parents without saying a word. The succession of the Viscounty in the Longshan family wasn't a simple matter of passing from father to son, but depended on the current Viscount's wishes. For example, when Lin Yuan was born, the first Viscount happened to step into the 4th level. His mood brightened, considering this an auspicious sign. The birth of Longshan Yuan meant that the Longshan family's 4th level combat power heritage would continue. Therefore, bypassing Longshan Yuan's father, Longshan Yuan was named as the 3rd in line to succession. Who could have expected that Longshan Yuan would turn out to be so disappointing after all, indulging in women and pleasure and having no intention of inheriting the family business? This time I've come back because I want to do something, Lin Yuan said to his parents with a serious tone. Something important? Longshan Fong pondered. Yuan, have you taken a fancy to another woman? Son, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Just say what you want to do, your mother will always support you, the young-looking woman said with a smile. I want to cultivate, Lin Yuan stated. As the 3rd in line to inherit from the Longshan family, Lin Yuan would have all the resources accumulated by the Longshan family over the years at his disposal if he chose to cultivate. That was the reason behind his outspoken declaration. As for secretly cultivating and then making a sensational breakthrough, that would be too exhausting, especially the gathering of resources which would take a considerable amount of time. Cultivate? Longshan Yuan's parents exchanged glances. They had anticipated any number of startling revelations from Longshan Yuan, but this was the one they least expected. No, the word cultivate was even more unbelievable for Longshan Yuan, far beyond any startling revelation. Why do you suddenly want to cultivate? Longshan Fong asked, looking intently at Lin Yuan. Because I feel that everything happening right now is meaningless. How long can one indulge in life's pleasures? 100 years? 200 at most. Then what? Just wait to die. But cultivating is different. As long as one can become a 5th level knight, lifespan will extend, and the life essence will transform. That's what I want to do, Lin Yuan gave his prepared reason. Good, Longshan Fong thought for a moment and then nodded. I will talk directly to the head of the family about your wish to cultivate. I hope this isn't just a passing interest of yours. Longshan Fong was actually in a good mood. The words of Lin Yuan, upon interpretation, meant one thing. A simple description. That is, grown tired of it. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. As for the subsequent extension of one's lifespan and so on, who wouldn't want to live a few more years? The key is that not everyone can step into being a 5th level great knight. But no matter what, his son's shift in interest from previous indulgences to cultivation was entirely a good thing. Even if Baron Longshan did not have high expectations for Lin Yuan's cultivation results, with the latter's body emptied by feminine charms, it was questionable whether he could even become a 1st level knight. But on the whole, strengthening the body was not a problem. Son, cultivation is a tough task, said the woman who looked like a young mother, somewhat distressed. It's fine, I want to give it a try, Lin Yuan said with a smile. That afternoon, the Longshan family's underground cultivation field. Spanning hundreds of miles, it was where many of the Longshan family members practiced in seclusion. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, facing an old man with white hair and beard. The old man looked somewhat frail, but his presence was reserved, and there was a hint of a power in him that seemed capable of shaking mountains. Wanting to cultivate, wanting to become a knight, is not a simple matter, the old man said to Lin Yuan in a steady tone. He was one of the few 4th level knights of the Longshan family. Since the first Viscount established the Longshan family 2,000 years ago and passed down the heritage, it was rare to give birth to a 5th level great knight. Their combat power usually peaked at the 4th level knight, and it was only because of the precautions left by the first Viscount that the Longshan family had been able to continue for so many years. Indeed, for Viscount-level families, a 4th level combat power was almost enough for suppression. As for a 5th level great knight, that was something that might be born at the peak of a Viscount-level powers era. I understand, Lin Yuan nodded. Good, the old man said without any unnecessary words, took out 2 items. One was a book, and the other was an orange fruit. This is the main text of the Longshan cultivation skill, and this is the Longshan fruit, containing a large amount of energy. Any descendant of our Longshan family who wishes to cultivate must learn to enter the Longshan cultivation skill on their own. The old man began, within a month, as long as you can enter the introductory phase of the Longshan cultivation skill, it will prove you have the talent to continue cultivating. What counts as entering the introductory phase? Lin Yuan asked. Sensing the qi sensation is enough, the old man replied. Sensing the qi sensation, the old man was about to go into detail about how to sense the qi sensation. Although any descendant of the Longshan family must enter the Longshan cultivation skill on their own, Lin Yuan, as the family's third in line for succession, certainly had different conditions than other family members. For example, the details on how to sense the qi sensation that the old man was about to share, were not something other descendants of the Longshan family would be entitled to hear. Imagine, many descendants of the Longshan family didn't even know the concept of qi sensation, so how crucial was it at this moment for someone to explain the details of sensing the qi sensation to them? However, before the old man could speak, Lin Yuan glanced over the main text of the Longshan cultivation skill, then closed his eyes, only to open them again instantly. I have already sensed the qi sensation, Lin Yuan replied. The old man looked at Lin Yuan. In the depths of the Longshan family abode, the current Viscount Longshan massaged his temples. As the supreme ruler of Longshan Ling, he had too many tasks to handle regularly. From negotiating with other Viscounts' territories to addressing the many opinions of the citizens within his own domain. I wonder how a Yuan is doing. Viscount Longshan suddenly remembered something. At noon, Longshan Fong had told him that Longshan Yuan wanted to cultivate. Viscount Longshan had immediately sent one of the fourth-level knights from the family to explain cultivation to Longshan Yuan. By now, it should be about time for that explanation to have finished. Just then, an old man quickly entered the room. My lord, the old man's face was flushed with surprise, and he had yet to calm down. Oh. I was just about to ask you, Viscount Longshan's eyes brightened, but upon seeing the old man's expression, his heart chilled slightly. Could it be that Longshan Yuan really lacked the talent for cultivation, and had disgruntled the explaining old man? Chapter 15 The Hope of the Longshan Family. Patriarch. The elder, named Longshan Zhu, had already been a fourth-level knight many years ago and was part of the Longshan family's foundation. How many fourth-level knights were there throughout the entire Longshan Ling? If Baron Longshan hadn't personally sent a message this time, it would have been impossible for Longshan Zhu, with his status, to make an exception for a junior member of the Longshan family. Yet, Longshan Zhu could never have imagined that the task he had planned to deal with in a perfunctory manner would turn out to be such a fantastical, unbelievable affair. So much so that even now, he was still somewhat dazed, constantly needing to confirm whether or not he was dreaming. What's the matter? When Baron Longshan saw that Longshan Zhu wasn't speaking, he faintly sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that Yuan is really a piece of rotten wood? Baron Longshan's tone was somewhat disappointed. The Longshan family's bloodline was extraordinary, and they cultivated the hereditary Longshan cultivation skill. Plus, with Longshan Zhu, a predecessor like him providing guidance, even if Longshan Yuan was below average, sensing the qi within a month shouldn't be difficult. Rotten wood? Longshan Zhu was taken aback upon hearing Baron Longshan say this and hurriedly explained, Patriarch, young Master Yuan is not a piece of rotten wood, he has already sensed the qi. Not a piece of rotten wood. Baron Longshan had just heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say? He has already sensed the qi. Whether it was the Longshan cultivation skill or any other knight's cultivation method, the first step is to sense the qi. That is also the prerequisite for becoming a first-level knight, and any creature that senses the qi can transform itself by harnessing the power of the qi, and immediately afterwards, can choose to cultivate a knight's method that suits them. But sensing the qi is difficult, and it is also a great test of a knight's talent. The Longshan family allocates 1 month for its members to sense the qi. As long as they sense the qi within this month, they will have the hope of becoming formal knights and will be nurtured by the Longshan family. But now, how long had it been since Longshan Zhu began guiding Longshan Yuan? An hour? Or 2 hours? You're saying Yuan sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours? Baron Longshan's voice trembled slightly. In the history of the Longshan family, since the first Viscount took over Longshan Ling, only 3 people had sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours. 2 of these 3 people eventually became 5th-level Grand Knights and left a significant mark on the history of the Longshan family. The remaining 1 unfortunately perished along the way. Not every generation of the Longshan family has a 5th-level Grand Knight in command. For example, the current strongest person in Longshan Ling is only at the 4th level. The birth of a 5th-level Grand Knight means that the Longshan family's power would return to its peak, to the era of the first Viscount, and the surrounding Viscounts would become utterly submissive and cooperative. The Empire would even bestow rewards once again, congratulating the Longshan family for the birth of another Grand Knight. Such numerous honors, and benefits all because of a 5th-level Grand Knight. Sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours, Longshan Zhu fell silent again. If it were truly so, he would be overwhelmed with joy at this moment, instead of appearing as he did now, uncertain of how to speak, and with a tinge of trepidation. Patriarch, the time young Master Yuan took to sense the Qi Si, was 2 breaths. Longshan Zhu steadied himself and spoke with some difficulty. Actually, whether it was even 2 breaths, Longshan Zhu wasn't certain. He only remembered Longshan Yuan glancing at the Longshan cultivation skill and then claiming to have sensed the Qi Si. If it were not for Longshan Zhu's true sense of the Qi Si fluctuations within Longshan Yuan's body, he might have even planned to scold the latter a few words. Read exclusive adventures at my virtual library Empire. What did you say, 2 breaths? Baron Longshan was dumbstruck. If it were within 2 hours to sense the Qi Si, he could still barely understand, but in 2 breaths. 2 breaths hardly gave enough time even to calm one's mind, let alone sense the Qi Si, right? Are you sure? Baron Longshan took a deep breath and stood up, asking solemnly. Although he knew Longshan Zhu well and understood that this elder of the Longshan family never liked to joke around, especially concerning matters of great importance to the family, he would never engage in any deceit or concealment. But sensing the Qi Si within 2 breaths was too incredible. I am certain. Longshan Zhu stated with utmost conviction. He was certain that Longshan Yuan's Qi Si had been sensed only after he had met him and looked at that Longshan cultivation skill. Sensing the Qi Si within 2 breaths. Does it mean that my Longshan family is truly going to soar to the heavens? After his shock, Baron Longshan was ecstatic. If sensing the Qi Si within 2 hours already holds the hope of becoming a 5th-level Grand Knight, then what about sensing the Qi Si within 2 breaths? A 6th-level Legendary Knight? Or a 7th-level Demigod? You should know that on the plateau of myriad nations, as long as a 7th-level Demigod doesn't secretly spread their faith, just casually joining any of those empires brings infinite glory upon them. Even the gods residing in the ocean of light cast admiring glances their way. A 7th-level demigod, if willing, can strike a deal with the gods of the ocean of light and can absolutely start a new empire. Who else knows about this? Baron Longshan's gaze suddenly became deep. Patriarch, only the 2 of us are aware of it. Longshan Zhu also understood the gravity of the situation and spoke earnestly. That's good. Baron Longshan nodded. The surrounding Viscount's territories, even those further away, allow the Longshan family to bring forth a future Grand Knight candidate who sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours. But to have sensed the Qi Si within 2 breaths. Should this news leak, it would not be a good thing. Chapter 15 The Hope of the Longshan Family _2 Baron Longshan could be certain that the Empire would inevitably intervene, and by then, Longshan Yuan might be forcibly summoned to the capital. From now on, Yuan's sensation of the Qi Si will not be 2 breaths, but 5 hours. Baron Longshan pondered for a while before seriously saying to Longshan Zhu. Feeling the Qi Si within 2 hours is the qualification of a future potential great knight, but Baron Longshan still felt it was a bit too conspicuous. 5 hours would be just right. with the talent to become a 4th-level knight, it wouldn't draw too much attention from other forces. Good. Longshan Zhu immediately replied. He understood this was an unprecedented opportunity for the Longshan family. All they needed was the patience to wait for Longshan Yuan to grow, and it would be the moment for the Longshan family to soar. Yuan is the hope of our Longshan family. I absolutely will not allow anyone to threaten Yuan, the Baron mused to himself. After Lin Yuan emerged from the Longshan family's underground cultivation ground, he faintly felt that there were eyes watching him. Have they sent someone to protect me? Lin Yuan had his suspicions. He demonstrated a portion of his talent just to gain the wholehearted resource allocation from the Longshan family, so he could be more efficient in his upcoming cultivation. This was also the experience Lin Yuan had accumulated over his 8 previous traversals. As for whether it would arouse the Longshan family's wariness, Longshan Yuan was a pure-blooded member of the Longshan clan, and also the 3rd in line for succession. The stronger his talent, the better it was for the Longshan family. Moreover, the talent Lin Yuan had revealed was already quite restrained, merely instantaneously sensing the qi, which wasn't much. Thump thump thump. At this moment, Dashan, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, approached with large strides. Young master, I heard that you sensed the qi in 5 hours, Dashan asked with a bit of naivety. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Not long after sensing the qi, Longshan Zhu returned again, continually reminding him not to expose the real speed of his qi sensation. Lin Yuan was naturally aware of the intention behind such admonishments and agreed cooperatively. Sensing the qi in 5 hours means your knight talent must be very high, Dashan said with a booming voice. It had taken him almost a day to sense the qi back in the day. Let's go. Lin Yuan said. Okay. Dashan immediately bowed down to let Lin Yuan sit on his shoulder. Over 3 meters tall, Dashan was like a small giant, and Lin Yuan sitting on his shoulders felt nothing out of the ordinary. The starry sky is truly beautiful, Dashan ran while looking up towards the heavens. It was already night, and the vast and profound stars emerged, their terrifying power perceptible even from distances vast beyond comprehension. Indeed, it is beautiful, Lin Yuan agreed. Meanwhile, a flood of information about the stars above the sky came to mind. Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire. Life in this realm, after cultivating to the level of a 7th-level demigod, would need to gather faith and eventually uplift their divine kingdom, entering the ocean of light or the dark abyss. Why is it called uplifting the divine kingdom? It's because the divine kingdoms of the gods ascend above the sky, turning into the everlasting stars. In other words, each star Lin Yuan was looking at represented a god's divine kingdom. The stronger the god, the more terrifying their corresponding star would be. The star, representing the 24 prime gods, was magnificent and grand, their dreadful presence shaking much of the starry sky. Even Lin Yuan, despite the incomprehensibly vast distance separating him from those 24 stars, felt a sense of awe and trepidation. By feeling the divine kingdoms of the stars, Lin Yuan had a vague sense of the true strength of the prime gods. Each prime god was no weaker than special beings like Hunyi, and they weren't too far from the 10th rank. This world's cultivation system actually places the inner world outside. But by doing so, the inner world relies entirely on the main world, and its growth rate must be very fast. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 8th layer beings of the main universe all had the worlds they opened up inside themselves, hence it's called the inner world. In this way, one would have absolute control over their inner world. The inner world is the foundation of 8th layer life. To place it outside would be too dangerous. But this also caused a sense of separation between the inner world and the main world, preventing the full utilization of the main universe's power for growth, which is why 9th rank evolvers strive so hard to open up layers upon layers of spatial layers, to increase the thickness and depth of their inner world as much as possible. It's a rather good cultivation system. Lin Yuan nodded, realizing that externalizing one's inner world had many benefits, such as accelerating its growth and reducing the burden on oneself. Of course, there was an obvious downside. if an enemy were to directly strike the stars in the sky above, wouldn't they be able to hit a god's weak spot? Whether it was the god's divine kingdoms or the inner worlds of those from the 8th layer, they were all foundational cores. A collapse would have incalculable consequences. Dashan, do you think those stars could fall? Lin Yuan asked casually. Fall? The stars? Dashan's eyes widened, somewhat unable to grasp the concept. Each star represented a god, and the falling of a star meant the demise of the associated god. But in Dashan's understanding, gods were eternal, dwelling high above the ocean of light, overlooking the mortals below. How could gods possibly fall? Young master, how could a star fall down? Dashan asked. He had never contemplated this, having seen many stars in the sky since his birth, which had not changed over the years. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. Soon. With Dashan running wildly, Lin Yuan soon arrived home. His parents had been waiting for a while, clearly informed in advance. In this world, among the 24 prime gods of the Ocean of Light, there was one known as the goddess of the magic web, whose divine power weaved a magic web that spread throughout humanity. Any message could be conveyed through the magic web, quite conveniently. Son, your talent for night training is even stronger than mine, you truly are my, Longshan Fong's, son ha ha ha. Longshan Fong immediately shouted excitedly. 5 hours to sense the Qi Si, that's surely the seed of a future 4th level knight. Within the vast Longshan Ling, there were no more than 24th level knights, each one was the foundation of the Longshan family, the strongest deterrent against other Viscount territories. And you still have the face to say he's stronger than you? A woman with the appearance of a young wife couldn't help saying, I remember when you first sensed the Qi Si, it took you almost half a month. Just admit that he's stronger than me. Longshan Fong said indifferently. Being a little stronger is still being stronger. Being 100 times stronger is still being stronger. If it were another member of the human race sensing the Qi Si in 5 hours, Longshan Fong would have likely made some sarcastic remarks. But this was his own son. In Longshan Fong's heart, there was only pride. After a few words with his parents, Lin Yuan returned to his cultivation room. So many Longshan fruits. Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of fruits already laid out there. The Longshan fruit, a type of spirit fruit produced by Longshan Ling, contained a significant amount of energy, which could aid knights in their cultivation. When Lin Yuan was previously sensing the Qi Si, Longshan Zhu had also brought a spirit fruit, planning to have Lin Yuan swallow it when he sensed the Qi Si. With the help of the immense energy in the Longshan fruit, locking onto the Qi Si waves would be easier. The energy contained in the Longshan fruit was not only immense but also gentle. Even if one couldn't absorb it, it would remain dormant within the flesh, slowly absorbed when possible in the future. Therefore, Longshan fruits were extremely precious, with normal human race individuals receiving one a month, and even that was based on the premise of having a talent for night training. Yet now, Lin Yuan's cultivation room had dozens of Longshan fruits laid out. The majority of the Longshan family had never seen so many Longshan fruits in their lifetimes. I can't cultivate for now. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, casually picking up a Longshan fruit and swallowing it, feeling the gentle strength flowing through his limbs and body. What Lin Yuan needed to do most now was to recover as much as possible the original essence qi deficit caused by Longshan Yuan's years of indulgence in pleasures of the flesh. Chapter 16 100 Years. Original essence qi deficit. This doesn't mean that simply consuming spirit fruit and other nourishing substances would perfectly replenish it. At least, by Lin Yuan's standards, it was far from simple. But it was also not very difficult. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, given the current conditions, it would take at most 3 or 4 days to replenish. By then, with original essence qi back to perfection, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed would enter a period of explosive growth. It wasn't exactly cultivation. It was more about systematically returning to the peak. The life of this world, the physical body harbors unimaginable potential. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, thinking silently. Your next read is at my virtual library empire. In this respect, Lin Yuan had already discovered, at the time of consciousness descent, that the original Longshan Yuan was deeply addicted to the company of women. Regardless of how weak he appeared, a few days' rest would almost restore him, hinting at the robustness of his physique. Potential, does it come from the bloodline? Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, feeling it carefully. Even with such a cursory sensing, he could detect several dozen bloodlines within Longshan Yuan's body, some of which were faint, probably separated by many years, but among these bloodlines, more than 10 were of the 7th-rank bloodline. It is somewhat similar to those bloodline evolutionary families in the main universe, Lin Yuan mused. The Thanite cultivation system of this realm fundamentally involves tapping into the power of bloodlines, such as the Longshan cultivation law, which strengthens one's power by stimulating the mountain dragon bloodline within the Longshan family. Too many and too mixed bloodlines, how chaotic was the Longshan family's ancestor? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The Longshan family's mountain dragon bloodline originated from a dragon beast whose size was akin to mountain ranges. How this dragon beast's bloodline was integrated into the Longshan family is also a question. Most bloodline evolutionary families in the main world do so by extracting the bloodlines of those unique beings, turning them into bloodline potions, and finally integrating these potions with their own bloodlines. But as for the Longshan family and many other families, even the imperial clan, they do not know. So far, Lin Yuan has not heard of the concept of bloodline potion in this realm. By tapping into the power of bloodlines, thus the knights of this world cultivate quickly, but of course, their lifespans are also short, Lin Yuan thought. Although the bloodline evolutionary families in the main universe also delve into their own bloodlines, they supplement their cultivation with other evolutionary paths. Unlike the knights of this realm, who rely solely on the power of bloodlines. This limitation leads to a situation where, unless they kindle the divine fire and become 7th-rank demigods, even the 6th-rank legendary knights find it hard to live past 1,000 years. The 4th and 5th-rank knights are even more so, living past 200 years is considered long-lived. Not just purely relying on the power of bloodlines, but more like it's the world rules that are limiting. Lin Yuan concluded. No matter how much they relied on the power of bloodlines, after stepping into the 6th rank, equivalent to a 6th-rank evolver in the main world, their life essence is set, so how could they not live past 1,000 years? The only possibility is the world rules of this realm. Just like during the 8th transmigration, where the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm could endure epoch after epoch, almost indefinitely, as long as they're not met with accidents, with lifespans far exceeding the 8th layer evolvers of the main world. This realm is the same. Unless the divine fire is kindled, lifespans are considerably short. However, the lifespans of the 8th layer divine beings seem terrifyingly long, in stark contrast to those below the 7th layer. Lin Yuan raised his head again to glance at the sky. If the 7th-rank demigods who have kindled the divine fire still face the possibility of their divine fire extinguishing, then the 8th layer divine beings truly endured throughout the ages, residing either in the ocean of light or the abyss of darkness, overlooking the mortal realms. Especially those 24 prime gods who manage parts of the rule's authority, posed a greater threat to Lin Yuan than Hunyi, the strongest 9th-rank life form of the Tianyu clan which had opened over 30 million spatial layers. Take it slow. This descent has a stay of 1,110 years. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, with the full support of the Longshan family. As long as Lin Yuan recovered a certain level of power, the subsequent increase in strength would entirely be like a snowball effect. It's just. This world places such importance on bloodlines, the bodily bloodline origins are ancient and mysterious, and the physical body divine ability that emerges from this basis must not be weak. Expectation appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Physical body divine ability, an exclusive capability of the martial path evolutionary path, awakens divine skills based on the bloodlines within one's body upon reaching the 6th rank. For other martial arts evolutionaries, they could only awaken one physical body divine ability in their lifetime, but due to Lin Yuan's ability descended from the door to the myriad realms, he could awaken one after another. However, even among physical body divine abilities, there was a distinction between strong and weak. The 3 physical body divine abilities Lin Yuan currently possessed, blood rebirth, mountain moving, strengthening. Among them, blood rebirth and strengthening were of great help to Lin Yuan, but mountain-moving, being purely a force-based divine skill, was slightly lesser in utility. Both in terms of application scope and strength, it was inferior to the previous two. Given that the descended body had such a rich source of bloodlines, the ultimately awakened physical body divine ability would likely not be too weak. Longshan Ling. Longshan City. This day was a grand occasion for the Longshan family. It was said that the first Viscount Longshan had established the Longshan family on this day, hence beginning over 2,000 years of absolute dominion over Longshan Ling. As the third in line for succession in the Longshan family, Lin Yuan naturally would not be absent during such an important event. Big brother Yuan, today's sun is so hot, it's making me feel dizzy, what should we do? A young girl from the Longshan family with flushed cheeks said, leaning towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 16 100 years, _2. The sun's hot. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky. It was indeed somewhat hot, but to the strong-bodied members of the Longshan family, this heat was nothing, they could stand in it for 3 days and nights without a problem. Are you having problems with your cultivation? Lin Yuan glanced at the girl, whose name was Longshan Ling, a distant cousin of his. To ensure the purity of their bloodline, it was customary in the Longshan family to marry within the clan, as long as the individuals were not direct blood relatives. I don't know. I just feel so hot from the sun's rays on my body. Longshan Ling leaned closer to Lin Yuan and said somewhat coyly. I think the heat on your body is not from the sun, but from yourself. Another girl couldn't help but interject with a cold huff. Longshan Lan, would you die if you kept silent? Longshan Ling immediately glared at her. Hee, what's wrong? You can speak but I can't. The girl named Longshan Lan retorted immediately. If you're tired, take a rest first, I should go back to my cultivation, Lin Yuan said and then turned to leave. As the third in line for the Longshan family inheritance, Lin Yuan, after turning over a new leaf, and having sensed the Qi Si within 5 hours, had attracted a lot of pursuit from the girls of the Longshan family. First of all, Lin Yuan was good-looking. Differing from the robust and rugged demeanor of the Longshan clan, Lin Yuan had a sort of androgynous beauty. Moreover, Lin Yuan was very likely to become a 4th-level knight in the future and to inherit the position of Viscount of the Longshan family. He suddenly became the most popular male in the Longshan family. Lots of eligible girls had their eyes on Lin Yuan. Even those who were a bit older or younger were watching him. Who wouldn't like an excellent man? And Lin Yuan was not just excellent, he was practically perfect. Just now, it was so close. Longshan Lan, you ruined my good opportunity, Longshan Ling said angrily after Lin Yuan left. Ruined your good opportunity? Longshan Ling, can't you see that brother Yuan has not the slightest interest in you? Longshan Lan spoke up. She had pursued Lin Yuan too but had been directly rejected. Seeing Longshan Ling being so touchy with Lin Yuan, she couldn't help but interrupt. I think, brother Yuan might prefer someone gentler. You're all too forward, it might scare brother Yuan, the younger girl spoke up. Scare brother Yuan? Longshan Lan rolled her eyes. Had everyone forgotten Longshan Yuan's past in just a few years? However, the women of the Longshan family didn't care about a man having a rich history with women. As long as he was strong and excellent, that was enough. Regardless, I still feel that brother Yuan has some good feelings for me, at least he didn't reject me just now. Longshan Ling thought somewhat infatuatedly, but then she glared at Longshan Lan with gritted teeth. Longshan Lan, if you dare to mess up my chance next time, we will be irreconcilable enemies. I'm scared of you. Longshan Lan laughed scornfully. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. Humph, brother Yuan will definitely have the strength of a 4th-level knight in the future, inheriting the title of Viscount. He will only be with a woman who can help him. I, Longshan Yao, with a grandfather who is also a 4th-level Grand Knight, can bring help to brother Yuan in controlling the family. I am the most suitable match for brother Yuan, another young girl said as she walked by. Her grandfather was indeed Longshan Zhu, although the Viscount and Longshan Zhu had decided to absolutely not reveal Lin Yuan's true talent and abilities. But Longshan Zhu kept hinting to his granddaughter to pursue Lin Yuan. Because he knew Lin Yuan's true potential and talent was far stronger than what he showed to the outside world. Though they dared not predict him becoming a demigod who had ignited the divine fire, as the Longshan family had no detailed information about the 7th-level demigods. But there was great certainty of him becoming a 6th-level legendary knight. That's a legendary knight. As long as he was willing to submit to the empire, he would at least be given the title of Earl and rule over a territory many times larger than that of Longshanling. To become the wife of an earl was a rare honor throughout the entire empire. Lin Yuan quickly arrived at his cultivation room. The original essence qi has almost been replenished, now I can start cultivating. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and swallowed a long yuan fruit. The immense power flowed through his limbs and body, being quickly absorbed by Lin Yuan. The situation in the Xianhuang secret realm is still stable, Shilan has not been caught up by Hunyi. Lin Yuan slightly used the door to the myriad realms to sense, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been in this world for nearly a week, and in the Xianhuang secret realm's time flow, a little half an hour had passed. After such a long time, Hunyi still hasn't caught up with Shilan, so there probably won't be any surprises coming up. Since Shilan dared to assure Lin Yuan that she could hold on for 3 years, she must have enough confidence. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, that sense of calling from the core area of this secret realm made him curious even now. Speaking of which, this world should be the homeland of one of the followers of the Emperor from the Xianhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself. What the follower desired most was to return to his homeland, even considering the coordinates of his home world the most precious treasure among the many he left behind. As a result, the home world that the follower longed for was now right in front of Lin Yuan. Anpu City. In the dark palace. A charming woman dressed in black gauze stood there, frowning and saying, after Longshan Yuan returned to Longshan City, he actually became interested in cultivation and sensed the qi within 5 hours. The charming woman was somewhat stunned. That uneducated Longshan Yuan actually possessed the potential to become a 4th-level knight? That's not right. It can't even be called potential anymore. Sensing the qi within 5 hours, plus being the 3rd in line to inherit the Longshan family and receiving the full resources of the entire family. It can be said that, barring accidents, he will surely become a 4th-level knight. Divine Envoy, what should we do now? Asked the fox woman below, also full of incredulity. She well understood Longshan Yuan's behavior, having been intimately involved with him on many occasions. Now that Longshan Yuan will surely be given priority protection by the Longshan family, things have become a little troublesome. The charming woman felt it was a difficult issue. If Longshan Yuan remained the way he was before, even as the 3rd in line, he would not have attracted much attention from the Longshan family without the qualifications of a knight. But now, the charming woman even suspected that there might be 4th-level knights secretly protecting Longshan Yuan. The most important thing now is to see Longshan Yuan, she said. Talent is predetermined by heaven, there's no helping it, but Longshan Yuan likes to indulge in pleasure, especially women. As long as he sees you, he will surely be unable to control himself. The charming woman looked at the fox woman. You go to Longshan City and try your best to see Longshan Yuan, so that we can continue to have him in our grasp. After replenishing his original essence qi, Lin Yuan spent most of his time cultivating. Other than occasionally checking on his parents, even Dashan rarely saw Lin Yuan. During this period, the several 4th-level knights of the Longshan family wanted to give some guidance to Lin Yuan, hoping the family's future hope would take fewer detours. Unfortunately, what would again lead to a collapse of morale among the Longshan family's 4th-level knights occurred. Their guidance had no effect on Lin Yuan, it was as if he was born to be a knight. The knightly theories and skills, as soon as they spoke the first few words, Lin Yuan was able to comprehend them fully. Over time, these 4th-level knights gave up the idea of shining bright for the family, because in the end, they found that they simply couldn't provide any guidance to Lin Yuan. On the contrary, in the course of their ongoing discussions with Lin Yuan, these 4th-level knights shockingly realized, could the path they were taking be wrong? Could the Longshan cultivation skill no longer be the most correct way to cultivate? On Lin Yuan's side, after sending away those family 4th-level knights, his cultivation began to soar. With ample resources available, after getting through the initial stages, Lin Yuan was making progress every moment. And so, time began to pass silently. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had gone by. Chapter 17 Mother Goddess of Lust. The Longshan Ling spans 60 million li, with the vast majority of the region being desolate and uninhabited. Atop a mountain peak thousands of zhang high, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged alone. The space around him subtly distorted, and a terrifying aura was suppressed within a few dozen zhang of his body. If he let go of the suppression, it was estimated that in an instant, it could sweep across tens of millions of li. Among the numerous bloodlines of the Longshan family, the mountain dragon bloodline is the most obvious and the easiest to feel. Thus, the people of the Longshan family generally focus on excavating the mountain dragon bloodline. The first Viscount of Longshan from more than 2,000 years ago, he managed to excavate the mountain dragon bloodline to the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out as he continued to ponder. But the easiest to feel doesn't mean the strongest. Over the years, I have almost completely analyzed my own bloodline, and I've discovered another extremely faint bloodline. This bloodline is at least of the 9th rank, perhaps even that of a near 10th rank, a peak 9th rank bloodline. In the last century, Lin Yuan had not only recovered his strength but had also been studying this world's cultivation system. What is called the knight cultivation skill is essentially about excavating the potential deep within one's bloodline to ultimately achieve returning to the ancestors. Under the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth, even a 6th-rank legendary knight finds it difficult to live past 1,000 years. Obviously, the slow cultivation methods of the main universe are no longer suitable for this world. Excavating one's own bloodline and swiftly breaking through by following the pathway trodden by ancestors is what aligns with the trends of this world. Continue your adventure at my virtual library empire. In the human civilization of the main world, becoming 4th or 5th rank before the age of 100 is a rare talent for a planet or even a star domain. But in this world, becoming a 4th or 5th level knight before 100? Although not common, it certainly isn't rare. By excavating the potential of the bloodline, until reaching the upper limit of the bloodline, there are nearly no fetters, with the only issue being how much bloodline potential can be excavated. If I want my martial path evolutionary path to spread in this world, I must make changes. Relying on the original cultivation method, what can I compare with the native knight cultivation skills? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The martial path evolutionary path needs to comprehend the external rules, but deep within the life force bloodlines of this world lies the essence of the corresponding rules. Comprehend the external rules. Where's the speed of comprehending the essence of the internal bloodline rules? Moreover, under the extreme pressure of a limited lifespan, Lin Yuan also began studying bloodlines, adapting the martial path evolutionary path to suit local conditions. The nearly 10th tier bloodline hidden within me is rare, but over these years of constant purification, I've roughly figured out its origin. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, a streak of rainbow light appeared, and a faint, terrifying pressure spread outward. Rainbow Dragon Clan. The most powerful life form in this world, born at the dawn of the world's creation. It is said that among the 24 prime gods who reside in the Ocean of Light, one of them belongs to the Rainbow Dragon Clan, known as the Rainbow Dragon God, the ultimate faith of the dragon bloodlines among mortals. Be it rock dragons, mountain dragons, or sub-dragons, their source of bloodline leads back to the Rainbow Dragon Clan. By absorbing many knight cultivation skills from this world, even those kept in reserve by the imperial clan of the empire, and complementing them with 9th rank against heaven's understanding for deduction, I eventually managed to maintain the core of the martial arts evolution system intact, making it focus primarily on excavating the internal bloodline. The altered martial path evolutionary path. Martial Tao cultivation skill enables prioritizing the excavation of the most potent bloodline within one, the bloodline that suits oneself best, instead of being limited to specific knight cultivation skills. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The many knight cultivation skills of this world are all targeted at specific bloodlines. For example, the Longshan family's Longshan cultivation skill can only detect the mountain dragon bloodline, but it is incapable of discovering other bloodlines. But Lin Yuan's localized martial Tao cultivation skill doesn't have this limitation. It might not be stronger than many knight cultivation skills in specific aspects, but it's suitable for every knight or knight in training. This fact alone would allow the martial Tao cultivation skill to spread rapidly in this world. Of course, the localized martial Tao cultivation skill is only suitable for propagation in this world. As for the main universe, if not for the drastically shortened lifespan due to the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth, naturally comprehending the external rules would be better. This is evident from how the powerful beings of this world, upon becoming demigods, need to rely on the faith of all beings to establish their divine kingdoms. Evolvers from the human civilization of the main universe are those who develop their own inner worlds without relying on external forces, and they will go further and be free of hidden dangers. It's just that after excavating this bloodline of the Rainbow Dragon clan, it did indeed make my physical body 60% stronger. The path of bloodline cultivation has its merits. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. The 60% increase here refers to the foundational strength of the physical body, not taking into account various enhancements, akin to bathing in the eternal spring and improving one's body. And Lin Yuan also felt that he had not yet reached the end of his journey into the Rainbow Dragon clan bloodline. The deeper he delved, the stronger the enhancement to his body. Over the last 100 years, I've also reopened my inner world and stepped into the 8th layer, just needing to accumulate to the peak of the 8th layer to effortlessly advance into the 9th rank. Lin Yuan reigned in his aura and stood up from the mountain peak. Considering the realm comparison between this world and the main world, the 8th layer is akin to a deity who has established a divine kingdom. And once a deity establishes a divine kingdom, they must enter the ocean of light or the abyss of darkness. Under the agreement of the 24 prime gods, deities are not allowed to linger in their true bodies among mortals, as that would impact all beings, a cost those based on the faith of all beings, the gods, cannot afford. Chapter 17 Mother Goddess of Lust, _2. This means that with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could already be considered invincible among mortals. It's still not enough. Although the gods won't appear in the mortal realm, that doesn't mean they can't descend into it, they are simply restricted by the 24 most powerful prime gods. I still need to cultivate quietly and keep a low profile until I return to the 9th rank, then I will. Fear nothing. Lin Yuan thought to himself. This return to the 8th layer held no suspense for Lin Yuan. The only surprise was the awakening of his physical body divine ability. The elemental body. Capable of being immune to 90% of all elemental attacks at the same realm. The so-called elements are the interpretation of this world, in the main world prime universe, they are the rules. Elemental attacks are rule attacks. You must understand that for 7th rank, 8th rank, and even stronger evolvers, the primary method is to attack by leveraging the power of rules. Even the power of the world within an inner world is made up of many rules powers converging. The same strike, its might could reach 10. But if it is amplified by rules, its might could possibly reach 10,000, 100,000. Being immune to rule attacks, and up to 90% of them, directly made Lin Yuan almost unbeatable among 9th rank evolvers. Unless with external help, which 9th rank evolver could kill Lin Yuan. Not to mention killing, even inflicting a wound on Lin Yuan was as hard as ascending to heaven, and apart from that, Lin Yuan also had the blood rebirth divine ability, which allowed any injury to recover instantly. The rule attacks from which the elemental body is immune do not overlap with the effects of defensive treasures, meaning both can be used in conjunction. The most important thing is, this divine skill can grow with Lin Yuan's growth. When Lin Yuan reaches the 9th rank, he can be immune to 90% of the might of all rule attacks at the 9th layer level. When Lin Yuan reaches the 10th rank, naturally he can also be immune to 90% of the might of all rule attacks at the 10th layer level. Monstrous, this is truly monstrous. Lin Yuan inwardly exclaimed, such divine skills, coupled with blood rebirth, simply amounted to the strongest defensive divine skill combination. Ending today's cultivation. Lin Yuan returned to Longshan City. In the grand hall of the Longshan family, powerful knights stood patrolling. Patriarch. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, a knight immediately greeted him with respectful salutation. In 100 years, the former Baron Longshan had long passed on the title of Viscount and position of family head to Lin Yuan. Regardless of how much Lin Yuan concealed his strength, he had declared more than 80 years ago that he had entered the 4th level, becoming the true top combat power in Longshan Ling and several nearby Viscount territories. The transition of family power went smoothly, mainly because Lin Yuan's strength was sufficient. Many of the past Viscounts and heads of the Longshan family didn't have the power of the 4th level before their succession. It was only after becoming the patriarch that they borrowed the family's vast cultivation resources to barely step into the 4th level. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was already at the 4th level before succeeding as the patriarch. Absolute strength, combined with the potential of becoming a 5th level knight, convinced many members of the family. "Ah Ling, that cultivation skill, have you taught it to the family members yet?" Lin Yuan asked softly from the Viscount's throne. The Ah Ling he spoke of was named Longshan Ling, who had once madly pursued Lin Yuan. But upon realizing there was little hope, she turned her efforts to the trivial affairs of the Longshan family and was used greatly by Lin Yuan. "Patriarch, that cultivation skill is very effective, it seems to have no specific bloodline restrictions. Our Longshan family's prospective knights are practicing it, and they have even uncovered bloodline powers beyond the Mountain Dragon bloodline." Longshan Ling's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She understood all too well what such a cultivation skill meant. Many members of the Longshan family, despite having the potential to become knights, couldn't practice the Longshan cultivation skill due to the Mountain Dragon bloodline being too weak within them. But the martial Tao cultivation skill that Lin Yuan gave automatically uncovers the most suitable bloodline rather than being exclusive to the Mountain Dragon bloodline. Once such cultivation skills become widespread, it means that the number of knights of the Longshan family will surge. The more knights there are, the stronger the Longshan family becomes. The stronger the Longshan family becomes, the more resources they can acquire, which in turn enables them to train even more knights. This forms a virtuous cycle. Since that is the case, let it be disseminated, Lin Yuan said indifferently. The martial Tao cultivation skill he had handed to Longshan Ling was precisely the localized martial path evolutionary path. During this journey, apart from becoming as strong as possible and increasing his power, Lin Yuan naturally did not forget to disseminate the Tao. Before stepping into the realm of supreme beings, the ultimate leap requires more lives to cultivate the martial Tao cultivation evolution path, which would bring greater benefits to Lin Yuan. The creatures of this world are the sources of worship for the gods, and Lin Yuan wanted a share of that as well. Find more adventures on my virtual library empire. Anyway, since there is no strict conflict between the two, Lin Yuan does not need the creatures' worship, he just needs them to cultivate the martial Tao evolution path. Disseminated, Longshan Ling's heart trembled. She was well aware of how precious the cultivation skill Lin Yuan had given her was. Although its dissemination would maximize the strength of the Longshan family, at the same time, there was no way to prevent the skill from leaking out. Soon, knights from other territories would also get their hands on this cultivation skill, and the Longshan family's advantage would be diminished, even placed on the same starting line. "Don't worry, just do as I say, and there won't be any problems." Lin Yuan glanced at Longshan Ling and spoke calmly. His purpose in localizing the martial path evolutionary path was to spread it as much as possible in this world, popularize it among the entire Longshan family, and then have it disseminated further. As for the Longshan family becoming indistinguishable from others, with Lin Yuan, the future Viscount Longshan, the glory of the Longshan family will far exceed Longshan Ling's imagination. "And those people from the Lust Church, are they still in Longshan City?" Lin Yuan asked about the second matter. The Lust Church is one of the demigod churches that the Empire severely cracks down on, which wandered to the vicinity of Anpu City over 100 years ago. Original essence Qi of Longshan Yuan, the former incarnation, was greatly damaged, and it was closely related to the Lust Church. Over the past century, Lin Yuan had largely figured out the Lust Church's goal, which is to secretly control the Longshan family to quietly collect faith for the Lust Mother Goddess behind the scenes. According to the information Lin Yuan received, the Mother Goddess of Lust is a very powerful demigod who has repeatedly escaped from the clutches of the main god of Rank's church. Although gods cannot directly interfere with the mortal world, as strong as the main god of rank, they can descend through divine incarnations and wield combat power close to that of a true god. 100 years ago, the Lust Church targeted the original body, Longshan Yuan, but with the consciousness descent of Lin Yuan, he immediately returned to Longshan City and had no intention of going back to Anpu City, causing the plans of the Lust Church to fall through. With no other choice, the Lust Church could only send people to infiltrate Longshan City to see if they could continue to connect with Longshan Yuan. Unfortunately, the alluring vixen who infiltrated Longshan City waited for 50 years. After growing old without any allure left, she still did not encounter Lin Yuan. To be precise, this alluring vixen had seen Lin Yuan up close several times, but Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered with her. 50 years later, the vixen left the scene, aged and diminished, yet the Lust Church still did not give up on Longshan Ling and instead sent another young woman. This time, the Lust Church's aim was not on Lin Yuan but on the few members next in line for succession in the Longshan family. Lin Yuan saw through the Lust Church's intentions at a glance. For an organization like the Lust Church, which is wanted by the Empire, unless absolutely necessary, they would never take action, otherwise, any trace would draw the attention of the Rank Church. After finding out they could not deal with Lin Yuan, the Lust Church preferred to take more time, planning to outlive Lin Yuan and slowly plot afterward. They wish to outlive me. A strange look appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This world's rules limit even 4th or 5th level knights from living past 200 years. In this light, the plans of the Lust Church did not seem so flawed, but that applied only to ordinary 4th or 5th level knights. As for Lin Yuan, even without considering his true lifespan, just the time he could stay, he had 1,110 years. Even if the Lust Church could wait, how would they face the fully empowered Lin Yuan capable of slaughtering true gods in his prime? Chapter 18 Fear of the Demigod, ed. Lin Yuan sat on his throne, deep in thought. For a century, he had intentionally allowed the Lust Church to operate freely, as it was backed by the Lust Mother Goddess, a powerful demigod. Theoretically, even if Lin Yuan were to remove all the covert agents of the Lust Church from Longshan City, it was unlikely to provoke the Lust Mother Goddess into action. But it is always good to be prepared for any possibility. After all, the people of the Lust Church hiding in Longshan City posed no threat to Lin Yuan, who had never feared anyone under the circumstances of maturation over time. It's time to deal with the Lust Church. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. Whether it was because of the grudges of his original self, Longshan Yuan, or the petty actions the Lust Church had taken against the Longshan family over the past century, Lin Yuan had no reason to spare the Lust Church. Previously, Lin Yuan lacked sufficient power. When he recovered to 7th rank, he worried that clashing with a demigod like the Lust Mother Goddess would attract the attention of the Rank Church. But now, at least on Earth, Lin Yuan was invincible. Even the divine incarnations of the 24 prime gods had proved far insufficient before him. Underneath Anpu City. This place was a luxurious palace, where groups of beautiful women clad in light veils walked together. A short, plump man followed behind the group, his immense perception absorbing every detail of the palace interior. This must be the Lust Church's largest new stronghold, murmured the short, plump man. Naturally, it was Lin Yuan, or more precisely, his Taiyang divine spirit. Martial Tao primordial spirit, capable of myriad transformations, Lin Yuan had casually taken another form to come here. Dealing with the mere Lust Church, there was no need for his true body to appear. Over these 100+ years, the Lust Church seems to have thrived quite well. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The demigod behind the Lust Church, though not a true god, had also acquired some lust abilities, which could make one feel ecstatic. With such powers, the Lust Church had smoothly controlled some upper levels of Anpu City, as well as core family members in several nearby Viscounty territories. The group Lin Yuan was following included some of Anpu City's young second generation, who were specifically here to indulge. The demigod of the Lust Church, if she could gather faith, raise her divine throne, and achieve the position of a true god, then all the lust generated by the humans on Earth would become the source of her faith, Lin Yuan thought silently. Stay connected with my virtual library empire. For example, the war over God, one of the 12 main gods of the Dark Abyss, grows stronger as human wars become more intense on Earth. Therefore, the war over God constantly tries to incite various wars on Earth, but the 12 main gods of the Ocean of Light are relatively peaceful. The main god of rank, in particular, must maintain order on Earth, which is directly opposed to the war over God. The standard for dividing the gods of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss is not based on good or evil, but on the type of authority and faith they hold. The demigod behind the Lust Church, advocating the indulgence of lust, leans towards the Dark Abyss. But whether it's the main gods of the Ocean of Light or the Dark Abyss, their foundation lies in all beings, in faith. If all beings disappear and faith ceases, the fate of these main gods will also fall. Sirs, I will take you inside next to enjoy true bliss, so I will be asking for your identities and names, said a seemingly frail and delicate woman, easy to awaken men's protective desires. The young second-generation men of Anpu's city lined up in front of Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Some of them were impatient, clearly not their first visit. Soon, the fragile woman came to Lin Yuan. This sir, the fragile woman examined Lin Yuan carefully, her expression changing slightly. As a chief admin of Lust Church, she recognized most of the young masters from Anpu's city. Asking their identities was just a formality. But now, the frail woman realized she didn't recognize the short, plump man before her. Given the man's distinctive stout appearance, the frail woman would have had a deep impression had she seen him even once. She wouldn't be as unfamiliar as she was now. Who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? Although the frail woman's skepticism rose within her, she maintained her composure, trying to stabilize the situation with Lin Yuan. The rigorous screening to enter the underground palace wasn't lax, simply following the large group wasn't enough. Lin Yuan suddenly appearing here meant something significant. Who I am is not your concern. Lin Yuan grinned, showing his white teeth. As for why I'm here. I'm here. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then stated matter-of-factly, to kill your god. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the frail woman before him exploded first, centered around Lin Yuan, the brains of all the beautiful women within a several hundred-mile radius of the luxurious underground palace burst. The young second generations of Anpu's city who came to indulge, as well as the core family members from surrounding Viscount territories, suffered the same fate. In less than a breath's time, nearly everyone in the lavish underground palace was dead, including 12 fourth-level knights and 4 fifth-level knights. Now just the deepest part remains. Lin Yuan didn't stop, he continued toward the deepest part of the palace. There was a unique divine power resisting the shadowy influence of Lin Yuan's world. In truth, with Lin Yuan's current strength, even just a primordial spirit, he was not something a mere 7th-rank demigod could withstand. But in this world, there were the extensive magic webs arranged by the goddess of the magic web from Ocean of Light. Chapter 18 Fear of the Demigod, ed. _2. Lin Yuan, if he unleashed too powerful strength, he would be detected by the goddess of the magic web. The goddess of the magic web is one of the 24 prime gods, at the 9th stage peak, nearing the strength of the 10th rank. Before restoring to his peak, Lin Yuan was reluctant to attract the attention of such a powerful being. Furthermore, once the goddess of the magic web became aware, the other 23 prime gods would definitely also know. The 24 prime gods of this realm, although divided into the Ocean of Light and the Black Abyss camps, all stand from the perspective of the gods and could completely join forces when necessary. Deepest Hall. The emissary of the Lust Church gathered together with several bishops. The youngest son of the Lord of Anpu's city has been completely controlled by us. As long as we deal with the few heirs ahead of him, the entire Anpu's city will become the garden of our church. There is also the 5th in line of succession from Viscount Qinghuan. He's also under our control. Within at most 200 years, the 50 million li domain of Viscount Qinghuan will belong to our church. 200 years ago, those mad dogs from the rank church drove us from the most prosperous capital to this place. One day, we will return, and our God will ascend the divine throne, becoming one of the eternal stars above the sky. The voices of the bishops of the Lust Church were uplifting, all possessing the strength of 6th-rank legendary knights, the core strength of the church. Over the years, the Lust Church had taken root in Anpu City, and its influence had only grown, which was evident to the bishops. Although Anpu City is far less prosperous and religiously diverse than the capital, it is much safer. In the capital, within the territory of the Rank Church, the Lust Church was like a rat crossing the street, constantly on the brink of being besieged with little carelessness. In Anpu City, however, it is much safer as long as they are cautious and don't act directly, making it difficult to attract the attention of the Rank Church. It's a pity that we didn't smoothly take down Longshan Ling 100 years ago, otherwise, Anpu City and many surrounding domains would now belong to our Lust Church. A bishop sighed. The initial target of the Lust Church fleeing to Anpu City was indeed Longshan Ling. The Lust Church spared no effort to control the fourth heir of the Longshan family. If they could have dealt with Longshan Yuan and caused his accidental death at that time, in just a few decades, they would have been able to control the entire Longshan Ling. Then with the power of Longshan Ling, they could have influenced the surrounding Viscount territories, and Anpu City could not have resisted. Unfortunately, Longshan Yuan, that willful scion, unexpectedly turned to become a knight genius of the Longshan family, causing the early investments of the Lust Church to be wasted. A slow start led to continuous delays, and later, the Lust Church, unwilling to yield, specifically set aside efforts to try to win back Longshan Yuan. But still with no avail. If it weren't for that Longshan Yuan, with the strength of the Lust Church, which could have stirred a storm in the capital, how could it have spent nearly 200 years without fully mastering Anpu City? That Longshan Yuan, blocking the footsteps of my God, should die. When the glory of my God covers Longshan Ling, Longshan Yuan will beg for life and beg for death. A bishop spoke. The emissary standing under the statue glanced at the several bishops below and said nothing more. She also extremely despised Longshan Yuan for delaying the precious development time of the church. Just then, the deepest hall suddenly began to tremble. Waves of pink divine power began to boil, trying to protect the few people inside the hall. However, under the crushing of an unknown power, all the pink divine power began to evaporate rapidly. What's going on? Did my God's divine power barrier automatically activate? Did we just get attacked? The bishops were shocked, and the normally calm emissary was also in disbelief. This deepest hall was a stronghold of the Lust Church, a place enveloped by the power of the Mother Goddess of Lust. Even if faced with an attack by a group of demigods, blocking it for a short time was not a problem. The Mother Goddess of Lust, even among other demigods, was undoubtedly a formidable figure. However now, in just a moment, 6/10 of all the pink divine power was evaporated, which was terrifying. Did all the congregation of the church perish? The emissary, clad in black gauze, seemed to have realized something as her expression drastically changed once again. As an emissary of the church, she could feel the life fluctuations of all church members, even sensing the faith power they generated. So when everyone in the luxurious palace died at a mere thought from Lin Yuan, she instantly sensed it. How is that possible? The emissary was astoundingly perplexed. The congregation in the luxurious palace was over 100,000 strong, including many 4th and 5th level knights. Even facing the siege of the Rank Church, they would die one by one, not simultaneously. What is this situation? Thunderous sounds echoed. Just then, the large door in this area suddenly burst open. A short, stout man slowly walked in. Who in the end is it? Several bishops were both shocked and furious, staring at Lin Yuan, but the next moment their heads exploded without any warning. Strong as 6th rank legendary figures, yet they possessed not a trace of resistance. Respected demigod, may I ask what brings you here? The divine envoy clad in black veils composed herself and immediately spoke with respectful demeanor. Being able to burst in so easily and slaughter 6th rank legendary bishops as if slaughtering chickens, only a demigod of the same tier as the Mother Goddess of Lust could accomplish this. Moreover, not just any ordinary demigod, but at least one as powerful as the Mother Goddess of Lust herself. Facing such a powerful figure, even the prime gods of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss had to manifest their divine powers to suppress, let alone others. Where is your church's God? Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings as he asked directly. His action was intended to resolve the threat of the Lust Church, and to completely annihilate the Lust Church, he had to kill the mother goddess of lust that backed it. If the mother goddess of lust did not die, the Lust Church could be rebuilt at any time. I do not know the whereabouts of my god. The divine envoy in black veils was slightly stunned before she continued. However, if your highness wishes to meet my god, I can make contact for you. No need. Too much trouble. Your next journey awaits at my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan looked at the divine envoy in black veils, his thoughts shifted slightly, and her head likewise exploded. Causality. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, tracing the obscure threads of causality to roughly lock onto the location of the mother goddess of lust. Lin Yuan had decimated the Lust Church and slain many followers of the mother goddess of lust. Although he had never directly interacted with the mother goddess of lust, a tie of causality had also formed between them. Utilizing this thread of causality, Lin Yuan could faintly pinpoint the location of the mother goddess of lust. In a place millions of miles away from the plateau of myriad nations. A woman dressed in a pink skirt hem was en route to the plateau of myriad nations, but suddenly stopped. Who in the end is slaughtering my followers? This woman was precisely the mother goddess of lust. As a demigod, unless surrounded by a true god's divine incarnation, she could roam without fear. My hard-earned followers, the mother goddess of lust lamented inside. Those incredibly devout followers were not easy to cultivate. She could sense that the church stronghold in Anpu City had been virtually wiped out. I must see who laid their hands on them. The mother goddess of lust followed a certain connection, receiving the final images her followers saw before their death. This was also a power developed after establishing a faith connection. A deity possessed everything of their followers, and could easily access memories and more. Bang, bang, bang. The mother goddess of lust furrowed her brows slightly. In just a few breaths, she saw many images of her followers just before they died, discovering that they had died without even seeing their enemy. The mother goddess of lust immediately checked the final memory of the divine envoy. To become a divine envoy of the Lust Church certainly meant being highly in tune with the mother goddess of lust, and in crucial moments, even becoming a vessel incarnation for the mother goddess of lust. Whoosh! The mother goddess of lust watched the memory images of the divine envoy. Seeing the core hull trembling, her expression turned solemn. Anyone capable of shaking her core hull setting must also be a powerful demigod. Finally, in the divine envoy's perspective, a short, stout man walked in. Subsequently, several sixth-rank bishops died, and after the stout man asked a few questions to the divine envoy, the envoy also died. This method of elimination. The mother goddess of lust widened her eyes. Through the divine envoy's perspective, she finally saw the short stout man making the move, several dead sixth-rank bishops, and the subsequently dead divine envoy. Divine Kingdom Power. This is Divine Kingdom Power. This person is not a demigod, but a true god. No, wait, a true god cannot descend to the mortal realm. Is he a prime god, overseeing all life and gods? The mother goddess of lust was terrified to her core. Her movements toward the plateau of myriad nations immediately reversed, fleeing frantically away from the plateau of myriad nations. Chapter 19 Cursed Killing. What virtue or ability do I possess that a prime god would descend upon me? In the skies above, the soul of the mother goddess of lust trembled as the 24 prime gods of the world of light and the dark abyss, who had not made a move in many thousands of years. The demigods who secretly spread their faith among humans were hardly different from worms hiding in dark corners to the eyes of the prime gods, who would cleanse them periodically. Experience new stories on my virtual library empire. The mother goddess of lust had avoided several encirclements by the rank church, not because she was particularly powerful, but because the main god of rank never truly regarded her as a threat. Of course, luck played a part as well. Which one of the 24 prime gods could it be? The mother goddess of lust maintained her frantic pace, trying to calm her mind slightly. She believed that the prime god who acted did not target her specifically but had incidentally dealt with the Lust Church in the process. Fortunately, I wasn't at the church. A look of relief crossed the face of the mother goddess of lust, believing being at the church and facing that portly man made no difference between her and other believers. Returning to the plateau of myriad nations is out of the question. The mother goddess of lust, like a bird scared by the mere twang of a bow, thought, although the cost this time was grievous, at least I survived. The mother goddess of lust's face brightened, as long as I survive, there's hope to gather faith and lift high the divine kingdom. Underground Palace in Anpu City. Lin Yuan stood beneath the deity statue and suddenly opened his eyes. Found you. Though bound by cause and effect and separated by countless distances, Lin Yuan located the rough position of the mother goddess of lust. Not in the plateau of myriad nations. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. No problem. As long as he utilized the cause and effect, locking onto the position of the mother goddess of lust was easy. Cursed killing. Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn, and, following the rules of causality, traced the cause and unleashed a terrifying power that instantly spanned countless distances. The curse-killing skill was a way of utilizing the rules of causality. To curse-kill someone, a medium was needed, which could be an object or the cause and effect itself between the two entities. Moreover, the realm of the curse-killer must be at least 2 major levels higher than the cursed, and the mother goddess of lust, being a 7th-rank demigod, met the conditions as Lin Yuan's true realm was 9th rank. Lastly, once the curse killing is successful, the curse killer needs to withstand the backlash from the causality rules, paying a substantial portion of lifespan as the cost. The curse-killing skill is heavily restricted and not frequently used in the main universe and main world, mainly because the price is too high and it's not a permanent kill, as the cursed, if talented enough, could still be resurrected by a supreme being. In the high skies. The mother goddess of lust, while rejoicing for her escape from a prime god, suddenly turned pale. In her perception, an overwhelming, intangible force, against which she stood no chance, arrived in the blink of an eye. This. Before the mother goddess of lust could form a thought, her physical soul was reduced to dust, permanently erased from this world. Dead? Lin Yuan sensed that his causal connection with the mother goddess of lust had vanished completely, confirming her absolute death. If the mother goddess of lust had other means of saving herself, their causality would still exist. Using causality to determine death is a mainstream method among the strong in the main universe and main world. The backlash is coming. Lin Yuan's forehead furrowed slightly, faintly feeling he had lost a trace of his lifespan. It's roughly equivalent to 1,000 years. 1,000 years of lifespan just to curse-kill a 7th-rank life. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, this was not worth it. Unless there is some deep hatred, but for a 9th-rank powerhouse wanting to kill a 7th rank, there are too many methods, and the curse-killing skill has the lowest cost-effectiveness. 1,000 years of lifespan, that's all. Lin Yuan didn't care. If this were in the main world, he might lament the loss of 1,000 years of lifespan, but in a traversing world. Given that he already knew his residency time was limited to only 1,110 years, lifespan was the least meaningful thing to Lin Yuan here. Even with 100 million years of lifespan, when the time limit of residency is reached, isn't he still required to return to the main world? Because of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to use the curse-killing skill on the mother goddess of lust, since any lifespan in this world was gratis anyway. But in this world, 8th-layer gods, embodying the faith of all beings, seem not to have a concept of lifespan. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world, under the rules of heaven and earth, 4th and 5th level knights struggle to live past 200 years, 6th rank legendary knights struggle past 1,000 years. 1,000 years is the ultimate lifespan limit for lives in this world. As for 7th rank demigods, once igniting the divine fire, their nature of life begins to change. As long as their divine fire isn't extinguished, they won't die and can normally live tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years with ease. Although they are still greatly inferior to 7th rank evolvers from the main world, they are already considered to have long life compared to other beings. 7th rank demigods can certainly live tens or hundreds of thousands of years easily, but unless they lift high their divine kingdom, they will still die. And 8th layer true gods, let alone 9th rank prime gods, have never been heard of dying of old age unless there was a battle between gods. The Lust Church is reckoned to be dealt with. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan glanced around the grand hall and walked out. Acting against the Lust Church was partly due to the grudge between Longshan Yuan and it, and partly because the region around Longshan Ling was essentially the foundation of Lin Yuan's operations in this traversing mission. Allowing the Lust Church, a destabilizing element, to remain nearby was problematic. Who knew what trouble they could cause, potentially drawing the attention of the ranked church again. Chapter 19 Cursed Killing, _2. The ranked church was the church of the prime god. Before regaining the 9th rank, Lin Yuan was not keen on interacting with existences of the prime god's level. Now that Lin Yuan had the strength to resolve it, he naturally took the opportunity to erase the Lust Church. Clear away those bodies. At the thought from Lin Yuan, all traces of corpses and blood within the palace disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the city of Anpu lay above this underground palace, any disturbance would have affected this prosperous city. Lin Yuan even considered making the entire palace disappear. That should do it. Even if someone were to investigate this place later, at most they would think that the Lust Church has relocated again. Lin Yuan finally stood at the palace entrance and looked back one last time. The Lust Church in Anpu City was secretive, but not entirely without trace. By erasing their presence, Lin Yuan knew it would certainly be investigated later. However, that was all they would be able to investigate. Lin Yuan had already forged the scene, and outsiders would not suspect that the entire Lust Church and their mother goddess of lust had been erased from the world. Magic web. Lin Yuan faintly sensed that sliver of power enveloping the heavens and the earth, which belonged to one of the 24 prime gods, the goddess of the magic web's authority. Building a magic web that covered all of humanity, the more lives that used the magic web, the more colossal the belief power it provided the goddess of the magic web. In Lin Yuan's view, the magic web was not just for communication, it was also the eyes of the goddess of the magic web. If it weren't for the fear of detection by the magic web, preventing the use of enormous power, Lin Yuan wouldn't have needed to enter the underground palace personally. He could have erased the entire Lust Church from outside. Longshan City. Lin Yuan was chatting with his parents. 100 years had passed, and the Longshan Fong couple was still living well without any signs of aging, naturally thanks to Lin Yuan nurturing them secretly with the power of the world. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. The suppressive nature of this land on lifespan was harsh, but with the power of the world, Lin Yuan was confident in extending the Longshan Fong couple's lifespan to its maximum limit. That is, the millennia only a 6th-rank legendary knight was expected to reach. As for more. According to the rules of this world, one would need to ignite a divine fire and change the form of life. However, given the capabilities of the Longshan Fong couple, that clearly wasn't feasible, or else they would have to achieve what Lin Yuan did, ascending to the 7th or 8th layer of martial Tao, which could also significantly extend lifespan. But that was clearly more difficult. Just then, the Taiyang divine spirit transformed into strands of the power of Taiyang and returned to Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan then glanced in the direction of Anpu City. Son, what's wrong? Longshan Fong asked, looking at Lin Yuan. It's nothing, just took care of a small matter. Lin Yuan said casually, having erased the Lust Church, ensuring that Longshan Ling would unlikely be the cause of any issues in the future, saving him some worries. He continued chatting with his parents for a while. Lin Yuan then returned to his cultivation chamber. Whoosh! The Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit appeared simultaneously across from him, and faced Lin Yuan as they sat down. Since he hadn't regained his peak strength, Lin Yuan hadn't brought the mysterious gourd. The two great spirits remained in their soul state, not having used the secret technique illusory reality to transform into physical bodies of flesh. The current pace of cultivation is still too slow. I need to restore myself to the 9th rank as soon as possible, then create more spatial layers. Lin Yuan felt considerable pressure, especially since he and Shilan were still being pursued by Hunyi in the Xianhuang secret realm. Though the special environment of the secret realm assured short-term safety. Who knew what variables or accidents might occur? If possible, Lin Yuan did not wish for his Taiyang divine spirit to be annihilated. The sense of the call from the Xianhuang secret realm was quite appealing. From the 8th to the 9th rank, for me, is just an accumulation of energy. As long as I have sufficient energy, I can quickly return to the 9th rank. Lin Yuan glanced at the eternal stars above the sky, which were the divine kingdoms of the true gods, theoretically harboring infinite energy. But now, Lin Yuan was not suited to stand directly against the gods. It seems I can only rely on those churches, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The churches, as the spokesforces of the gods on earth, also promote the faith of the gods. Although those of the 7th-ranked demigods were also establishing churches, compared to the authentic true God Church, they were simply not up to par. The true God Church indeed had methods to contact the true gods and could, if necessary, summon the divine incarnation of a god's power. Though this divine incarnation could not utilize the power of the god's divine kingdom, it far surpassed the 7th-ranked demigods and was enough to traverse the human world unhindered. However, to support the divine incarnation's intervention, a large amount of energy was naturally required, so each true God Church would store a large amount of divine crystals to summon the divine incarnation of a god's power at any time. In the battle for faith, conflicts would occasionally arise among the gods, even leading to clashes between divine incarnations. And Lin Yuan's target was the divine crystals stored by the various churches, which were extremely pure energy sources, even more flawless than the Tai micro-clear crystal of the main world. Next, you will go look for the divine crystals. No sooner had Lin Yuan thought this than his 2 primordial spirit incarnations understood his intentions. Sharing one consciousness as 3-in-1, communication was simply unnecessary. The 2 primordial spirit incarnations, being embodiments of the soul, could disperse and gather at will, most suited for this kind of mission. Underground Palace in Anpu City. At this moment, several adherents of the rank church stood at the entrance. This palace should be one of the strongholds of the lust cult, but for some reason, it's been abandoned. A bishop of the rank church frowned deeply. The lust cult had once made a name for itself in the capital of the empire, with many royals and nobles indulging in the cult's hedonistic pleasures. Later, the rank church discovered that a demigod was covertly gathering faith behind the lust cult and decisively eradicated them. The remnants of the lust cult had withdrawn from the capital, and over the years, the rank church had been searching for traces of the lust cult. Recently, the movements in Anpu City caught the attention of the rank church. By the time the rank church arrived to investigate, they finally confirmed that the lust cult had stayed in Anpu City. Bishop, it's all clear now, there's no trace inside the palace, it must have been deliberately cleaned by the cult, a church follower approached and whispered. It seems. The lust cult indeed withdrew voluntarily. The bishop of the rank church nodded slightly. The palace was too clean, and he could tell from the murals on the walls and some residual rituals that this place was a stronghold of the lust cult. Just. Bishop Lane's brow furrowed slightly. All the clues pointed to the lust cult's voluntary withdrawal. But Bishop Lane realized something was amiss. Why would the lust cult withdraw? Given that the rank church had not yet discovered them, the lust cult could have safely hidden here and developed gradually. Why then did they suddenly withdraw? Bishop Lane had dealt with the lust church many times, even leading the onslaught against the lust cult years ago. Therefore, Bishop Lane knew the lust cult well, an influential cult that controlled beings by manipulating their lust, thereby controlling the beings themselves. Throughout the process, it was incredibly subtle, even those with firm wills found it hard to resist the corruption of the lust church. As long as one was assimilated by lust, they could provide faith to the mother goddess of lust behind the cult. If the lust cult and the mother goddess of lust were allowed to develop, the dark abyss would surely gain a powerful true god. Just what? Why would the lust cult, akin to a rat crossing the street, not run? Would they wait for us to encircle them? Another bishop nearby shook his head slightly. Perhaps. Bishop Lane considered, although he didn't understand why the lust cult had retreated so cleanly, their cult minds were always crazed, defying ordinary reasoning. However, since the lust cult has given up on Anpu City, they must be hiding somewhere else. Next, we need to investigate every region of the empire, striving to find the new stronghold of the cult. Bishop Lane instructed. Chapter 20 Peak. After the Lust Church completely withdrew, the Rank Church, as usual, inquired about Anpu's city and the surrounding viscounties. This matter was then considered thoroughly resolved. Lin Yuan's life returned to peace. In Longshan City, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation field. Rule of Time. The great scholars of our human civilization, based on the nature of the rule of time, have summarized 2,173 rule of time models. Find adventures at my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan pondered, compared to nearly 10,000 spatial rule models, there are far fewer time rule models, but the difficulty of comprehending the latter is much greater than the former. And even if one comprehends all 2,173 time rule models, it doesn't mean one has fully understood the complete rule of time. To completely understand the rule of time, one needs to derive the last step on their own. The 2,173 time rule models simply provide a direction for evolvers to comprehend the rule of time. I have not yet recovered to the 9th rank, cannot open spatial layers, but I have made considerable progress in understanding the rule of time. Lin Yuan felt something wonderful inside. Over the century, he had comprehended more than 100 time rule models, nearly achieving minor accomplishment. This was a depth of understanding usually possessed only by 10th rank evolvers. Furthermore, Lin Yuan also had deeper insights about space rules. It is not to say that once the complete space rules are comprehended, there are no more debts in the realm of space rules, for space rules are vast and endless, presented in different aspects. What supreme beings comprehend about space rules is on an entirely different level compared to ordinary 9th rank evolvers. The Moyu Tower Masters, Void Interpretation, described the essence of space rules from another angle, benefiting Lin Yuan greatly, giving him new insights every time he reviewed it. Is everyone here? Lin Yuan glanced around and noticed that many members of the Longshan family had already gathered at the edge of the cultivation field, watching him fervently. A trace of invisible and illusory power began to converge towards Lin Yuan. This world is indeed suitable for following the path of belief. Lin Yuan knew that the power converging was the belief from the Longshan family members in him. This would be extremely incredible in the main world prime universe. In the human civilization of the main world, some evolvers also tried to follow the path of belief, but found that the power of belief was hard to gather, while it was much easier in this world. Unfortunately, the power of belief is too dependent on living beings. If the believers disappear or die, gods who rely on belief as their foundation will also lose their source of power. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Compared to the path of belief, he still preferred to amass power within himself, even if spreading the evolution path just made Lin Yuan's ultimate leap a bit easier. But that's not to say that without spreading the evolution path, Lin Yuan couldn't step into the 12th rank. Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered as he looked at the growing number of Longshan family members. In order to better spread the martial Tao cultivation skill, Lin Yuan every so often lectured within the Longshan family on the key essence of martial Tao cultivation. The leader, that's our leader. The leader is so powerful, just watching him makes my heart tremble. Of course, our leader, the Longshan family head, is regarded as the number 1 4th level knight in several major viscounties, and in the future, he is expected to become a 5th level grand knight, a super genius. The Longshan family members excitedly discussed, with many not practicing the martial Tao cultivation skill, but came specially to see Lin Yuan. Over the century, Longshan Ling's development had caught the attention of several neighboring viscounties. These viscounties joined forces, sending over a dozen peak 4th level knights to Longshan City, trying to pressure the newly appointed Baron Longshan. Those peak 4th level knights were beaten by Lin Yuan single-handedly, without even a chance to fight back. Since then, the several Viscounty territories no longer dared to consider any designs against Longshan Ling. In their view, the strength of Baron Longshan was already nearly close to a 5th level Grand Knight, and entering that rank was just a matter of time. What the peak 4th level knights from these Viscounties did not know was that the Baron Longshan they faced was on par with a true god, a terrifying existence. Time passed. Quickly, 2 hours went by. Lin Yuan's lecture was coming to an end, and the surrounding Longshan family members listened as if spellbound. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of the essence of power, Even if he wasn't skilled at teaching disciples, his description and explanation of martial Tao cultivation directly pointed to the core. The Longshan family members, if not understanding immediately, at least had some insights, and could gain more by thinking and reviewing after returning home. Above Longshan City. A slightly distorted space. Several figures were standing there, intently watching Lin Yuan below, who was giving his lecture. The three figures at the forefront, with subdued auras, were all 6th-level legendary knights, the Empire's ultimate reserve strength. On the plateau of myriad nations, perhaps the most powerful empires have demigods of 7th level, but most do not. 6th level is already the limit. 7th level demigods generally have two choices, one is to serve a true god, and the other is to secretly spread beliefs, attempting to become a god themselves. Lord Fabian, the martial Tao cultivation skill is spread by that Baron Longshan, said a blond young man respectfully to the elderly man standing at the forefront. Fabian, a myth of the Empire, a peak 6th level legendary knight, even likely to ignite divine fire and step into the realm of the 7th level demigod. Chapter 20 Peak, _2. In my view, the martial Tao cultivation skill is nothing special. Although it can encompass the vast majority of bloodlines, it cannot compare to our imperial cultivation skill when it comes to targeting specific bloodlines. Another young man couldn't help but say. The Longshan family made their martial Tao cultivation skill publicly available, and after spreading rapidly, it likewise reached the imperial family of the empire. Fabian immediately realized the importance of the martial Tao cultivation skill, which might lead to a revolution in all knights' cultivation skills, and promptly brought his people to Longshan City to discreetly observe that Viscount Longshan. You should say, our imperial cultivation skill cannot compare to the martial Tao cultivation skill. Fabian glanced at the young man and shook his head. This Viscount Longshan has unlimited potential and could very likely step into the 7th rank. Once these words were spoken, the others around him were immediately dumbfounded. Had they ever heard Fabian give such high praise to a knight? Unlimited potential. Very likely to step into the 7th rank. Good heavens! Were these words really coming from the usually proud Fabian? You don't believe it? Fabian's tone remained calm as he continued to listen carefully to Lin Yuan's lecture below. He couldn't see through Lin Yuan's strength and didn't detect anything out of the ordinary, but from every single word Lin Yuan uttered about the essence of power and the essence of cultivation, he faintly felt that Viscount Longshan's future achievements would far exceed his own. At least when Fabian was his age, he only knew how to exert power and had far less understanding of the essence of power than the current Viscount Longshan. And the higher one's cultivation, the more Fabian realized how important it was to understand the essence of power. My lord, it's not that we don't believe it, it's just too unbelievable. The other few people glanced at each other and said carefully. What a joke. Wasn't every 7th rank demigod knight with a powerful and profound bloodline difficult to reach? The mountain dragon bloodline of the Longshan family was indeed extraordinary, but its limit was the 5th rank. Achieving the status of a 7th rank demigod seemed as hard as ascending to heaven. It doesn't matter. If you don't believe it, just wait and see in 500 years, Fabian said indifferently, for he wouldn't have dared make such a claim if he wasn't certain that Viscount Longshan would step into the 6th rank within 500 years. For only 6th rank legendary knights could live more than 500 years. Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire. The martial Tao cultivation skill will be immediately popularized within our imperial family, otherwise, if we continue to wait, the surrounding empires will catch up. After pondering for a moment, Fabian spoke. Over the years, there had been ongoing disputes within the imperial family about how to deal with the martial Tao cultivation skill. At this moment, after having personally seen Viscount Longshan, Fabian had reached his conclusion. As for blocking the news and keeping the martial Tao cultivation skill solely within the imperial family, that was not very realistic. By now, too many knights within the empire were aware of the martial Tao cultivation skill, and the same was true for the surrounding empires. The reason there had been no movement so far was entirely because they were still studying the martial Tao cultivation skill. Understood. The knights behind him immediately responded. In the imperial family, Fabian's authority was second only to the rank church, and within the family itself, his word was absolute. Also, cozy up to this Viscount Longshan immediately, elevate his title to Earl, and the surrounding surplus territories, as well as the territories of those few Viscounts, let them all go to the Longshan family, Fabian mused, then continued. Yes. The others glanced at one another and responded at once. They clearly heard the unprecedented attention Fabian had for Viscount Longshan, directly elevating Viscount Longshan to Earl Longshan. Since the founding of the empire, there had never been such a significant elevation in noble rank, had there? Moreover, Viscount Longshan hadn't yet made any notable contributions. After all, every earl in the empire could have their title and the right to their territory passed down forever, even higher than the empire itself. Let's go. It's time to head back. Fabian took one last look at Longshan City below, then led his people back to the capital of the empire. What the 6th-rank peak legendary knight, Fabian, did not know was that just after he left, Viscount Longshan below cast a discreet glance at the spot where he had just been standing. He knows what's up, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Fabian and his group naturally couldn't get past Lin Yuan's perception. Lin Yuan didn't just perceive them, he heard every single word they said. Lin Yuan had long anticipated that the spread of the martial Tao cultivation skill would attract the attention of the empire. After all, compared to the many knights' cultivation skills, the martial Tao cultivation skill was too special, fully capable of replacing the vast majority of knights' cultivation skills. Initially, Lin Yuan thought the empire might take some measures, like controlling him, the source of the martial Tao cultivation skill. But clearly, the higher-ups of the empire were not short-sighted. Realizing that there was no way to suppress the martial Tao cultivation skill, they immediately took the initiative to join in. They even started to woo and reward Lin Yuan, the person from whom the martial Tao cultivation skill originated. After a series of events, even Lin Yuan did not harbor any ill feelings towards the imperial family of the empire. My 2 primordial spirits have already begun to infiltrate the church, Lin Yuan glanced into the distance. Although called the Plateau of Myriad Nations, the number of empires present far exceeds 10,000. Lin Yuan had his 2 primordial spirits collect divine crystals from churches of distant empires, naturally. Rabbits don't eat the grass at their burrow's edge. The empire Lin Yuan was in was named the Aslan Empire, a place of faith for the main god of rank. When dealing with a being at the level of a prime god, Lin Yuan remained cautious enough not to provoke a prime god lightly. In another empire far, far away from the Aslan Empire. This place is the land of faith for the Stargaze, true god, and the Stargaze Church is the most exalted place in this empire. Stargaze Church. A large number of believers were worshipping devoutly, wisps of ephemeral faith energy converging on the statue of Stargaze true god, then transferred to the true god's true form in the ocean of light through the statue. In the depths of the church. The Pope watched with a smiling face as divine crystals kept condensing in front of him. It seems my God is very pleased this time, to bestow so many divine crystals. The Pope thought with joy. Divine crystals contained incredibly pure energy, which could not only support divine incarnations but also greatly aid in cultivation. The divine crystals bestowed by the Stargaze true God this time could sustain the cultivation of all the church's 5th level and above powerhouses for hundreds of years. If I could consume these divine crystals, perhaps I could step into the 7th rank, then raise the divine kingdom, and enter the ocean of light with my God, to exist eternally. The Pope stared at the divine crystals in front of him, and a hint of greed suddenly rose in his heart. Just then, a figure silently appeared beside the Pope. The figure was indistinct in appearance, shrouded in a mysterious aura. The Pope glanced at it, failed to react immediately, and then his face changed dramatically. You are. Before the Pope could finish his sentence, his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he awoke again, he found the divine crystals that the Church had accumulated for thousands of years were gone. Who on earth? The Pope of the Stargaze Church had bloodshot eyes, so many divine crystals just vanished. Outside the church, Lin Yuan's form reconstituted itself. Not bad. Lin Yuan glanced at the newly acquired quantity of divine crystals and nodded slightly. Though the quantity was not large, there were many such occasions. Along the way, divine crystals amassed by dozens of churches had fallen into his hands. Keep going. Lin Yuan knew he had to be quick. He aimed to gather enough divine crystals to step into the 9th rank before the gods could react. Time passed. 10 years flew by in a blink. In these 10 years, Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits traveled through half of the plateau of myriad nations, and countless churches of the true gods fell prey to Lin Yuan's pillage. Of course, Lin Yuan was only interested in divine crystals. As for the congregations, he did not lay a hand on them. He mainly wanted to minimize the situation as much as possible. Killing the followers or only the church's upper echelons would be tantamount to declaring war against the gods up front, which would not benefit Lin Yuan's subsequent collection of divine crystals. Longshan Ling. In an underground cave somewhere. Lin Yuan looked at the large pile of divine crystals in front of him. He took a gentle breath, and a great number of divine crystals shattered, merging into Lin Yuan's body. In an instant, the inner world within him began to expand, and the spatial layers became denser and more vast. Having the experience of stepping into the 9th rank in the main world prime universe, Lin Yuan re-entered the 9th rank without any hiccups, even managing to suppress any noise from the breakthrough. Whoosh! Inhale. An indescribable and transient aura filled the air. No one knew that in the insignificant location of Longshan Ling in the Slan Empire, an existence on par with the 24 supreme gods was born. Chapter 21 Divine Lattice. The sky was gloomy, the stars hanging high. Lin Yuan walked out of the cave, in a pleasant mood. Returning to the 9th rank not only meant more time to open up derived space layers. It also symbolized Lin Yuan's qualifications and confidence to traverse this world without fear. Compared to other gods, Lin Yuan wasn't burdened by faith, so long as he was among mortals. Even a prime god wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Yuan. How would they dare? With Lin Yuan's blood rebirth and elemental body, 2 major defensive divine skills combined. Even if faced with an assault and siege by 24 prime gods, he could last a very, very long time. Find more to read at my virtual library Empire. And he might not even die at all, at most, he would just be sealed. The aftermath caused during that period, to say it would cover more than half of the mortal realms would not be an overstatement. At that time, countless lives would fall and perish. For Lin Yuan, this wasn't considered a loss. The worst he would do is give up spreading his law in this world. That's all. But for the gods, this was all about the foundation of their faith. Before Lin Yuan descended, the prime gods of the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness, even if they started a divine war, would not let the flames of war spread to the mortal realms. They all existed by the faith of mortals and wouldn't do something that destroyed their foundation. But Lin Yuan was different. He didn't care about the life and death of mortals. This was also the drawback of the path of faith. With the power of faith, 7th rank half-demigods could more easily raise a divine kingdom. How much trouble would those 7th rank peak evolvers of the main world have to go through to open up an inner world? But in this realm, one only needed to gather enough mortal faith. But one's success and downfall could also hinge on faith. The flaw of the path of faith was obvious: one could be both uplifted and beholden to the will of mortals. Of course, waging war with the 24 prime gods was an extreme situation, and Lin Yuan wouldn't do it unless absolutely necessary. It could only be said that Lin Yuan, having recovered his 9th rank strength, now had the qualifications to negotiate with the 24 prime gods. Lin Yuan tended to prefer that the 24 prime gods remain unaware of his existence until he reached his limits. These years of madly collecting divine crystals from various churches must have caught the attention of the true gods of the ocean of light, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It couldn't be helped, even the most fanatic demigod wouldn't target a true god church to plunder. Demigods merely wanted to quietly collect faith. As for standing against true gods, they weren't that foolish. But Lin Yuan didn't regret his actions. Without those divine crystals, his recovery to the 9th rank would have been delayed by at least another 50 or 60 years. And the churches that Lin Yuan targeted were backed by true gods who were not so dominant. It was fine as long as he didn't draw the attention of the prime gods. The number of spatial layers has exceeded 200,000 all at once. Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation descended into his inner world, carefully feeling the fluctuations of the multiple spatial layers. While the spatial layers required Lin Yuan to open them one by one, similar to realms, once a spatial layer was opened, he would fully grasp the mysteries of that layer. Just like a strand of Lin Yuan's spirit will descending into the demon jade space, even without the support of the many spatial layers of the inner world, he could still easily occupy layers upon layers of space. This world has a rich foundation, with at least trillions of spatial layers. After stepping into the 9th rank, Lin Yuan's sensitivity to spatial layers became clearer, and he could even faintly sense the existence of 2 extremely powerful spatial layers. That should be where the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness were located. The ocean of light and the abyss of darkness, where the gods resided, not existing within the main space. Over the long years, many powerful demigods desired to know the exact location of the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness, where all the gods lived. Many demigods traveled across half the mortal realms and still couldn't find it. In fact, the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness were not within the mortal realms at all. However, with Lin Yuan's current sensitivity to spatial layers, as long as he wished, he could enter the spatial layers where the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness were located at any time. Given the current rate at which I'm opening spatial layers, barring any accidents, before the time limit of my stay is up, reaching millions of layers should be a safe bet, Lin Yuan thought. This was almost equivalent to the speed of 10,000 layers per year, overwhelmingly surpassing countless 9th rank evolvers of the main universe. The Tianyu clan's Hunyi opened up over 30 million layers, but how much time did he spend? And how many treasures and resources? Even so, averaging it out, he was far from reaching 10,000 layers per year. At most, it was about a dozen layers per year. As long as I reach the myriad heavy realm of the 9th rank, then Hunyi will be no threat at all. Lin Yuan was very confident, especially since, in this traversal, he had awakened the great physical divine skill, elemental body. The most terrifying aspect of the elemental body lay in its growth potential. In theory, once Lin Yuan stepped into the 12th rank, he could also be immune to 90% of the rule attacks from a supreme being. Xianhuang's secret realm, Lin Yuan, through the door to the myriad realms, faintly felt his Taiyang divine spirit in the Xianhuang's secret realm. Xilan was still fleeing in desperate straits under Hunyi's attack, and Lin Yuan faintly sensed that Xilan's aura had weakened somewhat. This weakening was not about physical strength or soul, but a weakening of the spirit will, such that it affected the other avatars. Hang in there for another 2 years, Xilan. Even if this avatar of yours perishes, I will make sure to bring your treasure back, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Although he had deceived Xilan about being a senior, as long as the other party could hold on until Lin Yuan finished his traversal. Chapter 21 Divine Lattice, _2. Lin Yuan was inherently an elder, fully capable of dealing with Hunyi. Ocean of Light. Within a vast, winding palace. A gathering of true gods convened here. In the Ocean of Light, the 12 prime gods of light reigned supreme, holding sway over certain rules and authorities. The rest of the divine hosts were ranked according to their realms of power and types of faith, divided into lower-rank gods, middle-rank gods, and upper-rank gods. At this moment, the true gods gathered here included 18 lower-rank gods and 1 middle-rank god. This is preposterous, utterly preposterous. They even dare to steal the divine crystals bestowed by us. It seems that the evil gods of the mortal realm have forgotten our divine majesty. The true gods were filled with anger, as over the years, the churches they had established had their accumulations of divine crystals progressively plundered. Although their churches were not on par with the main god church, which had demigod-level combat power on standby for defense, they were not easy to rob. Those capable of such a feat must be at least of the demigod level, and a very powerful one at that. Because the churches that had their divine crystals plundered were not limited to these few gods, but were merely the first to convene. There were many more true gods who were asleep and unaware of such incidents. What should we do now? The ones who stole the divine crystals were extremely cautious and careful, leaving no clues behind. Moreover, What do those evil gods gain by stealing divine crystals? What's the benefit? A true god expressed doubt, questioning why those level 7 demigods weren't gathering faith instead of stealing divine crystals. The essence of divine crystals was a pure energy aggregation formed by true gods using their divine kingdoms over long periods. It was used to support the energy needed for their divine presence to descend to the mortal realm or to maintain the operation of the divine kingdoms. The demigods, already residing in the mortal realm and having no divine kingdoms to support, what was the point in seizing so many divine crystals? Regardless of the motive, brazenly plundering our churches is a provocation. I suggest we investigate immediately with utmost effort. Yes, we need to find out which evil god is responsible. I will extract his soul and burn it in the divine kingdom for 10,000 years. The many true gods spoke in icy tones, their dignity since ascending to the ocean of light and establishing divine kingdoms had never been so violated. I will have my followers unite with other demigods to clarify this matter. Just then, the only middle-rank god among them spoke up. Under the constraints of the 24 prime gods, these true gods could not personally descend to the mortal realm. As for descension through divine incarnations, maintaining a divine incarnation required a large amount of divine crystals, and conducting such a time-consuming investigation couldn't always rely on divine incarnations. The purpose of a divine incarnation was to settle matters conclusively, such as identifying the key perpetrator behind the multiple church raids, whereupon they would then send a divine incarnation to suppress directly. Thus, deploying demigods to investigate this matter was the best choice. Many demigods in the mortal realm allied themselves with churches, but only those associated with powerful churches. Long Shan Ling. Underground cultivation room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Within his mind, the door to the myriad realms faintly glimmered. A grayish-green gourd slowly emerged from the door to the myriad realms, crossing infinite dimensions, descending into this world. Also, bell-shaped weapon was transmitted through the door to the myriad realms, arriving along with the grayish-green gourd into Lin Yuan's hands. Now that he had restored his power to its peak period, possessing the ability to defend himself in this universe, Lin Yuan naturally summoned the mysterious gourd. By absorbing the liquid within the mysterious gourd, he could continuously enhance both the base size and strength of his inner world and physical body. Furthermore, it could enhance his physical body divine ability, blood rebirth. A higher level of blood rebirth allowed Lin Yuan to absorb the liquid in the mysterious gourd not from the beginning but to quickly catch up to the most recent progress. Just as in the main world prime universe, Lin Yuan was already close to completely absorbing the blue liquid within the mysterious gourd. In this world, Lin Yuan could achieve complete absorption of the blue liquid within a short period, from half a month to a few months. By the same logic, it can be concluded that if Lin Yuan in this world had completely absorbed the sixth type of liquid, the blue liquid, from the mysterious gourd, then the original Lin Yuan in the main world would be able to achieve this progress swiftly as well. The two are equivalent to synchronization of realms. Besides the mysterious gourd, that bell-shaped treasure was naturally the Origin Fine Gold. Origin Fine Gold possessed terrifying growth potential, but it required a significant amount of time to nurture. In the main world, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was simply too fast, with hardly any worlds to nurture, only striving in the shuttle worlds. After all, carrying these two treasures into the shuttle worlds merely consumed 2 strands of world-breaking origin force, and with Lin Yuan's current wealth of over 100 strands, it was completely sustainable. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 2 to 3 years had gone by. Finally, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world, which at this moment was vast and expansive, approaching a size of nearly 2 billion miles in diameter. To be precise, it was 1.665 billion miles. Compared to the original size of 10 million miles, it had grown 16.65 times. That was the total increase brought about after completely absorbing the green liquid. The mysterious gourd contains 7 types of liquids, with the blue liquid and the purple liquid following the green liquid. Blue liquid. Lin Yuan inverted the mysterious gourd, its spout pointing downward, as a drop of deep blue liquid slowly formed. What exactly forms this liquid? Lin Yuan observed carefully, as at his current level, he could see through numerous spatial layers at a glance. But he was still somewhat puzzled about the nature of the blue liquid. Even when magnified millions of times, the blue liquid remained just that, blue. Unchanged. This was quite incredible, as any object, when magnified millions of times, would show a different microscopic pattern, presenting more detailed components. But the blue liquid seemed to have no microscopic nor macroscopic form. In fact, not just the blue liquid, even the initial red liquid was the same. Whatever, as long as it benefits me, the principle behind it will become clear later. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he started to absorb the blue liquid. Boom! As soon as the blue liquid entered his body, a terrifying blue flame ignited, and with the help of the blood rebirth divine skill, Lin Yuan barely held on for a while before his body turned to ashes, only to recondense and come back to life afterward. Unaware. Lin Yuan had already been the family head of the Longshan family for 100 years. During these 100 years, the Longshan family had developed rapidly, especially 20 years ago when the imperial family of the Slan Empire openly granted substantial favors to the Longshan family, elevating their noble rank directly to Earl. It is known that outside of wartime, the promotion of a noble rank is extremely difficult. The imperial family is not foolish, for the more earls there are, the less power and territory they themselves hold. The territory of Earl Longshan encompassed the lands of several surrounding viscounts as well as other vacant lands, reaching 5 billion miles in diameter, nearly 10 times that of the original 60 million miles. Furthermore, martial Tao cultivation skill had already spread even further, accompanied by being the first widespread practice in the Slan Empire. Other empires followed suit. At least the strong within these empires repeatedly studied and found no pitfalls in martial Tao cultivation skill. With no pitfalls and a cultivation method that could achieve the effects of almost all night cultivation methods, why not promote it? The later it was promoted, the more knights the already popular empires would produce each day, lagging step by step, which would eventually impact the strength of the nation. Of course. The proliferation of martial Tao cultivation skill made countless strong individuals across the plateau of myriad nations curious about Earl Longshan of Longshanling, from whom the martial Tao cultivation skill had originated. Many demigods turned their gaze towards Longshanling. Outside Longshanling, from a corner shadow stepped out a gaunt old man. This old man, whose aura was contained, had a hooked nose and gloomy eyes, looking towards the distant Longshanling. As a demigod who had ignited the divine fire, he had lived nearly 100,000 years, experiencing countless events, thus few things could arouse his interest anymore. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. Earl Longshan, full name Longshan Yuan, the spreader of martial Tao cultivation skill. This cultivation skill I have seen is intricately detailed, far beyond what mere knights of the 4th or 5th level might create. This Earl Longshan has a big secret. The gaunt old man's figure swiftly blurred, turning into an almost invisible shadow, and stealthily entered Longshanling. Chapter 22 300 years later. Longshan Family Great Hall. Lin Yuan was listening to Longshanling's report. All the trivial matters of the Longshan family had been delegated to several trusted subordinates for handling, with Longshanling being one of them. Lin Yuan only needed to listen to reports periodically to grasp the overall direction. In this extraordinary world, individual might towered above power structures, and as long as Lin Yuan maintained his absolute strength, he needn't worry that such delegation of power would result in him being ousted. On the contrary, the members of the Longshan family were well aware that the Longshan family's present glory was all thanks to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, the Longshan family would just be a minor viscount-level power tucked away in a corner, nowhere near the Earl Longshan who now dominated the southeastern region of the empire. Patriarch, over the years, the number of strong warriors stationed in Longshan City has been increasing, with 4th-level knights, 5th-level great knights, and even 6th-level legendary knights appearing within the city. As Longshanling reported, a storm of emotions surged within her. A century ago, not a single 5th-level great knight would emerge in a span of hundreds of years around Longshanling and its vast surrounding regions, yet now they were appearing with increasing frequency, including those above the 5th level, 6th level legendary knights. In the past, such figures would have been considered supremely eminent individuals beyond Longshanling's wildest dreams, even influential figures within the Slan Empire. I understand, said Lin Yuan, nodding calmly. In fact, with the continuous spread of the martial Tao cultivation skill, such phenomena would become even more pronounced. Those powerful beings who were rarely seen would now want to understand the origins of the martial Tao cultivation skill. And if there were any cultivation method superior to the martial Tao cultivation skill. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. People are greedy, some can suppress their desires, while others cannot. Then Long Shan Ling hesitated slightly. Don't bother about them, Lin Yuan shook his head. With the deterrence of the Slan Empire, no strong warriors below the 7th level demigod would dare cause trouble. By bestowing upon the Longshan family the title of Earl in a public ceremony, the Slan Empire was effectively supporting the Longshan family. As for 7th level demigods, if they dared to harbor other intentions, Lin Yuan could crush them with a mere thought. Yes, Long Shan Ling said respectfully. Towards the Earl Longshan, who was about her age, Long Shan Ling felt an almost dependent level of trust. It seemed as if no matter what, even if the sky were to fall, Lin Yuan would be able to hold it up. Outside Longshan City, several breaths hidden in the shadows were communicating with one another. What are you old geezers doing here? What you're doing here, I'm doing here. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's all for the secrets behind Earl Longshan. The owners of these breaths were all demigod-level beings. In fact, by the time one reaches the 7th level, demigods have largely lost interest in most worldly affairs. Their only obsession was with achieving godhood and continuing to grow stronger. The emergence of the martial Tao cultivation skill had ignited a certain hope in these demigods. The intricacy of this cultivation method was such that even demigods could not possibly have invented it. Thus, in secret, many demigods speculated whether Earl Longshan had by chance obtained divine favor. The so-called divine favor refers to opportunities of the level of gods. To most beings, gods are immortal, but long-lived demigods know better. Gods can die. For example, by initiating a war of the gods. The stars formed by fallen gods would fall from the heavens. If one is fortunate enough to enter a shattered star, there's a possibility to find the treasures of that deceased god. This was also why so many demigods were congregating here. Opportunities at the level of gods might not allow them to become gods, but they can reveal more secrets. And if by chance they acquire a genuine divine artifact, they would indeed become invincible under true gods. A divine artifact could shield a demigod, acquiring more belief and concern with whether they could raise their divine kingdom to enter the ocean of light or the abyss of darkness. If Earl Longshan truly obtained divine favor, we can share it equally, said a figure in a grey robe. He, too, was a renowned demigod. Naturally. We are all fellow practitioners, there is no need for violent conflict. Indeed, we agree to share Earl Longshan's godly secret equally when the time comes, the other demigods said, but they harbored other plans in their hearts. If it's merely secrets, they could be shared equally, but what if it's a divine artifact? With only one divine artifact, how could it be divided? However, the demigods present were all old foxes. Even if a real fight were to break out, it would only happen upon seeing tangible benefits. Currently, even though it might just be courtesy, none would turn against each other. Let's sneak in quietly and after we capture Earl Longshan, directly perform a soul search, said a gaunt old man lurking in the shadows. Agreed. No problem. The demigods nodded. In their eyes, Earl Longshan was already a dead man. Apart from those true gods high above in the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness, who on earth could withstand the combined assassination of several demigods? You must know, being able to appear outside Longshan City so quickly, these were no ordinary demigods but rather powerhouses among demigods. That Longshan Yuan, targeted simultaneously by these formidable demigods, was undoubtedly doomed to die. Let's go. Move in. The 8 demigods immediately began infiltrating Longshan City with great caution. Although they were strong, they were not foolish. They knew that many demigods were watching Earl Longshan, holding back only because of mutual wariness. If these demigods were to take action, they would aim to cause as little commotion as possible, lest they attract the attention of other demigods. Soon. Chapter 22 300 years later, _2. 8 demigods entered Longshan City and infiltrated the Longshan Great Hall. Is that Earl Longshan? Just a little fellow over 100 years old. One by one, the demigods hid in the shadows, carefully observing Lin Yuan without making the first move. Since they had speculated that Lin Yuan might have obtained a divine chance, they had to consider whether he had any trump cards. Divine chances do not only contain true divine artifacts but also many other means that could seriously injure demigods even after many long years. Therefore, the demigods were all extremely cautious. The closer they were to success, the more they needed to keep their composure. This was common knowledge to all demigods. There shouldn't be any problems. I haven't felt any danger. True, I haven't sensed any aura of an 8th layer true god either. A few demigods looked at each other, disappointment flickering across their faces. This meant that the divine chance Lin Yuan had obtained might be very ordinary, not even bringing out a treasure that carried the aura of a true god. But anyway, even a mosquito's worth of meat is still meat. They had come this far and couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a gaunt old man hiding in the shadows slightly changed his expression, looking solemnly at the other 7 demigods. What kind of strength does Earl Longshan possess? The gaunt old man immediately asked through transmitted thought. What kind of strength? Seems to be 4th level. No, it's 5th level. The 7 demigods immediately responded through thought transmission. After all, Lin Yuan was right in front of them, they weren't in a hurry, and the duck in their mouths wouldn't fly away. Whether it's 4th level or 5th level, can you all sense Earl Longshan's strength now? The gaunt old man asked with a hint of incredulity in his tone. As he said this, the faces of the 7 demigods changed at once. For 7th rank demigods, whether it was 4th or 5th level didn't make much difference, and it was practically indistinguishable from 1st and 2nd levels or even ordinary people. But not making a difference doesn't mean they were the same. In the eyes of the 8 of them at that moment, Earl Longshan's aura was hidden, no different from an ordinary person. For 3rd or 4th level knights, they might feel Earl Longshan to be unfathomable, but all 8 here were demigods. How could they not sense Earl Longshan's specific aura? Something's fishy. The gaunt old man's brow twitched imperceptibly. Although as demigods their premonition and awareness gave no warnings, he just felt that something was off. Me too. Shall we withdraw first and then discuss? The other demigods also began to think of retreating. Earl Longshan gave them a very odd feeling. An odd feeling, that made their hearts tremble. Just as the 8 demigods exchanged glances, planning to leave and make long-term plans. A gentle voice suddenly rang in their ears. Guests have arrived, please stay. Under the astonished gaze of the 8 demigods, Lin Yuan looked up at them. Be careful. All 8 demigods were on high alert, ready to respond with full force. The words of Earl Longshan meant that he had discovered them long ago. But how was that possible? They had been careful enough, and even other demigods might not have been able to detect them. Could it be that Earl Longshan was also a demigod? Before the 8 demigods could figure it out, a terrifying force from the depths of the void crushed them to smithereens. In the Longshan Great Hall. Under Lin Yuan's gaze. The 8 demigods disintegrated without resistance. Thinking of killing me for my opportunity? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Since he dared to reveal his martial Tao cultivation skill, he had already taken these possibilities into account. How could he possibly stay in the Longshan Great Hall without sufficient strength? Is this the first time I've directly killed a demigod? Lin Yuan thought to himself that although he had killed the mother goddess of lust decades ago, it was a cursed killing from countless miles away without ever having seen her face. This must be the demigod lattice. Lin Yuan looked at where the 8 demigods previously stood. After their physical bodies and souls had completely turned into dust, 8 round crystals fell to the ground. It must be the demigod lattice. In this world, when knights reach the 7th rank, they ignite the divine fire and condense the demigod lattice. Once they elevate their divine kingdom, the demigod lattice within them will transform into the divine lattice. Whether it's a demigod lattice or divine lattice, both are the absolute core of demigods or true gods, the embodiment of their everything. Whoosh! 8 crystals floated in front of Lin Yuan, spinning leisurely. The crystals were of different colors, emitting different auras, such as the emaciated old man who always hid in the shadows. His demigod lattice was the color of shadows with a faint space fluctuation flowing through it. There was also the figure in the gray robe, whose divine lattice appeared gray, undulating with a poisonous aura. Lin Yuan looked over them casually, grasping the shadowy demigod lattice that was emitting the space fluctuations and briefly probed it with his mind. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. After probing into the demigod lattice with his mind, Lin Yuan vaguely obtained the perspective of the demigod lattice. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the world had become different. The world, once filled with various rule fluctuations, now had only space and shadows remaining. Although only these two remained, in Lin Yuan's perception, they became extremely clear. Originally, even in the main world prime universe, with the help of the rich space fluctuations on the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan's perception of the space rules was still vague, but now, it was extremely clear. The many spaces and shadows in this world seemed mystical, especially the vast, slow unfolding of billions of spatial layers before Lin Yuan. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essence of the world's rules, your perception of space and shadows continues to rise. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essence of the world's rules, your perception of space and shadows continues to rise. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essence of the world's rules, your perception of space and shadows continues to rise. Rumbling. Inner world. The vast expanse was nearly 200 million li in radius, and the number of spatial layers was nearing 300,000. Not only that, the number of spatial layers in the inner world was still increasing at a rate of 30 to 50 layers every day. However, when Lin Yuan used the demigod lattice's perspective to look at this world and its layers upon layers of space, the development of spatial layers in the inner world seemed to take a fixed direction, and started skyrocketing. 30 to 50 layers a day. 300 to 500 layers a day. 3,000 to 5,000 layers a day. Rumbling. Layer after layer of spatial layers developed, making the land of the inner world become substantial and the sky profound. What? Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, pulling away from the perspective he had just experienced. The demigods of this world, their demigod lattices are condensed from world rules, which allows them to comprehend the most fundamental rules of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked. Simply put, the rule-based attack methods controlled by the demigods of this world rely entirely on the demigod lattices within their bodies. With the power of the demigod lattice, they unleash the mysteries of rule-based attacks. This shadowy space demigod lattice could probably allow me to open up 1,000,000 layers of space. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. It wasn't that the demigod lattice itself contained the mystery of 1,000,000 spatial layers, but rather, the spatial origin mystery that this demigod lattice could glimpse into was that vast. Seeing and owning are two different concepts. Lin Yuan was at the 9th rank, and with his against heaven's understanding, he was able to exert such an effect with an ordinary demigod lattice. Against heaven, Lin Yuan silently marveled, it's truly against heaven. If a demigod lattice can have such an effect, what about a divine lattice? Lin Yuan's eyes heated up slightly. This demigod lattice spanned both shadows and space, but only space was of great use to Lin Yuan. Among the other 7 demigod lattices, there were 2 more concerning space. 3 demigod lattices together, excluding the overlapping essence of space, could open up an additional 2,000,000 spatial layers for Lin Yuan. One must know that since Lin Yuan stepped into the 9th rank, the total number of spatial layers was less than 300,000, and this was on the premise of comprehending dozens of cosmic forces, more than a dozen higher cosmic forces, and 1 source-level cosmic force. And now he could directly increase by 2,000,000 spatial layers. Demigods. Demigods who have comprehended the space attribute. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Every demigod lattice with the space attribute could glimpse into a part of the essence of space, which was greatly useful for Lin Yuan to develop spatial layers. From now on, both primordial spirits will focus on searching for those demigods, Lin Yuan decided internally. He didn't harbor a killing intent for those demigods with spatial lattices. As long as the other party cooperated and actively allowed him to sense their internal demigod lattices. Once Lin Yuan finished comprehending, he would only seal them up and release them after the 1,000-year living limit had passed. 1,000 years was not significant for the longevity of demigods. And so, time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. Chapter 23 90 million spatial layers. 300 years had passed, transforming Longshan Ling remarkably. The territory of the Longshan family expanded repeatedly, even occupying 1/5 of the Slan Empire. If it weren't for that legendary patriarch of the Longshan family who hadn't explicitly agreed to allow the ranked church to establish itself there, the Longshan family would likely have become the Longshan Empire by now. In the plateau of myriad nations, the establishment of any empire requires the approval of the main god church. This is a cast-iron rule set by the gods of the Ocean of Light. However, even without establishing an empire, the influence of the Longshan family today is hardly weaker than that of an empire. That legendary patriarch of the Longshan family was declared a demigod over 100 years ago. For this, the Longshan family was endowed with endless glory. A demigod, as long as they do not stand against the church and covertly gather followers, can live exceptionally comfortably. The Pope of the ranked church had worried when he first learned that the Longshan patriarch had stepped into the 7th level of demigod. He feared that the other party would utilize the Longshan domain to gather followers. But after observing for a while and even employing the church's unique ability to sense the gathering of faith, and confirming that there was no fluctuation of faith gathering around Longshan Ling, he completely put his mind at ease about the Longshan patriarch. After all, a demigod who doesn't cause trouble and isn't interested in followers can save the church a lot of worry. With the tacit consent of the ranked church, the development of the Longshan family thereafter was exceptionally smooth. On this day, many members of the Longshan family gathered toward the clan training grounds. Today should be the day the patriarch talks about the martial Tao cultivation skill. I finally get to see the patriarch. Such a day only comes once every 10 years. Our current patriarch of the Longshan family is a spectacular talent, stepping into the 7th level of demigod before the age of 500, surely that must break the records of the neighboring empires, right? The faces of the Longshan family members beamed with pride, their tones filled with fervor. This was not something strange, for before Longshan Yuan assumed the position of patriarch, the Longshan family was just a small force tucked away in the southeast corner of the empire. I heard that the Pope of the ranked church has invited the patriarch to join the church several times, promising to request a subordinate deity spot from the main god. A subordinate deity, that is a deity subordinate to the prime god, a much higher status than those gods who reside alone in the divine kingdom. It's a pity that the Longshan patriarch did not immediately agree, saying he needed to think it over. Worthy of our patriarch, if a prime god invited me to become a subordinate deity, not even needing to be a prime god, any god inviting would make me wake up laughing from my dreams. Many members of the Longshan family gathered at the edge of the training ground, and as it was still early and the patriarch had not yet appeared, they quietly discussed among themselves. The focus of the discussion was naturally still the Longshan patriarch. Being a demigod and receiving an invitation from the main god church was undoubtedly an incredibly remarkable matter. The plateau of myriad nations is vast and broad. The number of demigod-level powers is considerable, yet it's rare to hear of a demigod-level power being so valued by a deity. Now not only was the Longshan patriarch deemed significant by a deity, but this deity was also one of the 12 prime gods of light, such an honor undeniably evoking envy from many demigods. Though becoming a subordinate deity would mean losing freedom, it would be as a deity subordinate to one of the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light. Since ancient times, the number of true gods might fluctuate, but the number of prime gods has always been fixed at 24, neither more nor less. Just as countless members of the Longshan family continued their discussions. In the center of the training ground, on a high platform, a figure appeared at some unknown time. The patriarch has arrived. The patriarch is here. One by one, the members of the Longshan family ceased their conversations, their gazes intensely fixed on the figure on the high platform. In the Longshan family, the Slan Empire, and even the Rank Church, all needed to step back, only the patriarch was the sole heaven. In the center of the platform, Lin Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, glanced at the masses of Longshan family members on the edge of the training ground. It's been 300 years already. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional in his heart, for during these 300 years, aside from his own cultivation, he also guided his clan's people in the practice of the martial Tao cultivation skill. After all, related to the transmission of the art, Lin Yuan was still willing to devote himself to this aspect. And under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance, the number of practitioners of the martial Tao cultivation skill rapidly increased, with over 10,000 of the Longshan family members cultivating to the 4th level. Over 2,000 reached the 4th level. And more than 50 reached the 5th level. There was even one who reached the 6th level, equivalent to a legendary knight among martial Tao cultivators. This was only within the Longshan family, as there were even more cultivators outside practicing the martial Tao cultivation skill, though they lacked Lin Yuan's personal guidance. But with such a base, the number of strong cultivators at various levels of the martial Tao cultivation skill was greater than that within the Longshan family. In just 300 years, such achievements had been realized mainly due to the localization of the martial Tao cultivation skill, which primarily focused on tapping into the power buried deep within one's bloodline. This approach indeed meant sacrificing potential for future growth, but, in terms of training speed in the early stages, it was indeed formidable. The spread of the martial Tao cultivation skill was just one of the many minor accomplishments of Lin Yuan over these 300 years. One of Lin Yuan's greatest achievements in the past 300 years was in the development of the spatial layers, reaching an astounding 90 million layers. 90 million layers of spatial layers, a number Lin Yuan would not even dare to dream of before beginning his current journey. Chapter 23 90 million spatial layers, _2. Even with against heaven's understanding, dozens of cosmic forces, more than a dozen higher cosmic forces, and one source-level cosmic force aiding him, Lin Yuan dared to set his sights only on the countless spatial layers, and that too was a result of spending 1,000 years of residence time. Even so, such a pace of expansion had reached 10,000 spatial layers a day, which in the eyes of other 9th-rank powerhouses was utterly unattainable. But now, with the advent of divine lattice, especially those with spatial attributes, it was as if he had been handed the key that unlocked the essence of the space rules of this world. Lin Yuan's speed at expanding the derived space layers soared exponentially, completely defying all logic. To simply put it, those 9th-stage powerhouses in the main world prime universe had to comprehend and expand their spatial layers bit by bit, one at a time, while Lin Yuan's method of expansion was different. He could simply use the layers of this world as a template for his own. The moment he finished expanding a spatial layer, he would instantly grasp the spatial origin source insights related to that layer. For example, the 9th-stage powerhouses in the main universe had to create spatial layers from scratch, like deriving a complex formula without any direction or target known in advance. Whereas for Lin Yuan, it was as if he had already received this formula beforehand and merely needed to derive the process from it, which drastically reduced the difficulty by several magnitudes. 90 million spatial layers. Lin Yuan gently closed his eyes, feeling the boundless power transmitted from his inner world throughout his body. In the starry sky where the myriad clans of the main world classified the 9th rank into 5 tiers, reaching 10 million layers was already the extreme limit of the 9th stage peak. As for 90 million layers, Hunyi had opened up 30 million spatial layers and thus was already the strongest 9th rank being of the Tianyu clan. 90 million layers, one could estimate that throughout all the races of the main universe and even including those unique, special beings, there were probably only a handful that could come close. Here close does not mean reach or exceed. Especially those unique special beings, which are so rare in the vast cosmos, their innate talents are terrifying beyond belief. These special beings with such unfathomable depth could open up spatial layers with almost the same ease as eating or drinking drink, scarcely any less simple. Even so, to expand to 90 million spatial layers, not to mention expanding, even just counting layer by layer, it would take a very long time, wouldn't it? The most critical point is, according to the current trend, 90 million layers is far from Lin Yuan's limit, with still more than half of his designated residence time remaining. Lin Yuan still had a great deal of room to grow. It's a pity, the current demigod lattice is not of much use to me anymore. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Over the past 300 years, he had used his two primordial spirits to search the world for demigod lattices with spatial attributes, that is, demigods with the ability to manipulate space. If one were to divide the spatial origin source of this world from bottom to top into 10,000 parts, the key to the spatial essence held within a demigod's demigod lattice would only occupy the lower third of that range. As for the upper two-thirds, the demigod lattice's tier was too low, it could not see that far. As Lin Yuan gradually mastered the bottom third of the spatial origin source, other demigod lattices with spatial attributes began to overlap with the spatial essence he had already grasped. The divine lattice of a true god should be able to help me further advance. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, which in reality meant observing the spatial layers where the ocean of light and the dark abyss resided. No rush. Take it slow. Lin Yuan's thoughts reconverged, even though the current demigod lattice didn't have as great an effect on him as before. It still had some use. He still intended to thoroughly comprehend the demigod lattice and the one-third area of spatial essence it could glimpse into before dealing with divine matters. My inner world has now reached a scale of 108.3 billion miles in circumference. Lin Yuan's consciousness descent into his inner world revealed that he had absorbed much of the sixth type of liquid from the mysterious gourd, the blue liquid, over the past 300 years. In theory, once he completely absorbed the first 6 types of colored liquids, Lin Yuan's inner world would reach a circumference of 1.998 billion miles. Approaching 2 billion miles from my inner world, plus 90 million spatial layers, my current power should be at the level of 9th rank invincible, shouldn't it? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Unlike the 8th layer, the 9th rank did not entertain the concept of invincibility. Because the confrontation between 9th rank powerhouses was not about the level of power and might, it wasn't a matter of brute strength ensuring victory. Unless it is a strike from a supreme being that tears through countless spatial layers, a strike of such caliber that no matter where you hide or flee to within those layers, you are doomed to die. The combat among 9th rank fighters requires competing across multiple spatial layers. For instance, under specific conditions, 9th rank fighters like Shilan, who cannot open up less than 1 million spatial layers, can easily elude top 9th rank fighters like Hunyi who can open over 30 million spatial layers. But that was before. Now, with the scale and solid foundation of Lin Yuan's inner world, he could effortlessly suppress other 9th rank fighters with a mere gesture, including Hunyi who could open over 30 million spatial layers. If this isn't invincibility, what is? Now I just need to conclude my traversal. The predicament of the Xianhuang secret realm is truly nothing, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. However, doing so would be somewhat of a waste of this opportunity to traverse. Even though he had the world coordinates in hand and could continue the consciousness descent, it would require the expenditure of 10 strands of world-breaking origin force. Time. Lin Yuan, through the will of his inner world, raised his right hand, and time began to fluctuate smoothly and steadily, either accelerating or pausing. Time pause. A touch of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes, as in the past 300 years, he had deduced over 200 time rule models, gaining some understanding of the ability to pause time. It can't be maintained for a long duration. Lin Yuan tried it out and found that the longer he sustained the time pause state, the greater the backlash from the time rules would become. It's like when you forcefully dam up a breach. You may stop the river's flow temporarily, but as the upstream water accumulates more and more, the eventual breach will result in an even more severe disaster. The pause in time was similar. Forcing time to pause in a particular region would continuously suffer backlash brought about by corrections from time rules. With Lin Yuan's current foundation, he could at most pause time in a certain region for 20 breaths. Any longer, and he would suffer irreversible damage. And the region where time was paused couldn't contain any exceedingly powerful life forms. Pausing time for a stone versus pausing time for a 9th rank life form, naturally, they are not the same in terms of difficulty. In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Yuan looked around at the numerous clansmen of the Longshan family, and began to impart the martial Tao cultivation skill. Several hours passed. Lin Yuan's lecture reached its conclusion. Under the rapt gaze of countless Longshan family members, Lin Yuan disappeared from the center of the arena. The underground cultivation room. Lin Yuan's figure reappeared. These 300 years, I have secretly abducted a large number of demigods, including many from the True God Church. It must have had a significant impact, Lin Yuan silently pondered. To better comprehend the spatial essence of this world and thereby open up layer upon layer of space, Lin Yuan, apart from the demigods of the main God Church whom he did not target, had visited most of those from the True God Church. This was far more serious than the pillaging of the divine crystals from the True God Church 300 years ago. In the absence of interference from the true gods, the demigod-tier powerhouses are the strongest combat forces of the churches. As for the descent of godly power incarnations, they are the last resort. Most matters, as well as conflicts with other churches, still rely on the demigod-tier powerhouses. It's not a problem. Lin Yuan only pondered for a moment, not too concerned. If 300 years ago, Lin Yuan held some apprehension toward the gods of the ocean of light and the dark abyss, after all, the 24 prime gods were beings of his same rank. Now, having opened 90 million spatial layers and with his inner world approaching an expanse of nearly 200 million square miles, Lin Yuan has truly become in this world unfearing of all. Chapter 24. Do I have to hide? Continue to open up more spatial layers. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Actually, Lin Yuan could have attempted to break through to the 10th rank as early as when he created millions of spatial layers. According to the experiences of countless 9th rank beings in the main world, breaking through to the 10th rank, millions of spatial layers were enough to meet the threshold for the breakthrough. But Lin Yuan did not wish to forsake the greatest opportunity presented by this traversal. After breaking through to the 10th rank, the inner world would continue to transform and begin to solidify, to a certain degree. At that time, creating spatial layers as one could at the 9th rank would not be so easy. Instead of that, it was better to open up as many spatial layers as possible while still at the 9th rank. Why did Hunyi, the strongest 9th rank being of the Tianyu clan, open over 30 million spatial layers but still refuse to break through to the 10th rank? Was he foolish? Certainly not. Spatial layers represent the depth and thickness of a world, a more hidden foundation aside from its evident size. The more spatial layers one opens at the 9th rank, the greater the help for stepping into the 10th rank, and even the 11th rank, when the inner world transforms into an inner universe. This is also why Lin Yuan is currently opening spatial layers so fervently, although it can't be said that missing this opportunity would leave him without another chance. But the opportunity must be seized. Besides, another reason Lin Yuan has not attempted the 10th rank breakthrough is the Xian Huang secret realm. The Xian Huang secret realm prohibits those at the 10th rank and above from entering, a rule established since the opening of the Xian Huang secret realm. Even supreme beings cannot forcefully enter, and Lin Yuan worries that if during his traversal, the nature of his spirit will transforms, it would be detected by the Xian Huang secret realm as anomalous, and then he would be ejected from it. Of course, this possibility is not very large. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. When Lin Yuan's will arrives, even if he truly breaks through to the 10th rank, it doesn't have much to do with his main body. For Lin Yuan, the descent of will also has a trial and error purpose. But to be cautious, considering many aspects, Lin Yuan still prioritizes opening more spatial layers. After all, with his current accumulation, whenever he wants to break through to the 10th rank, he can do it. There's absolutely no need to hurry the process. Those 9th rank peak powerhouses who had just opened millions of spatial layers were anxious to try breaking through to the 10th rank because their lifespan was nearing its end. They had no other choice, that's why they did it. Lin Yuan still has plenty of lifespan left, so there's no need to rush. Xian Huang's secret realm. Lin Yuan once again perceived the situation through the door to the myriad realms, sensing the circumstances on the side of the Taiyang divine spirit. Shilan's breath has already weakened by nearly a quarter. Lin Yuan was aware of this numerically, knowing Shilan could still hold on for a while. As for the damage to his main body's avatar caused by burning his spirit will, that's not irreparable. After all, once Lin Yuan finishes his traversal and returns to the Xianhuang secret realm, he can give Xilan some opportunities. Lin Yuan can foresee that, after his traversal ends, with his strength, he should be able to sweep away all the 9th rank beings in the Xianhuang secret realm. At that time, all the resources in the secret realm would be there for his taking. Actually, even if Lin Yuan doesn't experience the entire traversal, he would still be able to sweep through the entire Xianhuang secret realm if he returned now. Ocean of Light. Hundreds of true gods were seated in a spacious hall. Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits abducting a large number of demigods had completely angered the gods of the Ocean of Light, on top of the massive looting of divine crystals 300 years ago. Old grudges and fresh grievances made the gods' teeth itch for revenge. My most devout follower, a 7th-rank demigod named In Mosi, has vanished without a trace for over 200 years. I can feel that he is still alive, but I have no idea where he is. A true god with a single horn scanned the many gods around and said, "My 2 demigod followers are the same. Who could this be, capable of eluding our perception?" Another true god, with white wings, spoke. "My followers are the same. To elude our perception, could they have fallen into another divine kingdom? Is it those divine beings from the Dark Abyss doing this? No, that's not right. The Dark Abyss has its own prime gods who would not do such a thing," one said. Hundreds of true gods conversed, and eventually concluded that their followers could indeed be in other divine kingdoms, as this was the only explanation for the gods' inability to perceive their followers. However, this divine kingdom may not be from living deities, as the remnants of fallen gods' divine kingdoms from the distant past had similar abilities. So you're saying someone abducted our demigod followers and hid them in a fallen divine kingdom? What does the other party want? Why not just kill them? Why do this? The gods were puzzled, and while the conclusion seemed incredible, it was the only explanation that made sense of their situation. Could it be that a group of powerful demigods in the mortal realm luckily obtains a divine opportunity and acquires a fallen divine kingdom? Then they begin targeting our church's demigods, abducting them one by one, and for some purpose, keep them in that fallen divine kingdom? Soon, some true gods started theorizing about the cause and sequence of events. Despite there being many inexplicable aspects, they managed to clarify the reasons behind the events. Now what do we do? Where exactly are our demigod followers and who is the mastermind behind all of this? Any clues? A true god voiced their doubts. Rest assured. Just then, a true god sitting in the highest seat spoke up. He was an upper-rank god, one of the most powerful and high-ranking beings beneath the prime god. He surveyed the hall of gods and slowly said, "I have already given the aura of your followers to the god of divination over 100 years ago, for him to deduce the last known location of their presence." Chapter 24. Do I have to dodge? _2". As these words were spoken, the hearts of the gods present were certain. The god of divination, one of the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light. The powers the god of divination commanded were very special, that is, premonition and divination. The god of divination could merge with heaven and earth, observing the changes and evolution of all things in the world from a unique perspective. In simple terms, as long as the god of divination was willing to pay the price, he could know anything in the world. However, to ask the god of divination to take action also required a huge price. If it wasn't for the fact that their demigod-level followers had suffered such severe losses, this upper-rank god would not have sought out the god of divination. "The god of divination told me that the results would be given out during this period," said the upper-rank god seated at the head. "Good. Then we shall wait. As for the price of asking the god of divination to take action, we will also bear some of it," the gods said to each other after exchanging glances. The upper-rank god seated at the head looked slightly better upon hearing this. Time slowly passed. Before long, several months had gone by. The expression of the upper-rank god at the head suddenly changed. Seeing this, the other true gods turned their gaze towards him. A moment later, the complexion of that upper-rank god gradually returned to normal. He then looked at the gods and slowly said, "The god of divination has given the results. As expected of the god of divination. That is the source of the aura we could not find no matter what. Where exactly was the last place our demigod-level followers disappeared?" The gods looked at the upper-rank god with anticipation. The god of divination said, "The last place where all the followers' auras disappeared was in the Longshan Ling area of the Slan Empire on the plateau of Myriad Nations." The upper-rank god stated directly. "The Slan Empire, that's the territory of the main god of rank. Longshan Ling. I remember now, the Lord of Longshan Ling is talented and gifted. The outside world has theorized that he might have received a divine favor." Divine favor? I understand now, the prime culprit behind the abduction of our demigod-level followers is none other than the Lord of Longshan Ling, which fits with our earlier speculation that all the followers were hidden in some ruined divine kingdom. The Lord of Longshan Ling, the Longshan family patriarch, a demigod under 500 years old, truly deserves death for daring to secretly act against us. If not for the god of divination, we would still be in the dark to this moment. The Longshan family patriarch truly deserves death. The god's tone was indignant, but they did not act rashly. After all, Longshan Ling was situated within the territory of the rank church, which was the church of the main god of rank. Without clarity on whether the main god of rank was related to this matter and whether he was aware, as angry as the true gods were, they had to remain sensible. "Let's go. We ourselves shall descend with divine power incarnations and head to Longshan Ling to see if the great main god of rank will deal with this matter." Indeed, the great main god of rank advocates for order, and the actions of that Longshan family patriarch are akin to creating chaos. I don't believe the main god of rank is aware of this. The gods exchanged glances and immediately came to a decision. The 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light were lofty, and the main god of rank was no exception. With the stature of the main god of rank, how could he possibly care about those demigods of the mortal realm? This matter was likely the doing of the Longshan family patriarch and had little to do with the main god of rank. However, regardless, the people of the Longshan family were within the territory of the rank church. Even if they were in the right, they still had to give notice. "I have had contact with the Pope of the rank church of the Slan Empire. Let me inquire first if he knows of this matter." A true god spoke, immediately separating a wisp of divine power to make contact. The Pope of any true God church has an extremely special connection with the true God themselves, perhaps even as a direct descendant. For a main God church like the rank church, its Pope is directly an attached spirit of the main God of ranks will carrier. Only in this way can they better control the entire church. Attached spirits, though not free, are still divine beings. Residing in the Ocean of Light, it was perfectly normal for the gods present to have had contact with the other party. We leave now. To Longshan Ling to demand an explanation. Countless true gods within the Great Hall sent down divine power avatars within their respective churches, grandiosely moving towards Longshan Ling in the Slan Empire. The Slan Empire. The rank church. The Pope suddenly opened his eyes. The Longshan Patriarch is the main culprit behind the abduction of numerous demigod-level powerhouses from the church in the past few centuries. There are now a great number of avatars of divine power descended from true gods, rushing this way. The rank Pope's brow was furrowed, his true form belonging to the spirits of the Ocean of Light, carrying out the commands of the main god of rank to manage the mortal churches. The mission given to him by the main god of rank was not only to manage the churches but also to search for demigods with enough potential to be guided to the Ocean of Light and become subordinate spirits to the prime god. Over the years, the one he had taken such a fancy to most was the chief of the Longshan family. The other party was young, with tremendous potential, and moreover, his lack of interest in the faith made the rank Pope very inclined to win him over. And in these years, the rank Pope had also been making efforts in this direction. Nonsense. For so many true gods to descend avatars of their divine power without regard for face, isn't that a farce? The rank Pope immediately rose and hastened towards Longshan Ling. He also felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. If those true gods dared to make such a big move, they must have decisive evidence. Should this matter blow up, it would definitely not bode well for Longshan Yuan. The main god of rank valued order, and order included both rewards and punishments. If Lin Yuan truly was the main culprit in the disappearance of many church demigods over the past few centuries, and the main god of rank became aware, he would surely act according to the rules without any partiality. Cold and impartial, these words described the main god of rank. We absolutely cannot let Longshan Yuan meet with that group of spirits. The rank pope decided to protect Lin Yuan. As long as the two sides had not met and confronted each other face to face, there was room for the situation to de-escalate, and then it would be easy to speak on behalf of the prime god. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the rank pope arrived at Longshan Ling. I want to see the Longshan Patriarch. The rank pope directly approached the entrance of the Longshan Great Hall. See the Patriarch? Longshan Ling and a few others immediately stepped forward to greet him. They recognized the rank pope and knew his status and position, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Correct. The Longshan Patriarch may be implicated in the disappearance of demigods over these past few centuries, and now a great number of avatars of true God's divine power are coming to accuse him. The rank pope briefly explained. What? Your Holiness, there must be some misunderstanding here. Longshan Ling and the others were trembling, avatars of divine power descended by hundreds of true gods. Those were the avatars of the true God's divine power that could level Longshan Ling with just a mere leak of their presence. Longshan Ling and the others also quickly realized that the reason why those true gods were willing to come and accuse in person was probably to give face to the rank church. Otherwise, with the overbearing nature of the true gods, they would simply have acted directly to obliterate Longshan Ling, no questions asked. What's most important now is, before that group of true gods arrives, we take the Longshan Patriarch to our church to hide for a bit. The rank pope quickly said. The true gods dared to come to Longshan Ling to accuse. But they would absolutely not dare accuse in front of the rank church. That would be the dignity of the main god of rank. Yes. Seek the church's shelter. Longshan Ling and the others also felt like they had found their backbone in an instant. They immediately led the rank pope and others into the Longshan Great Hall and came to the entrance of the cultivation room. Patriarch, a major event has occurred. Longshan Ling immediately activated a method of contact, trying to reach Lin Yuan, who was in seclusion. Inside the cultivation room, Lin Yuan opened his eyes silently. Rustle. The door opened. Lin Yuan emerged, his expression serene. Patriarch. Longshan Ling quickly explained the situation. Patriarch, you need to rush to the church right now to take cover. Longshan Ling said anxiously. Even though she revered her patriarch immensely, she did not believe Lin Yuan could survive in the face of avatars of divine power descended by hundreds of true gods. In the face of a life-and-death crisis for Longshan family's supporting pillar, how could Longshan Ling not be anxious? How could she not be flustered? Longshan Patriarch, as long as you hide in the church, I guarantee those spirits will not dare to come forcefully. The rank pope also hastily said. Hide. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm and distant as he stepped out of the Longshan Great Hall, looking towards the end of the sky's expanse. In the distance, a terrifying and majestic presence began to approach rapidly, as if a majestic heavenly might was descending. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, his sleeves billowing, and with a gentle sweep forward, when he drew his hand back, hundreds of Tao incarnations had mysteriously appeared in his palm. Use hiding. Chapter 25 The God Among Men, requested. The heavens and earth were vast and boundless. Hundreds of powerful auras roared toward Longshan Ling. As incarnations of divine power descended from the ocean of light, each figure on the field symbolized a true god. Even though they were merely incarnations, their strength far surpassed the peak of a demigod, approaching that of an eighth-layer true god. Especially the foremost dozen figures, who were incarnations of divine power from upper-rank gods, their aura fluctuations had reached the threshold of a true god. Even among eighth-layer true gods, the disparity in strength was vast, depending on the rules and authority held by their divine lattice and the purity of their divine power. Of course, the most crucial aspect was how much belief they had gathered. Belief is the foundation of every true God, leveraging the power of all beings, allowing seventh-layer demigods to gather and elevate a divine kingdom. In the distant past, there were frequent divine wars between the true gods of the ocean of light and the dark abyss, fundamentally fighting over the acquisition of belief. Wait a minute. After flying for a while, the hundreds of divine power incarnations subtly sensed something amiss. Especially those of the upper-rank gods, who furrowed their brows and continuously surveyed their surroundings. As true gods, their realm evident, even as divine power incarnations, they possessed keen spatial awareness. Some true gods had already sensed something. The space has changed. The space of the mortal world is not like this. Right, I also find it strange. Could it be that we haven't arrived in the mortal world? Impossible. The anchor points for our divine power incarnations are the major churches of the mortal world. How could it not be the mortal world? One by one, the true gods quickly exchanged thoughts, looking around at their surroundings, feeling an unprecedented strangeness. Stop arguing. An upper-rank god thought for a moment and spoke. According to our speed, we should have already arrived at Long Shanling by now, but where is Long Shanling now? With these words, the faces of all the other true gods turned solemn. Indeed, the speed of a true god is incredibly fast. Even if the plateau of myriad nations is vast and expansive, a large group of true gods like them flying for this long should have already arrived. True gods are not engaging in simple physical flying, theirs is a shifting flight that compresses spatial distances. What does this mean? Has Long Shanling been moved away? Some true gods had yet to react, mostly lower-rank gods, who had little awareness of the essence of space. It's not that Long Shanling has been moved away. It's us who have been moved. Unbeknownst to us, at some point, we were moved into a sealed space. An upper-rank god voiced his speculation. Although this conjecture was incredible, moving them in front of so many true gods seemed like a fantastical tale. Yet, aside from this possibility, the upper-rank god could think of no other explanation. If you don't believe it, you can try to return to the ocean of light. This upper-rank god glanced at the other gods, whose faces were filled with disbelief, and added another line. The ocean of light is located not in any specific location in the mortal world, but in another spatial layer. Thus, no matter how much those demigods in the mortal world search, they can never find the dwelling of the gods, the ocean of light and the dark abyss. To the demigods, the ocean of light may seem far away, but to the true gods present, it was but a stone's throw away. With their true selves as coordinates, the numerous divine power incarnations easily locked onto the spatial layer where the ocean of light was located. Ultimately, all they had to do was break through the space to enter. I can't believe that there exists such a powerful being in the mortal world capable of moving us effortlessly. Correct, I am going back to the ocean of light now. Apart from the great prime God, it is absolutely impossible for anyone else to move us collectively. A significant portion of the true self-incarnations immediately broke the space, attempting to enter the ocean of light and reunite with their true bodies. However, the space was indeed broken open. But moments later, all of the divine power incarnations reappeared in the main space, their faces pale. Through the recent attempt, these divine power incarnations were shocked to find that they could vaguely sense the location of the ocean of light. But they just couldn't reach it. It seemed as though there was an invisible barrier separating them. Discover more content at my virtual library empire. Or rather, all of their divine power incarnations were within a spatial prison. This speculation made the faces of many divine power incarnations look awful, even carrying a hint of fear. If the speculation were true, then who could be behind this act? The Prime God? Would the Prime God have such a boring time as to tease them? If not the Prime God, then who? Outside the Longshan Great Hall, under the watchful eyes of the rank Pope and Longshan Ling among other core members of the Longshan family, Lin Yuan's right hand reached into the void, and his palms suddenly filled with hundreds of headless fly-like, meson figures. Clan leader, if what the Pope says is correct, and a large number of true God incarnations are about to descend, hiding in the rank church is the most urgent matter. Clan leader, there are many doubts about the disappearance of the many demigods, we should prioritize preserving ourselves now. Longshan Ling and other core members of the Longshan family continued to earnestly advise. They knew the importance of Longshan Yuan to the Longshan family. Anything could happen to anyone in the Longshan family, even total destruction. But nothing could happen to Longshan Yuan. With Longshan Yuan present, rebuilding the Longshan family was only a matter of time, but without Longshan Yuan, even if every member of the Longshan family survived, what awaited them was partitioning by other forces. As for what Lin Yuan just said, need to hide. Longshan Ling and others believed it meant denying any connection with the disappearance of the many demigods. Chapter 25 The God Among Men, _2. But at this time, whether it was Lin Yuan's doing had become irrelevant. With so many true God incarnations descending, it was entirely possible for them to mistakenly kill Longshan Yuan in an accident. Longshan Ling and other core members of the Longshan family also noticed several hundred Jezi figures emerge in the palm of their patriarch. However, they didn't pay it much attention. The most pressing matter was to follow the rank pope into the rank church before those true God incarnations arrived. Only by the grace of the great main God of rank could they deter those true God incarnations. Anxiety also filled the heart of the rank pope standing beside them. The descent of hundreds of true God incarnations was a pressure even for him. Relying on his identity as an affiliated spirit of the main God of rank, the rank pope was certain that the incarnations would not dare to lay a hand on him. But as for Lin Yuan. Firstly, Lin Yuan was not a follower of the main God of rank. If he indeed had something to do with the disappearance of the demigod, the rank pope had no reason to protect him. Only by entering the rank church could they invoke the untouchable majesty of the main God of rank to block those true God incarnations. Longshan Patriarch, there's no time to lose. The rank pope looked toward Lin Yuan, already considering the idea of forcibly taking him into the church. Lin Yuan had publicly revealed his strength as a demigod, but the rank pope's true self was a true god from the ocean of light, and although he was but an affiliated spirit of a main god, his strength was slightly greater than that of a lower-rank god. Even if his current flesh was merely a human vessel, forcibly taking away a demigod would pose no problem. Longshan Patriarch, please forgive my offense. The rank pope took a deep breath. Before making his move, he subconsciously glanced at the palm of Lin Yuan's right hand. Huh. The rank pope took another look. Then a third look. A fourth look. A fifth look. Until finally, the rank pope's gaze was fixedly staring at the palm of Lin Yuan's right hand. Within the palm, several hundred Jezi figures appeared like headless flies, frantically scrambling around but always failing to escape from the confines of the palm. For a demigod, this was not unusual. Capturing some flies and trapping them in one's palm was quite simple. But the rank pope's forehead was now covered in cold sweat. If Lin Yuan's palm was magnified 100 million times, those Jezi figures within would also be magnified 100 million times. It would be revealed that these Jezi figures were embodiments with tremendous aura, far surpassing the peak of a demigod, true God incarnations. True God incarnations. The rank pope felt this was absurd. A true God incarnation was a continuation of a true God's will, and even the incarnation of a lower-rank God approximates the threshold of an 8th-layer true God. But now, these true God incarnations were struggling like ants in Lin Yuan's palm. How could this be possible? This is wrong. The rank pope immediately looked towards the edge of the sky. Just a moment ago, to be precise, before Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand and those several hundred Jezi figures emerged in his palm. The rank pope could distinctly feel terrifying auras rapidly approaching Longshan Ling. Those should have been the true God incarnations coming to seek accountability. But now, all of those auras had vanished without a trace. The rank pope had originally thought that the incarnations concealed their presence out of wariness of the rank church. But now, the rank pope, staring at the struggling Jezi figures in Lin Yuan's palm and considering the sudden disappearance of the incarnation's auras. A terrible thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. At the same time, in the ocean of light far away, the true body of the rank pope began to contact those gods who had come to hold others accountable. These true God incarnations might have been trapped in Lin Yuan's palm, but their true selves were still free, although at this moment they were in complete disarray. All true God incarnations are trapped in an unknown and vast space, unable to break free, unable to return to the ocean of light. Some true gods wonder if it was the hand of the prime god of the dark abyss. The rank Pope uncontrollably swallowed his saliva, his gaze still fixed on Lin Yuan's right palm. Trapped in an unknown and vast space. Could it be the palm of the Longshan Patriarch? Waves of shock crashed in the heart of the rank Pope, and he could no longer maintain a calm expression. Because it was beyond belief. Just a demigod from the Longshan family, and merely by lifting and retracting his right hand, he trapped hundreds of true God incarnations in his palm. This was no longer within the capabilities of true gods, and even an upper-rank god of great power couldn't possibly possess such skills. This was the work of a prime god. The realm of a ninth-rank prime god. Even the ranked Pope felt that for a ninth-rank prime god, killing a few hundred true gods might not be a difficult task, but to play with hundreds of true gods at the spatial level like Lin Yuan did? Perhaps even those prime gods not proficient in spatial abilities couldn't achieve this with such nonchalance. Defeating and killing are two different things. Killing and toying with them are equally distinct. Longshan Patriarch, you, the rank Pope's voice trembled as he looked at Lin Yuan, whose back was turned to him, his gaze wandering into space. It's over. Those true God incarnations won't be coming anymore. Lin Yuan glanced at the rank Pope and then at the confused-looking core members of the Longshan family like Longshan Ling. Immediately after, Lin Yuan slightly raised his right hand, brought his face close to his palm, and took a gentle breath. Continue reading on my virtual library empire. World within the palm. After the initial panic and confusion, hundreds of true God incarnations immediately began to collaborate, trying to break the prison and return to the human world. Space has its limits, and even the most expansive human world can be torn apart layer by the battles among gods. This spatial prison that had them trapped should be the same. If hundreds of true God incarnations joined forces, the energy they released should reach the level of an upper-rank god. At that point, even if they couldn't tear apart the prison, they estimated that they could at least shake it a bit, and that would be their chance. However, after many attempts by the group of true God incarnations and tearing through millions of spatial layers of this spatial prison, they still couldn't see its end. Such a thick spatial prison, which prime god from the dark abyss made this move. A true God incarnation couldn't help but speak out. At first, they didn't think it was the deed of a prime god because the prime gods wouldn't be so idle. But as they continuously probed and understood the spatial prison, their astonishment intensified. Other than a prime god, who else could create such a space? What do we do now? Ask for help from the prime god of the ocean of light. The many true self-incarnations seemed somewhat helpless. Suddenly. Just then. Above this piece of heaven and earth, a face appeared that took up half the sky. The size of one eye on this face was as large as the sun, and without emitting any presence, it still made all godly incarnation souls tremble. Before the true self-incarnations could react, they saw the immense face turn towards them and take a gentle breath. Instantly, a terrifying force permeated every inch of space. All true self-incarnations were scattered into nothingness. Even the upper-rank gods' true self-incarnations didn't last a moment. The true selves were incarnations of divine power, not flesh and blood, created from the purest divine force, and at that moment, all divine incarnations returned to their origins, turning into a vast amount of pure energy and flowing into the mouth of that vast face. Outside. Lin Yuan ate all the divine power incarnations in one bite, and with his current size, the energy contained within these embodiments was no more than a dessert after a meal, barely offering a taste. It's done. Lin Yuan patted his right hand, and swept a look over the rigid rank Pope, and the still confused core members of the Longshan family like Longshan Ling, who hadn't yet grasped what had happened. There is no danger now. Go about your business. After speaking, Lin Yuan walked straight into the Longshan Great Hall, dealing with the divine force incarnations of the hundreds of true gods without any difficulty. As a ninth rank who had opened 90 million spatial layers, Lin Yuan's expertise in space was such that even some 10th rankers in the main world might not boldly claim they could best him, much less in this world. Patriarch. The core members of the Longshan family like Longshan Ling blinked, still not recovered, wondering what meant by there being no danger. Hadn't the rank Pope just said that many true God incarnations were on their way over to seek accountability? Your Holiness, what, in heaven's name, happened? Longshan Ling looked towards the rank Pope next to him, his expression still anxious. The rank Pope. Chapter 26 On the Brink of Collapse. Yes, Your Holiness, what exactly happened? The other members of the Longshan family were also somewhat puzzled. They absolutely trusted Lin Yuan. But just moments ago, hundreds of true self-incarnations were about to arrive, and the demise of the Longshan family seemed imminent. Now there's no danger. The situation had changed too quickly. What happened? The rank Pope remained silent. His mind replayed the scene where Lin Yuan had simply inhaled gently, and all the mesons within his palm crumbled and merged into his mouth. One must know, those mesons were true God incarnations. Among them, some upper-rank God incarnations were scarcely weaker than normal true gods. Yet, they had met such an end. The rank Pope's heart trembled a bit, feeling somewhat relieved that he had not acted earlier because, otherwise, even if he had not died, he would likely have been brushed aside by Lin Yuan. How could the Longshan Patriarch be so powerful? The rank Pope looked up at the sky. There, numerous stars hung, marking the territories of the divine kingdom of the gods of Light's Ocean and the Dark Abyss. The number of gods is limited, so the divine kingdoms are also limited, and the stars in the sky are just as finite. In this world, some demigods tread carefully, secretly gathering faith, perhaps evading the perception of the gods. But once they take that step and become true gods, raising their own divine kingdom, there is no way to hide it. Because divine kingdoms are too conspicuous, turned into stars, suspended high above in the sky, and the number is just so many, each new one will surely attract the attention of the gods. However, in recent centuries, even millennia, there hasn't been an additional star in the sky. That is to say, no new deities have been born. From this one can infer that the Longshan Patriarch has not yet become a deity, at least he hasn't raised a divine kingdom. But without raising a divine kingdom, without the power of a divine kingdom, why is the Longshan Patriarch so strong? The rank Pope felt his understanding shattering. How could the Longshan Patriarch, not a deity, kill gods as if they were mere ants? The rank Pope steadied himself, gathered his thoughts, and looked towards the puzzled Longshan Ling and several other core members of the Longshan family. What the Longshan Patriarch said is true. There's no longer any danger. The rank Pope said with difficulty. Danger? All the danger had been consumed by the Longshan Patriarch in one gulp. Ah! It's really safe now. While Longshan Ling and the others sighed in relief, their curiosity grew even more. Those true God incarnations were all resolved by the Longshan Patriarch. Those mesons in the Patriarch's palm just now were those true God incarnations. After a moment of silence, the rank Pope patiently explained. He had a premonition that after today, the reputation of the Longshan Patriarch would resound through the Light's Ocean and the Dark Abyss. Those things were true God incarnations. Longshan Ling and the others went into a daze. True God incarnations are so weak. As soon as the last sentence was spoken, they realized the truth. It was not that the true God incarnations were weak, but that their Patriarch was too strong. Compared to him, the mighty and invincible true God incarnations appeared pitifully frail. I must leave now. In the end, the rank Pope cast a deep glance into the Longshan Great Hall, and then turned and left. What he had witnessed was too unbelievable, and he needed to report to the main god of rank immediately. In fact, he didn't need to report, the matter simply couldn't be kept secret, and the original true gods whose deific incarnations were consumed by Lin Yuan were already in an uproar. This incident would spread at a terrifying speed among the gods, and not only within the Ocean of Light. Your next read awaits at my virtual library empire. The Ocean of Light. Inside the serpentine and coiling palace. Hundreds of true gods looked at each other in shock, the amazement in their hearts nearly overflowing. My divine incarnation is dead. Same here, I can't sense it at all anymore. That enormous face that appeared last, doesn't it resemble the patriarch of the Longshan family? It's not just resemblance, it must be the Longshan patriarch. As true gods of the 8th layer, their memories would not fail them. If that enormous face were reduced by 1,000,000,000 times, it would be that of the Longshan patriarch. Moreover, their divine incarnations were en route to Longshan Ling to question the Longshan patriarch for his crimes and were taken to the spatial prison. Multiple clues converged, pointing towards a possibility. It was the Longshan patriarch himself who had acted against them. The one they regarded as an ant, whose soul they intended to burn in their divine kingdom for 10,000 years, was just a mere demigod. Truth be told, the gods had never taken the Longshan patriarch seriously, even though he was behind the disappearance of demigods these years. After all, a demigod is just that, a demigod. No matter how powerful, as long as one hasn't gathered faith and raised a divine kingdom, they are still an ant. But now, the ant in the eyes of the gods had suddenly transformed into a towering dragon. Impossible. How can he be this strong without becoming a god? Yes, the Longshan patriarch isn't even a true god, how could he possibly be this powerful? Despite the overwhelming evidence, there were still true gods who couldn't believe it. They had gone through countless trials and tribulations, and with great difficulty, raised their divine kingdoms and entered the ocean of light, becoming deities exalted by all living beings. And then this happened. I must see the prime god to understand the reason behind this. How exactly is the Longshan patriarch so powerful? Right, but which prime god should we go to? Let's go to the god of divination. There's nothing in the world he doesn't know about. The god of divination must be aware of the origins of the Longshan patriarch. One by one, the true gods rose to their feet. Chapter 26 On the Brink of Collapse, _2. Among the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light, the god of divination is the most unique, and also the best tempered. The other prime gods, such as the main god of rank, goddess of the magic web, rainbow dragon god, and so on, are almost absolutely rational, spending their time either in slumber or in seclusion. Only the god of divination would sometimes solve their doubts. Previously, the gods had sought the god of divination to deduce the last known locations of the vanished demigods. Now it seems that this deduction was clearly correct. With the strength of the Longshan patriarch, secretly abducting some demigods was too easy. Could the Longshan patriarch be a deity who nearly perished long ago before the divine kingdom plunged into the mortal realm? A true god speculated. In the distant past, several divine wars had occurred, with many deities perishing and divine kingdoms falling into the mortal realm. However, the fall of a divine kingdom into the mortal realm did not mean certain death. As long as there were still believers in the mortal realm, the perished deity still had a possibility of returning. Of course, the probability of such a possibility was so low as to be pitiable, merely a theoretical possibility, and in reality, it had never occurred. But the Longshan patriarch was too powerful, so some true gods couldn't help but think in this direction. Whether he is a perished deity from the past or not, once we see the god of divination, everything will become clear, another true god responded. They had absolute trust in the god of divination. Longshan Great Hall. Within the cultivation room, Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged again. The taste of a divine power incarnation is somewhat better than that of mere divine crystals. Lin Yuan smacked his lips, casually giving his opinion, knowing that in the main world prime universe, the pure energy contained within these divine power incarnations far exceeded that of scarlet spirit liquid. It's a pity that it is only an incarnation. If it were the true God himself, at least I could have tried out the effects of true divine nature. Lin Yuan felt a bit of regret. With his current strength, the incarnations of the true gods weren't much different from the originals, as the absolute control over nearly 100 million spatial layers allowed Lin Yuan to overpower any true god or even a prime god on the spatial level. But it won't be long now. Once I completely understand the last bit of spatial essence in the demigod lattice. Lin Yuan thought to himself, in his eyes, the spatial essence contained in the demigod lattice was a reflection of the spatial essence of this world. It was like a television, the demigods only knew to watch programs through it. But Lin Yuan was deducing a complete modern factory industrial chain through the television itself, and from that, comprehending all of modern industry. Of course, the spatial essence of a world was many times more difficult than a mere industrial chain, it was just an analogy. The spatial essence corresponding to the demigod lattice belonged to the foundational part. Lin Yuan needed to thoroughly understand it in order to contemplate the spatial essence corresponding to true divine nature with more efficiency. Space. Layers upon layers of spatial levels faintly emerged in the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes. The layers within his inner world were also rapidly emerging, with new spatial layers being born almost at every passing moment. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped his contemplation and turned his head in a certain direction. Have you had enough of watching? Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Rustle, rustle. Invisible forces converged. A tall and cold-eyed, breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared. The very moment this woman appeared, the rules of heaven and earth seemed to make way, and an aura superior to that of true God spread and permeated the surrounding. Goddess of the magic web. Your next journey awaits at my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan looked at the beautiful woman not far away, without any sign of surprise. Who knew first about Lin Yuan's actions against the numerous divine incarnations? Their true God selves in the ocean of light, or the rank pope beside Lin Yuan? Neither. The first to detect the anomaly was this goddess of the magic web, who covered the entire mortal realm with her web and was one of the 12 prime gods of the ocean of light. Where the magic web extended, that was the expanse of the goddess's perceptual range. When Lin Yuan moved against the Lust Church, and the primordial spirit personally descended upon the Lust Church's stronghold, it was out of wariness of this goddess of the magic web, fearing that unleashing too powerful a force would attract her attention. Longshan Patriarch, who exactly are you? The goddess of the magic web's eyes shone with a peculiar light as she looked at Lin Yuan and slowly inquired. As a prime god, exalted above all, overlooking all living beings and gods, little in this world could stir their emotions anymore. But Lin Yuan was certainly one who could. Who I am, you'll know soon enough. I will personally enter the ocean of light. By then, I hope you prime gods will not disappoint me. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to commune with these prime gods, raising his right hand as the terrifying force of the world, combined with the power of multiple spatial layers, swept away everything. The goddess of the magic web before him was merely an incarnation formed by the magic web that enshrouded the mortal world. Naturally, she couldn't withstand a casual blow from Lin Yuan. Magic web. Lin Yuan looked around, his thoughts stirring slightly. His power spread in all directions, driving away the ever-present magic web. Without the magic web, how would members of the Longshan family communicate? With Lin Yuan's strength, it was entirely possible to reconstruct a new communication network to replace the original magic web. Ocean of Light. True gods gathered in front of the towering temple of the god of divination. The events they had recently experienced had already spread among the gods. The emergence of a powerful stranger in the human realm, comparable to the prime god, was too significant not to proliferate. Thus, the true gods converging in front of the temple numbered in the hundreds. At least 80% of the divine lattice holders of the entire ocean of light had been attracted here. Even from afar, the will of the prime gods lingered, watching. At that moment, the temple doors opened. The white-robed god of divination emerged. I already know why you have come, said the god of divination, a white-haired elder with a gentle tone and a warm gaze. To clarify the origins of the Longshan Patriarch is no difficult task, he said calmly, though he too was curious. He had initially foretold the vanishing demigod's last traces at Longshan Ling but hadn't continued to divine further. He hadn't expected the situation to cause such an uproar. Thank you, god of divination. The god of divination knows all. The origins of the Longshan Patriarch will undoubtedly be revealed to us soon, the true god said with livened spirits. The combat power the Longshan Patriarch had demonstrated, no weaker than the prime gods, intrigued them greatly. Then I shall begin. The god of divination smiled slightly, silently reciting the Longshan patriarch's name and the specific location of Longshanling. He then activated the power of time main god form within him, leveraging the rules and great Tao of this world to probe the true history of the Longshan patriarch. Whirl, whirl. Scenes manifested in front of the god of divination. They depicted past events that had occurred at Longshanling. These events started to unfold before the god of divination, rewinding in time. 100 years. 200 years. 300 years. 400 years. In an instant, time had traveled back 400 to 500 years. What could the origins be, murmured the god of divination, his expression tinged with expectation. Foretelling, essentially, was an act of time. By leveraging the time main god form within him, he could trace back into the past. That's why he was known as omniscient. After all, as long as he traced back far enough, nothing in the world remained a secret to the god of divination. In the ocean of light, among the 24 prime gods of the dark abyss, the god of divination might not have been the strongest in combat power, but he was certainly the hardest to kill. Watching the past had granted the god of divination countless means to save his life. Time continued to reverse. But at a certain node. The slow reversal of time came to an impasse. The god of divination's expression shifted slightly, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Something was actually withstanding his reversal of time. The god of divination hurriedly examined the scene. The young Longshan patriarch was lying on the bed when he suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment. The reversed flow of time, as if encountering an unimaginable entity. The entire river of time began to ripple, and the god of divination's expression drastically changed. He clearly felt a backlash from the river of time, almost devouring him. Spurt. The god of divination turned ashen, his breath plunging continuously, and cracks began to appear within his time main god form. Above the firmament. The enormous star representing the god of divination, which almost illuminated 1/10 of the sky, suddenly began to shake violently. It teetered on the brink. Chapter 27 Supreme God, please. Longshan Great Hall. Lin Yuan was delving into the essence of space within the demigod lattice. Suddenly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Is someone spying on me? A subtle movement in Lin Yuan's heart. Just at that moment, he felt an extremely covert sensation of being watched. This feeling of being watched wasn't a spatial one, but rather pertained to the aspect of time. If Lin Yuan hadn't profoundly understood the rule of time over these years, he probably wouldn't have sensed anything unusual at all. Even beings of 9th rank and even 10th rank life forms would find it difficult to counteract within the domain of time. Simply put, there was some entity, traversing against the river of time, trying to decipher Lin Yuan's true origins. Lin Yuan's mind sank into his mental sea where the majestic and grand door to the myriad realms stood, a trivial backlash, following the projection of the door to the myriad realms, indifferently released. Detected a thread of the aura of the door to the myriad realms? No, it should be a subtle trace, and then encountered a backlash. A hint of oddity flickered across Lin Yuan's expression. The door to the myriad realms, whose rank Lin Yuan still hadn't figured out, however, it was certain that it far surpassed the level of a 12th rank supreme being. Transcending dimensions, which supreme beings can't touch, yet the door to the myriad realms can do it as easily as eating or drinking. Such beings already possess characteristics of unseeable and unspyable, like a blazing sun, continuously emitting energy at all times. Life forms whose strength and realm aren't sufficient, if they dare to look or spy directly, even if they are separated by vast distances and multiple dimensional barriers, will still suffer horrible backlashes. This was only a projection of the door to the myriad realms. If it were the door to the myriad realms itself. In fact, there's no such possibility because the instant the door to the myriad realms itself descends into this world, everything will shatter. Lin Yuan couldn't sustain the door to the myriad realms itself, and neither could this world. Is it the sovereign god of the ocean of light? Or the sovereign god of the dark abyss? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart while looking up at the sky. Stars symbolic of the gods seemingly hung eternally indestructible. Within the largest 24 stars, one began showing intense fluctuations, looking as if it was about to fall. The god of divination. Lin Yuan carefully observed and came to a conclusion. The numerous stars hanging in the sky, each corresponded to a true god, especially those 24 largest stars, which were the divine kingdoms of the prime gods. No sooner had the backlash from the door to the myriad realms transferred over than one of the prime gods' divine kingdoms started trembling. Lin Yuan almost confirmed that the one who had spied on him through the dimension of time was the adversary. Yet, there is also a prime god who possesses the attribute of time. Lin Yuan's heart grew slightly fervent. The rule of time, though belonging to the foundational rules like the space rules, its complexity and difficulty in mastering surpassed the latter by far. In this world, the demigods, true gods, and even prime gods, their divine lattices serve as keys to unlocking the essence of rules. For example, a demigod lattice with spatial attributes could allow Lin Yuan to see the true essence of space in this world, thus vastly benefiting the creation of spatial layers. What about a divine lattice with time attributes? Or a prime god form? It depends on the extent to which the nature of time is contained within that time prime god's divine lattice, Lin Yuan thought silently. If the nature of time contained within is too high, Lin Yuan would actually find it troublesome because it implies that this time prime god possesses superior application of the rule of time, like his true body directly ascending against the flow of time, hiding in the past. In that case, Lin Yuan, despite having absolute strength, could do nothing against the opponent. But the probability of this is not high. To ascend against the flow with one's true body, one must fully understand the complete rule of time. If that time prime god had such strength, spying on Lin Yuan through the layer of time would not have been detected. So far, Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of time is just at a beginner level, still far from even a minor achievement. Hopefully, he wasn't directly killed by the backlash, right? Lin Yuan closely observed that massive star in the heavens. After learning of the other's rare time attribute divine lattice, Lin Yuan instead worried about the other's safety. Ocean of light. Before the temple. The gods all eagerly watched the god of divination. Hoping to utilize the power of this great prime god to clarify the origins of that Longshan patriarch. However, what happened next shocked all the present true gods. The god of divination, whose aura had been profoundly unknowable, suddenly started to disperse, and its descent seemed almost endless. The change in the massive star belonging to the god of divination in the firmament was quickly noticed by the gods. What's going on? Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire. What exactly happened? The god of divination, the great god of divination, why would this happen? Many true gods couldn't believe it. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined such a sight happening to a high and mighty prime god. Divine power and divine body were even depleting. This was a prime god. Since ancient times, even amidst brutal divine wars, prime gods remained high above. Historically, there have indeed been prime gods who mysteriously disappeared, but never because of battles among other prime gods. Backlash, this is a backlash. The god of divination has encountered a backlash. An old upper-rank god seemed to think of something and couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Theoretically, each time the god of divination, who holds the authority of divination, conducts a divination, a price must be paid. The extent of the price depends on the diviner and the divined. Chapter 27 Supreme God, please, _2. But the god of divination was too powerful, one of the 24 prime gods who were the strongest in heaven and earth. Even if he divined the secrets of prime gods of the same level, he basically did not have to pay much of a price. Because of this, the vast majority of true gods had forgotten that exercise of the divination authority came with a cost. What exactly is the origin of the Longshan patriarch that made the god of divination pay such a price? Could it have something to do with the legend of the Supreme God? The Supreme God? The true gods wore solemn expressions. Since the creation of the world, when the first prime god, the god of light, was born, rumors of the Supreme God had been circulating. It was said that the Supreme God created everything, including the true god forms that the prime gods possessed, which were also bestowed by the supreme god. Why is the number of prime gods fixed at 24? It is because to become a prime god, one must have a true god form. And there are only 24 true god forms. Theoretically, a new prime god is born only when the previous one falls. There have been several instances in history where a prime god vanished, and shortly after, the world reconverged and produced the true god form corresponding to that prime god. Swish. As the true gods were communicating with each other, the god of divination, whose aura and divine body had both plummeted to the bottom, barely held on. What is that? The god of divination's gaze carried a trace of fear. He had used the method of time reversal, attempting to pinpoint the origin of the Longshan patriarch, but in the end, he saw no useful scenes, and it was only now that he was recovering from the backlash that had struck him down. The supreme god. The god of divination also immediately thought of the supreme god. He had never seen the supreme god, but under the current circumstances, the backlash that he suffered could only be explained by the legendary supreme god, other than which the god of divination could think of no other explanation. The Longshan patriarch actually obtained an opportunity related to the supreme god. The god of divination took a deep breath. He did not believe that the Longshan patriarch was the supreme god, because if that were true, none of what had happened earlier would have occurred. Given the status of the supreme god, a single command would have made even them, prime gods, obediently comply, so how could it be possible for demigods to still be abducted among humans? An opportunity related to the supreme god, a hint of longing flashed in the depths of the god of divination's eyes. Longshan Ling. The many members of the Longshan family had also received the news. Over the years, the Longshan family's influence had radiated throughout the entire plateau of myriad nations, starting from Longshan Ling. Naturally, they had made many demigod acquaintances. And a large part of these demigods were connected to true gods from the Ocean of Light. Thus, it was quickly passed to the Longshan family that the divine incarnations of hundreds of true gods, who descended, were all slain by the hands of the Longshan patriarch. The patriarch killed the incarnations of hundreds of true gods. Many of the Longshan family elders were shocked. They had watched the Longshan family grow step by step from being a viscount power to what it was today. Even the longevity the elders enjoyed was a gift from the patriarch. However, no matter how much these family elders admired their own patriarch, when they learned that the incarnations of lofty true gods seemed like ants before Lin Yuan, they were staggered. How could this be possible? Wasn't it said that everything beneath true gods were mere ants? Why were true gods now the ants? My son, has he become a god? Longshan Fang asked dazedly, his understanding being not so high, not clear that ascending to godhood and lifting divine kingdom could not be hidden at all. But if Longshan Yuan could kill hundreds of divine incarnations so easily, the only possibility was that he had also become a god himself. Yuan, Longshan Fang's wife, also looked incredulous. She still remembered Longshan Yuan as the good-for-nothing playboy from before, now to have reached such lofty heights. The patriarch has not become a god. Longshan Ling took the initiative to speak out. That was information revealed by the rank pope, and likely not false. Moreover, any strong being who ascended to godhood must enter the ocean of light or the dark abyss at the first chance, which was an ironclad rule among the gods. But now, the Longshan patriarch was still residing in the cultivation hall of the Great Hall. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Not a god. The many members of the Longshan family looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of them were not clear about the significance of what had transpired, but their reverence and admiration for the patriarch instantly deepened. Ocean of Light. The Great Hall of the Gods. Upon the 24 thrones, silhouettes appeared one after another. These figures were all prime gods, not only including those from the Ocean of Light but also those from the Dark Abyss were converging. Though the factions of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss were different, and numerous divine wars had occurred over the course of countless years. Such matters were for the true gods beneath the prime gods. In the eyes of the prime gods, there was no difference between the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss. The 24 prime gods essentially existed on the same level of life, and there was no hatred among them that couldn't be dissolved. At this moment, faced with an opportunity related to the Supreme God, they gathered one after the other. Divination, is the Longshan Patriarch truly related to the Supreme God? Said a figure shrouded in darkness solemnly, he was the Dark God. He was the second Prime God born in this world, while the Ocean of Light was created by the Prime God of Light, the Dark Abyss was created by him. If it wasn't related to the Supreme God, how would I have fallen into such a predicament? The God of Divination replied weakly. Even if barely resisting the backlash, the God of Divination was drained of his endowment, with his divine kingdom on the verge of collapse. Such loss would take 1,000,000 years to recover from. Indeed. The Dark God's eyes flickered, and he said no more. What level is the Longshan Patriarch at now? At that moment, a figure shrouded in endless light spoke up. I can confirm that the Longshan Patriarch is still a 9th level being. The backlash didn't come from him, the God of Divination quickly replied. The Longshan Patriarch's strength is greater than any of us here, said the goddess of the magic web with a cold gaze. Not long ago, she had descended in an incarnation, attempting to communicate with the Longshan Patriarch, only to be obliterated with a mere gesture from him. Through this brief encounter, the goddess of the magic web vaguely gauged the Longshan Patriarch's strength. As long as he has not completely surpassed the 9th level, we can talk about it. A prime god with an ethereal form spoke, his gaze sweeping over the other 23 prime gods. My fellow deities, how shall we deal with the Longshan Patriarch? Upon these words, the 23 prime gods exchanged glances, remaining silent. The 24 prime gods had lived for countless years, with even their emotions worn away to a mere fraction, but at this moment, they felt a rekindled hunger. A hunger for an opportunity related to the Supreme God. It might help them take a step further, to rise above the other prime gods. Then, there would be no distinction between the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss in this world. You wish to deal with that Longshan Patriarch, to seize the opportunity related to the Supreme God. The God of Divination understood the intentions of the prime gods. In fact, he harbored the same aspiration, for who wouldn't want to advance further? But considering the current state of the God of Divination, it was merely wishful thinking. In dealing with the Longshan Patriarch, we must exercise extreme caution. Do not forget, he resides in the human realm. Even if we join forces, we might not seize the opportunity related to the Supreme God, and instead shatter the human realm, another prime god spoke up. Whether it be the chance of the Supreme God or the possibility of advancing. The myriad beings of the human realm are the foundation of the prime gods. Right. We need to find a pretext to lure the Longshan Patriarch into the Ocean of Light or the Dark Abyss. The other prime gods nodded slightly, aware that only in the deep recesses of the Ocean of Light or the Dark Abyss, layered by numerous spatial layers, could they act without restraint. Longshan Ling. The Longshan Great Hall. Lin Yuan was still in closed-door cultivation, comprehending the demigod lattice. Your aptitude defies the heavens, observing the nature of the world's rules, your understanding of space continues to rise. Your aptitude defies the heavens, observing the nature of the world's rules, your understanding of space continues to rise. Your aptitude defies the heavens, observing the nature of the world's rules, your understanding of space continues to rise. Accompanying the vast insights merging into his heart, a qualitative change finally occurred, and Lin Yuan suddenly came to an enlightenment, fully comprehending the basic facet of the spatial essence of this world. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze profound. Simultaneously, his inner world began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Chapter 28 Stars fall like rain upon the mortal realm. The inner world was vast and mighty. Spatial layers were being rapidly opened and derived one after another. Lin Yuan felt it briefly and deduced the current number of spatial layers his inner world occupied. 120 million spatial layers. In the main world prime universe, 9th rank lifeforms, also known as multispatial life, need to occupy as many spatial layers as possible. But 120 million spatial layers. Lin Yuan did not know if, throughout the ancient history of the main world, there had ever been a 9th rank life that had opened such a number of spatial layers. But Lin Yuan had never heard of it. The vast majority of ninth-rank lifeforms, after exhausting all their efforts, only managed to open up 10 million spatial layers, and a few managed to reach 20 or 30 million spatial layers at most. Perhaps certain unique and unparalleled special lifeforms might aspire to open 70 or 80 million spatial layers. But more than 100 million spatial layers? Or 120 million? It's not that it wasn't feasible to open them, but normal ninth-rank lifeforms simply did not have the lifespan to do so. Even Lin Yuan achieved such a feat in a short time only thanks to the special properties of the divine lattice in this world. Just about there, he said. It's time to try for the true divine nature as well as the true God form. Lin Yuan looked towards the void, as if seeing through the numerous spatial layers, his gaze falling upon the expansive spatial layers of the ocean of light and the dark abyss. At this thought, Lin Yuan actively left the Longshan Great Hall. Patriarch. The Patriarch has come out of seclusion. Several members of the Longshan family had long been waiting outside. They had heard the unbelievable news and had gathered immediately outside the Longshan Great Hall. Yuan, the Longshan Fong couple looked at Lin Yuan, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. The current Lin Yuan gave the same impression as before. It was somewhat difficult for them to connect him with the Longshan Patriarch who killed true God incarnations as if squashing ants. Patriarch, did you really kill those true God incarnations? Longshan Ling finally couldn't help but ask, is what the rank Pope said true? Indeed, I killed them, Lin Yuan nodded. With his inner world spatial layers reaching 120 million, he was even confident enough to go up against 10th rank life, hand to hand. In this region of the sky and earth, he was unmatched and unstoppable. It really was the Patriarch who killed them. The Patriarch was able to kill such numerous true God incarnations, he must possess the strength to kill a true God as well. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the other Longshan family members began to tremble. Learning of this matter from others was completely different from hearing it from their own Patriarch. Is our Longshan family going to become a divine spirit family? Tears brimmed in the eyes of many elderly members of the Longshan family. In the plateau of myriad nations, there exist some transcendental forces that are above empires, namely families that have given birth to true gods. These families are the ones that rank just below the various major churches, and they are even often the focus of true gods who ascend to the ocean of light. Now, the Longshan family was also about to join their ranks. This was more shocking than when Lin Yuan previously announced his demigod powers to the outside world. In this land, a true god signifies eternal glory. Lin Yuan glanced at the excited and exhilarated Longshan family members, smiling, I'm now going to the ocean of light. Going to the ocean of light? Longshan Ling realized then that their Patriarch was not an ordinary true god. According to the rank Pope, the Longshan Patriarch had not yet established a divine kingdom, but he possessed almost invincible true God strength. Patriarch, what are you going to do in the ocean of light? Longshan Ling hesitated before finally working up the courage to ask. I'm going to negotiate a trade with the gods. Lin Yuan didn't hide anything and spoke directly. The trade Lin Yuan was going to discuss with the gods involved them willingly offering up their divine lattices, which he would understand in turn and could give back to them. Indeed, if the gods were willing to cooperate, Lin Yuan could absolutely give them some dignity. Negotiate a trade? Longshan Ling swallowed hard. She noted that Lin Yuan was not speaking of a specific true god, but the gods. What did that imply? Longshan Ling did not dare contemplate it further. The other Longshan family members, however, did not delve into the details. They were still immersed in the joy of the Longshan family soon becoming a divine spirit family. Slit, slash. Lin Yuan took a step forward. The stable space in front suddenly ripped open a crack, and a vast world filled with endless light emerged. That was the ocean of light. Lin Yuan continued stepping forward, entering the ocean of light. Immediately, the crack closed rapidly, leaving behind the Longshan family members with shocked expressions. This was also the first time for these ordinary people to see the true sight of the ocean of light. A place desired by countless demigods to glimpse just once, had so easily appeared before everyone. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. At the ocean of light. Vast and expansive, filled with the breath of endless light. Light? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was said that the very first prime god in this world was the main god of light, controlling all the light in the world. Just as Lin Yuan entered the ocean of light. In the sanctuary where the 24 prime gods gathered, the face of the main god of light changed slightly. The Longshan Patriarch has arrived at the ocean of light, the main god of light declared immediately. The ocean of light was created by him, and the main god of light had complete control over every subtle change in it. What? That Longshan Patriarch actually dares to come here on his own. We were just thinking of how to lure the Longshan Patriarch here, and now he's shown up himself. The remaining 23 prime gods were somewhat incredulous but quickly realized this presented an unprecedented opportunity. The Longshan Patriarch was unaware of their true combined strength, which is why he dared to come of his own volition. I have sealed off the ocean of light, now all divine spirits, including us prime gods, are unable to leave for a short time. Chapter 28 Stars fall like rain on earth, _2. The prime god surveyed his surroundings. First, let's see what the Longshan Patriarch has to say. If he's willing to share the opportunity of the supreme god with us, we can allow him to join us. This statement immediately won the approval of the other prime gods. If they could obtain the opportunity of the supreme god, peacefully, they naturally wouldn't want to fight desperately. Who knows what kind of cards the Longshan Patriarch holds, for him to dare come knocking so boldly. He must be confident. Even though they, the 24 prime gods, were confident in suppressing the Longshan Patriarch, they might still be forcefully exchanged by him for a few of their number. No prime god was confident that they wouldn't be the ones exchanged. This spatial layer has been sealed. Lin Yuan, having only just arrived at the ocean of light, immediately noticed the changes in the spatial layer. Such a feeble seal. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his power, he only needed to gently tear it to shatter such a seal. However, his purpose for coming here was for the divine lattices of the gods. The sealing of the ocean of light was precisely to Lin Yuan's liking. While Lin Yuan was pondering, several figures began to appear in the distance. They were the many true gods who had been ordered by the prime god to hurry over. Is that the Longshan Patriarch? Fortuitously gained the opportunity of the supreme god? The supreme god, oh, that's an existence even we true gods can't look up to. I had always thought the supreme god was a fiction. I didn't expect he really existed. Stay tuned with my virtual library empire. The many true gods looked at Lin Yuan with various emotions in their eyes, awe, greed, excitement, curiosity, and more. Whoosh! 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 Just then, 24 figures silently appeared above the many true gods. These 24 figures seemed eternal, emanating an almost immortal aura. 24 prime gods. The 12 prime gods from the dark abyss have also come. It seems today the Longshan Patriarch is in great peril. The opportunity of the supreme god, if the prime gods can vie for it, so can I. The various true gods had different thoughts. In their eyes, Longshan Yuan was merely a common viscount heir among mortals, who, after gaining the opportunity of the supreme god, had suddenly reached this level of strength. If that opportunity of the supreme god fell into their hands, might they not hope to surpass the prime gods? Longshan Patriarch. Just then, a towering prime god with golden dragon horns on his head spoke. He was the rainbow dragon god, the source of faith for all dragons in the world. Strictly speaking, the rainbow dragon clan bloodline within Lin Yuan came from this prime god. What brings you here today? The rainbow dragon god inquired, staring at Lin Yuan. Although he greatly desired the opportunity of the supreme god within Lin Yuan, the more it was at times like these, the less he could afford to show any impatience. I have come here to propose a trade, Lin Yuan said with a smile. He looked at the many true gods and the 24 prime gods, his heart also full of expectation. How many layers would these divine lattices and true god forms expand his spatial layers to? A trade? You want to negotiate a trade with us? The rainbow dragon god was slightly taken aback, as were the other 23 prime gods. What trade? The prime god of light directly asked. I would like to borrow everyone's divine lattice, Lin Yuan said. Upon hearing this, not only did the 24 prime gods fall silent, but the many true gods below also fell silent. The divine lattice is the absolute core of a deity. Handing over one's divine lattice to someone else is tantamount to entrusting them with one's life. Especially for the prime gods, their status stems from their true god forms. Handing over the true god form, should Lin Yuan harbor ill intentions, they would be doomed without redemption. Longshan Patriarch, you are too arrogant, the dark god said coldly. You want us to hand over our divine lattice? What do you intend to offer in exchange? Though there was no agreement to Lin Yuan's proposal, the dark god still wished to know what Lin Yuan had in mind for the trade. As long as you hand over your divine lattices, I will spare your lives, Lin Yuan said frankly. Ha 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 ha, it seems, Longshan Patriarch, you are quite confident in dealing with us. And you'll spare us? Today, you better just stay put in the ocean of light. Many prime gods and true gods were amused, even though Lin Yuan demonstrated spatial skill surpassing those of ordinary prime gods. But now, they had 24 prime gods and a large number of true gods. Even if the strength of the Longshan Patriarch was formidable, it was impossible for him to contend against them. The power held by the 24 prime gods corresponded to the origin source forces of this realm, which was why they were confident they could suppress Lin Yuan. As long as they joined forces, no one could stop them unless it was the supreme god himself. It seems negotiations are off the table. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Persuading the gods to voluntarily hand over their divine lattice was indeed challenging. However, for Lin Yuan, the impact wasn't significant, he could simply take it himself if needed. Longshan Patriarch, hand over the supreme god opportunity, and we will let you go. The main god of rank spoke up. Originally, his subordinate spirits had planned to recruit the Longshan Patriarch, thus he still harbored a sense of compassion towards Lin Yuan. Right, hand over the supreme god opportunity, and all will be well. The opportunity of the supreme god is not something you can enjoy alone. The other prime gods immediately said, staring intently at Lin Yuan, their eyes filled with longing. They no longer hid their intentions, directly demanding the supreme god's opportunity from Lin Yuan. As for whether this would enrage the supreme god, if the supreme god truly did not wish them to obtain the supreme opportunity, the prime gods wouldn't have had any contact with Lin Yuan at all. Since up to this point, the supreme god had given no indication, it meant that the supreme god's opportunity in the hands of the Longshan Patriarch could be seized. The supreme god's opportunity? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Never mind, there's no point in arguing with you. Since you all wish to die, I will satisfy you. Upon saying this, all the true gods were a bit astonished, and the 24 prime gods tensed up. Although they were greedy, reason still prevailed, considering how domineering the Longshan Patriarch had been up to this point. Could he really possess the power to sweep through numerous true gods and the 24 prime gods? However, before the true gods and the 24 prime gods could react, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, instantly occupying 1,200,000,000 spatial layers, and a terrifying force swept over all true gods and prime gods. The first to feel despair were the many true gods, who immediately sensed everything about themselves beginning to shatter, their physical souls and more. No. A large number of true gods turned into dust. Even the oldest upper-rank gods were unable to resist even a fraction of Lin Yuan's strike, and their wills instantly plunged into darkness, leaving only their sparkling divine lattices in place. Hoo. 1,200,000,000 spatial layers shook back and forth, quickly enveloping the 24 prime gods. Each prime god looked terrified. They tried to hide deeper into the spatial layers, only to find every layer they could occupy was also covered by Lin Yuan's strike. Longshan Ling. Outside the Longshan Great Hall, the members of the Longshan family were still excitedly discussing. Was that the ocean of light just now? The holiest world where the gods reside. I didn't expect the Patriarch could enter whenever he wanted. Nonsense, with the Patriarch's strength evident, even in the ocean of light, he must be among the most formidable spirits, just below the prime gods. The faces of the people from the Longshan family were full of pride. Right, just now the patriarch mentioned negotiating a deal with the gods. What does that mean? A family member seemed to think of something and couldn't help but raise their own question. Should be just the normal meaning of a trade, right? Not sure, but since it's a negotiation, it could either succeed or fail. Right, but what if the patriarch fails to negotiate with the gods? The members of the Longshan family thought about it, and couldn't help but show a worried expression on their faces. Hopefully, the patriarch didn't already have a conflict or misunderstanding with the gods just after entering the ocean of light. Just then, a family member from the Longshan family seemed to have noticed something, their voice trembling a bit. Look up at the sky. The sky. Though puzzled, the people of the Longshan family looked toward the expanse above. But upon doing so, they witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. They saw that, originally in the firmament above, eternal stars were suspended. However, under everyone's incredulous gazes, one of the stars began to fall, followed by a cluster of stars falling, and then, stars across the entire firmament fell. Dense and numerous stars, suspended in the sky for perhaps tens of thousands of years, all began to fall simultaneously, like a meteor shower. Stars rained down upon the earth. Chapter 29 Twilight of the Gods, please. Outside the Longshan Great Hall, many members of the Longshan family, trembling in spirit, looked up at the sky. There, massive stars fell from the heavens like raindrops. It was not merely a few stars falling, but large swathes and indeed every star across the entire sky. This was simply unthinkable. Everyone's mind was muddled, staring dumbfounded at the shocking scene before them. You must understand, in this world, the stars above were not just stars, they were the abode of the gods and the divine kingdoms, symbolizing the immortality of the deities. Even those without any belief held the stars above with utmost reverence, the pinnacle of what life could achieve. For ages, in nearly everyone's eyes, the stars above were eternal, unchanged from their birth until their death, and from their descendants' birth until their death, always the same stars. Thus, to many people, the stars above seemed as eternal as the world itself. But now, the worldview of many members of the Longshan family began to shatter as the stars all began to fall simultaneously. What's going on? The stars, those are the divine kingdoms of the deities, how could they fall? The fall of the divine kingdoms means the deities are perishing, but how is that possible? Deities are immortal, how could they perish? The members of the Longshan family couldn't believe it, some even thought they were dreaming, slapping themselves several times, only to find they could still feel pain, horror nearly overflowing in their hearts. This is bad, the clan leader just entered the ocean of light. The rapid fall of the divine kingdoms clearly indicates something drastic has happened in the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness. Could something have happened to the clan leader? A few heads of the Longshan family thought further. Lin Yuan was a pillar of their clan, about to lead the family to the peak of the plateau of myriad nations, and now this had happened. I hope nothing has happened to the clan leader. A few elders of the Longshan family silently thought. Above the sky, countless stars that had hung in the sky for eons began to fall all at once, and not only the Longshan family could see it. At this moment, in the vast realms of humanity, plateau of myriad nations, and other places teeming with life, beings also noticed the changes above. Are the stars falling? Are the deities perishing? How is this possible? How could so many deities perish at once? In many secluded corners, demigods who had survived tens or hundreds of thousands of years were equally stunned. They had lived longer, knew the history of the past, and were aware of the existence of divine wars. Deities were not incapable of perishing, it was just that they lived for so long that almost all beings believed them to be eternal. But in reality, deities could die, such as during the divine wars. During a divine war, true gods of the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness would slaughter each other, leading to the perishing of deities. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire. But even in the most brutal divine wars, the death of several dozen or even hundreds of deities was the maximum, but now. The number of fallen stars is in the thousands. Many demigod veterans felt their hearts slow, because the scene before them was too soul-shattering. Some even wondered if the gods of the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, how could so many stars fall at once? What exactly is going on? What really happened in the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness? Could it be that the 24 prime gods are jointly slaughtering the deities? Many demigod veterans couldn't help but speculate in this direction, their faces unconsciously showing fear. The only ones capable of causing such mass perishing of true gods were the prime gods, and not just one but 24 prime gods in a joint massacre. If even one prime god disagreed and resisted, the frequency of falling stars wouldn't be this rapid. From the area and range of the falling stars, demigod veterans vaguely deduced that a one-sided massacre of true gods was taking place in the ocean of light or the abyss of darkness. This massacre was one-sided, with the slaughtered true gods having no power to resist. This made all the demigod veterans somewhat disheartened. They did not know how much they had sacrificed to ignite their divine fire, step into the 7th level, then lie in hiding, secretly gathering faith, hoping to consolidate a divine kingdom, and elevating it. And yet, now they saw the true gods, whom they considered their ultimate goal, being slaughtered in the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness like pigs and dogs. Could the deities they revered so highly also have such weak moments when they couldn't determine their own fates and could only wait to die? For a moment, many demigod veterans were unstable, and the divine fires they had ignited began to flicker. What's the use of gathering faith anymore? Elevating which divine kingdom? Even if one became a true god and entered the ocean of light, what could they do? It might not even be as safe or as comfortable as the human realm. Why would the prime gods slaughter the true gods? For faith. That doesn't make sense. The 24 prime gods already occupy the majority of faith in humanity. Even if they cleanse all the true gods, their own faith won't undergo a qualitative change. Is it because they are worried about their positions being threatened? That's also unlikely. Not to mention the power disparity between a prime god and a true god, the number of prime gods is fixed. Even if there were an outstandingly talented true god, without the true god form, they still couldn't become a prime god, let alone shake the position of a prime god. Chapter 29 Twilight of the Gods, please, _2. Many demigod old monsters were communicating rapidly. As many as 24 upper-rank gods, actually entering the arena to slaughter ordinary true gods, a relatively younger demigod said indignantly, wanting to condemn the 24 prime gods. Just at this moment, in the higher sky, situated above all the stars, hung 24 colossal stars, which belonged to the divine kingdoms of the prime gods. And now, following the fall of star after star to the mortal realm, these 24 colossal stars also began to fall one by one. 1, 2, 5, 10. Discover hidden tales at my virtual library empire. In just a few breaths, more than 10 prime gods' divine kingdoms had plummeted to the mortal world. This silenced the demigods of the mortal realm who were condemning and criticizing the 24 prime gods, and immediately after, they plunged into confusion. It turned out that it was not only the true gods that were perishing. Were the prime gods also perishing? This scene filled all the demigods with an unprecedented terror. The prime gods were falling. And it was a mass downfall at that. Then who exactly was the one carrying out the slaughter? If the 24 prime gods were joining forces to slaughter the true gods, how could the prime gods possibly be falling as well? It is known, the battles between prime gods are long, and even for the strongest light prime god and the dark god, killing the weakest prime god is almost impossible. Not to mention a crushing defeat like this. What on earth happened in the ocean of light and the dark abyss? Murmured an elderly demigod whose lifespan was coming to an end and whose divine fire was about to go out. Even the prime gods were perishing, something that not even a divine war had ever seen. It's the twilight of the gods, this is the twilight of the gods, another demigod thought silently to himself. The gods here refer to both true gods and prime gods. Not good, the divine kingdoms falling into the mortal realm will have an immeasurable impact on the mortal world, speculated one demigod, seemingly recalling something. Even the mighty demigods were shocked by the sight of the stars falling from the sky, but very few of them considered what consequences these stars falling into the mortal realm might lead to. Years ago, the divine wars of the gods caused several stars to fall into the mortal realm, leading to irreversible destructive effects on the mortal world. Tens of thousands of years have not recovered, and those forbidden and desolate places in the mortal realm are exactly where the divine kingdoms ultimately fell. After all, what fell were not mere stars, but divine kingdoms, containing vast amounts of energy. The fallout from just a few stars was severe enough, now with the stars cascading, and among them, even more vast divine kingdoms of the prime gods. If these divine kingdoms really hit the ground, perhaps the mortal realm might still exist, but 9 out of 10 of all living beings dwelling there would surely perish. These demigod old monsters wouldn't be likely to survive much longer either. This is not the twilight of the gods, this is the apocalypse of all beings, proclaimed a demigod who showed himself, not caring to hide any longer, for in any case, all would die. As for running, with the speed at which the stars fell to the mortal world, where could the demigods possibly flee? And with so many stars falling together, no matter how far they ran, they would still be within the range of the divine kingdoms. Just as many demigods turned pale, realizing they were about to face death. A black and white yin-yang barrier, slicing across the vast mortal realm in the form of a giant net, caught all the stars falling into the mortal world within its grasp. At the ends of the mortal realm, Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits, the Taiyin primordial spirit and the Taiyang divine spirit, stood aloft in the sky. The giant net of yin-yang taiji that sliced through the entire mortal realm was precisely Lin Yuan's doing. Long ago, Lin Yuan had his sights set on the divine kingdoms of the gods, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, absorbing countless faith and containing massive amounts of pure energy. Now that Lin Yuan's true body had gone to negotiate in the ocean of light with the gods, should the negotiations fail and fighting begin, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't waste the falling stars. Even if he had no use for them himself, he could use the primal force to revert all divine kingdoms back to their original source, turning them into the purest energy, for the origin fine gold to absorb. With indirect means, they were brought back to the main world. Whoosh! Along with the unfurling of the immense yin-yang taiji net of black and white, countless divine kingdoms of the gods appeared within Lin Yuan's inner world. To accommodate so many divine kingdoms at once, even including those of prime gods, would certainly cause the inner world of any other 9th-rank powerhouse to burst. Yet, the apparent size of Lin Yuan's inner world was close to 200 million miles in diameter, and it even established 120 million spatial layers. Most importantly, Lin Yuan had 3 such inner worlds. One for his true self, one for the Taiyang divine spirit, and one for the Taiyin primordial spirit. For 300 years, Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits had already used the illusory reality secret technique to turn into flesh and blood, and then, with the aid of the mysterious gourd, they amplified their physical bodies and inner worlds to the current limit. Too many, too many. Lin Yuan's mind was filled with pleasure. As each divine kingdom entered his inner world, it was quickly dissolved, segregated, and then integrated into the bell-shaped origin fine gold. The vast mortal realm. The numerous demigods, who were just preparing to close their eyes and await death, suddenly discovered an extra layer of black and white yin-yang taiji giant net under the vault of heaven. All stars falling into the mortal realm disappeared the moment they touched the giant net, as if they had never existed. What is this? It actually stopped the divine kingdoms from falling down. The many ancient demigods couldn't believe it. Divine kingdoms falling from atop the sky carried terrifying energy and impact, definitely far surpassing a single strike from a true god burning their divine body and divine powers. Countless stars falling were akin to the gods igniting everything in a final blaze of glory, even the prime gods dared not withstand it directly. But now, under that black and white, giant net, all falling stars were easily nullified, including the vast divine kingdoms of prime gods. The owner of this giant net. Some ancient demigods trembled inwardly, faintly guessing that the owner of the giant net might be the source behind the fall of the gods and the prime gods. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? The stars suspended in the heavens had just started to fall, and they were immediately caught by the giant net. And the strength to effortlessly bear the impact of so many stars falling, couldn't the slaughter of gods and prime gods also be within the realm of possibility? Ocean of Light. Under the strike driven by Lin Yuan's inner world, a terrifying force crushed everything it touched through layer upon layer of space. In just an instant, over 80% of true gods had perished, and the remaining 20% were upper-rank gods at their peak. Even if reduced to dust, they could reconvene. The divine beings of this part of the world had undergone a transformation, foregoing their original flesh and blood bodies. Their divine bodies were composed of the purest faith. There were no weaknesses. However, it's unfortunate that under the strike that vibrated through multiple spatial layers time and again, no matter how many times these upper-rank gods reconvened, they would turn to dust once more. Even the lofty prime gods, caught off guard, saw their divine bodies shatter numerous times. Lin Yuan's strike primarily targeted the prime gods. As for the true gods, they mostly only endured the aftershocks. Thus, before a small number of true gods had entirely perished, some prime gods had begun to fall. What exactly is this? What level of power is this? Goddess of the magic web, didn't you say that the Longshan Patriarch didn't surpass the 9th level? This is a supreme god, this is the power at the level of a supreme god. One by one, the prime gods roared, using every method to resist the strike that pierced through countless spatial layers, but to no avail. Their divine bodies shattered over and over again. Even with the profound depths of the prime gods, they couldn't endure such repeated destruction. Go! The dark god from the dark abyss didn't hesitate to try and flee, but quickly encountered the barrier of spatial layers sealed by the light god. Light god, you deserve to die. The prime gods of the dark abyss cursed the light god in their hearts. The barrier sealing the ocean of light spatial layers, to beings like these prime gods, posed difficulty to break, but it was just difficulty. It would simply take some time. But now, where was there any time? Boom, boom, boom. Prime god after prime god from the dark abyss tried to escape, but failed to do so. Chapter 30 Endless Realizations, Never Fully Understood, Please. Longshan Patriarch, we are willing to submit. Yes, we are willing to offer our divine lattice, as long as the Longshan Patriarch spares our lives and commands us at will hereafter. We also ask the Longshan Patriarch for mercy. Witnessing true gods and even prime gods falling one after another, the surviving gods were instantly chilled to the bone and began to beg for mercy. Even the divine spirits who had lived through long ages trembled with fear in the face of life and death. Compared to death, offering up their divine lattice seemed like an acceptable sacrifice, especially since Lin Yuan's displayed power had clearly surpassed the prime god, reaching the level of a supreme god. To plead with a supreme god was not a shameful thing. Willing to submit? Lin Yuan's expression was calm, unmoved. If Lin Yuan had entered the ocean of light intending to negotiate with the gods, and they had agreed to his demands, offering their divine lattice voluntarily, Lin Yuan really wouldn't have exterminated them all. But now, having already taken action, Lin Yuan had killed so many true gods and prime gods, it seemed somewhat redundant to accept the god's submission at this point. After all, Lin Yuan's time in this world was only 1,110 years, these gods submitting now would surely be reluctant and unwilling. Once Lin Yuan ended his journey and returned to the main world, what actions these gods might take once they lost the deterrence of Lin Yuan was unpredictable. Therefore, with the intention of eradicating them from the roots, since Lin Yuan had chosen to take action, there was no need to leave any leeway. Voluntarily offering the divine lattice. Even if they didn't offer it, Lin Yuan could take it himself. And he could also gain a divine kingdom containing vast energies, useful for enhancing the origin fine gold. How to choose was clear to Lin Yuan. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by terrifying energy vibrations, the spatial layers shook intensely. Within the ocean of light, all true gods had completely perished, unable to withstand such overwhelming power, no matter how ancient. Only 8 prime gods survived. Even so, these 8 prime gods had paid a heavy price, their energies severely depleted. From the moment Lin Yuan had started to act until now, it had been less than 10 breaths' time. Open. The prime god of light burned his divine power, finally unlocking the spatial layer's seal of the Ocean of Light. Run! Hurry and run! The remaining 8 prime gods, not daring to hesitate, occupied deeper spatial layers and quickly distanced themselves from the Ocean of Light. Lin Yuan stood in place, his gaze deep. The prime gods were the darlings of this world, and the true divine nature embodied some of the authority of this world. The prime gods mustered their strength to flee, and even if Lin Yuan opened 120 million layers of space, it would be difficult to stop them in a short time. After all, essentially, Lin Yuan and the 9th-rank prime god still existed at the same life level, albeit Lin Yuan's foundation was slightly stronger. As long as they were in this world, the prime god's methods of escape would far surpass those of regular 9th-stage peak powerhouses. Initially, Lin Yuan hadn't expected his venture into the Ocean of Light would result in the death of so many prime gods at once. Lin Yuan had planned to settle all true gods, while the remaining prime gods were to be hunted down one by one. The prime gods had indeed powerful escaping tactics, but if pressed hard, once Lin Yuan controlled more and more vast and deep spatial layers, these prime gods would still be like birds in a cage, still manageable. What Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated was the cooperation from the prime god of light, who had voluntarily sealed the Ocean of Light, turning the dwelling place of the gods into a complete prison, giving Lin Yuan the opportunity to directly eliminate 16 prime gods. Before Lin Yuan's arrival, the strongest life in this world were the prime gods, and many of the machinations within the Ocean of Light were targeted at the prime gods. The initial sealing of the Ocean of Light spatial layers was meant to briefly trap the other prime gods. Unexpectedly, this now became the death warrant for all prime gods. In fact, under such circumstances, with Lin Yuan's power fully unleashed, both true gods and prime gods would have died within 5 breaths. However, such a forceful unleashing of power was too terrifying, and Lin Yuan was worried about damaging the true divine nature and prime divine nature within the gods. The divine lattice was not indestructible. Lin Yuan could easily destroy the demigod lattice if he wished. True divine nature might be vastly more robust than the demigod lattice, but it might not withstand a full blow from Lin Yuan, and as for the prime divine nature, it might withstand it, or it might not. But Lin Yuan didn't want to gamble. After all, each divine lattice, prime divine nature, represented a shortcut for Lin Yuan, their value far greater than the true gods and prime gods themselves. So when he had acted just now, Lin Yuan had been extremely cautious, carefully regulating his strength to avoid affecting any divine lattice or prime divine nature. The prime divine nature of the god of divination. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, a luminescent white divine lattice slowly floated, belonging to the god of divination among the 24 prime gods. In the initial wave of crushing power, the god of divination was the first prime god to fall, not because the god of divination had the weakest survival capabilities. In fact, the god of divination's capability to survive ranked among the top 3 out of the 24 prime gods. The easy death of the god of divination was entirely due to the backlash from the door to the myriad realms, with only a tenth of its strength remaining. With the god of divination's nature, having suffered such a blow, it should have hidden within its divine kingdom and not come out. But the opportunity related to a supreme god was too tempting. Even knowing its severely wounded state, the god of divination still wanted to join in. What if? What if it fortuitously received the opportunity from a supreme god? Chapter 30 Endless Comprehension, There's Simply No End to It, _2. Thus, harboring such thoughts, the god of divination became the first prime god to completely perish. Time main god form. Lin Yuan carefully examined the bright white crystal in his hand. During the recent confrontation with the prime god, Lin Yuan had been especially cautious. As soon as the prime god's divine body utterly dissipated, Lin Yuan immediately acted to protect the fallen true god form. It's cracked in parts. Lin Yuan observed for a while and noticed the rifts on the divine lattice. It was precisely these cracks that had resulted in the god of divination's significant loss of strength. Facing Lin Yuan's strike, combined with the supreme god of light's action to block the spatial layers, the god of divination could only withstand the initial waves of obliteration before completely perishing. Those fissures must have been caused by the backlash from the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan thought to himself, noticing that the cracks had appeared some time ago. The impact should be minimal. Lin Yuan gazed at the time main god form, and through this key, Lin Yuan glimpsed the vast and mysterious essence of the rule of time in this world. I'll ponder it later. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and solemnly placed the time main god form into his inner world. In the meantime, Lin Yuan glanced at the nearby hillock. It was composed of true divine lattices, and essentially all the existing true gods from the ocean of light over billions of years were there. To be precise, all divine lattices were there. A myriad of rules. Lin Yuan's gaze heated slightly as he looked at the hillock-shaped divine lattices, with numerous insights beginning to flood his mind. Hold back, hold back. Lin Yuan's consciousness exited the inner world. The last 8 prime gods. Lin Yuan looked towards the other spatial layers. Earlier, as soon as he acted, Lin Yuan had marked all of the prime gods, ensuring that no matter where they fled, they could not escape his perception. In fact, there was no need for marks, merely by locking onto them with the law of cause and effect, he could determine the locations of those prime gods. Lin Yuan took direct action against the prime gods, creating the most intense causal effect, which, to those adept in the law of cause and effect, was undoubtedly a guiding light. Let them run for now, I will first deal with those true gods from the dark abyss. Lin Yuan casually tore through the spatial layers and stepped into the spatial layer where the dark abyss was located. This world was only so big, even if those 8 prime gods fled, they could not possibly leave this world. Prime gods held the authority of heaven and earth and could not leave it. Once they did, the true god form within them would disintegrate. And somewhere in this world, a new true god form would recongeal. That is why, throughout history, the number of prime gods in this world has always remained at 24, neither increasing nor decreasing. Even if there were occasional historical instances of prime gods mysteriously vanishing, their true god forms would re-emerge within this world. That was also why Lin Yuan let the 8 prime gods escape. 1. Intercepting them was troublesome and might not be achievable. If too much force was used, there was a risk of damaging the true god forms. 2. The true god forms he most desired would not leave this world. In the deeper layers of space of the spatial layers, the dark god was fleeing in terror and unease. I should never have meddled in this turmoil. What chances related to the supreme god? All nonsense. The dark god's mind was still trembling with fear. The experience within the ocean of light had utterly terrified him. The divine body he thought indestructible showed such frailty before the Longshan patriarch. The dark god felt that if the supreme god of light had activated the blockade of the spatial layers just a few dozen breaths slower, he might have ended up permanently in the ocean of light, just like those other true gods. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The dark god's scalp tingled, but now I'm hiding in such a deep layer of the spatial layers, and I'm continuously on the move. That Longshan patriarch, finding me won't be easy. What? The true gods of the dark abyss are being slaughtered by the Longshan patriarch and are calling for my help. The dark god felt something and was slightly moved. As the second-born prime god of this world, the dark god had established the dark abyss and was deeply connected to it, responsive to the calls of the many true gods within it. But at this moment, I can barely save myself, how could I care for you? The dark god silently thought, you can call to me, but who can I call upon? The dark god felt helpless. Since proclaiming himself a prime god, he had never experienced such a dire escape as he did now, not even in the long-lasting battles with his archenemy, the supreme god of light, had he felt such despair. A moment later, Lin Yuan left the dark abyss. It's your turn now. Lin Yuan gazed into a certain spatial layer, where a prime god from the ocean of light was fleeing. Rainbow Dragon God. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again, pursuing his quarry. Deep within the spatial layers, a rainbow divine dragon, millions of feet in length, was frantically escaping. With each movement of its dragon body, it traversed a vast number of spatial layers. Just then, the spatial layer where the million-feet-long rainbow divine dragon was, got claimed in an instant, and a figure appeared in front of the rainbow dragon god. It was Lin Yuan. Longshan Patriarch. The rainbow dragon god, somewhat desperate, said, how can you be so fast? As the prime god of the Rainbow Dragon clan, the Rainbow Dragon god was adept at manipulating space rules, but he hadn't expected Lin Yuan to catch up in such a short time. "Do you have any last words you'd like to say?" Lin Yuan said in a calm tone. In actuality, he was seizing the opportunity to occupy more spatial layers, for a battle between ninth-rank lifeforms essentially unfolded across countless spatial layers. Even if Lin Yuan opened up numerous spatial layers, he had to fully occupy them to form an absolute advantage. Before that complete occupation, a prime god proficient in space rules like the Rainbow Dragon god still had a chance to escape. "Longshan Patriarch, I can feel the blood of my Rainbow Dragon clan flowing within you." The Rainbow Dragon god looked at Lin Yuan and said, "In a way, we are still kin." The Rainbow Dragon god started to appeal to Lin Yuan for connection. At this moment, he was willing to do anything to survive. "Kin." Lin Yuan smiled faintly. When he had been asked to hand over the opportunity related to the Supreme God earlier, no one had mentioned kinship. Now, facing death, they were invoking kinship. "I can see that you are also moving through the gaps between spatial layers to more distant depths of space," Lin Yuan stated directly. While he continued to occupy more spatial layers, the Rainbow Dragon god likewise wouldn't just wait to be killed. He was trying every effort to survive. In a direct confrontation, considering the combat power Lin Yuan had exhibited in the Ocean of Light, the Rainbow Dragon god knew it was impossible to catch up by any means. So he attempted to use his innate talent to shift instantly between spatial layers. But clearly, the Rainbow Dragon god's plan couldn't be concealed from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who had occupied 1,200,000,000 spatial layers, had reached a terrifying realm in his perception of the nuances of space. Die. A moment later, Lin Yuan had already occupied 1,200,000,000 spatial layers in this place, and with a thought, a tremendous force crushed down upon the Rainbow Dragon god. No. The Rainbow Dragon god watched helplessly as all this unfolded. He tried to continue fleeing into even more distant spatial layers, but found it impossible as the space around him was completely sealed off. To think I would also meet a complete downfall one day. To die under the power of a supreme god-level force, perhaps it's worth it. The Rainbow Dragon god's divine body disintegrated. At the same time, a true god form imbued with a rainbow gleam fell down, which Lin Yuan caught in his hand. This true god form. Lin Yuan examined it closely. Compared to the other prime god forms Lin Yuan had obtained, the Rainbow Dragon god's was somewhat special, containing 7 different powers, or more accurately, 7 types of rules. It was regrettable that facing Lin Yuan, who had an overwhelming advantage, the Rainbow Dragon god did not even get a chance to use the 7 rules he possessed before dying. 7 more to go. Lin Yuan put away the true god form. His figure disappeared once again. As time slowly passed, all the demigods in the vast mortal world now focused their eyes on the sky above. The celestial vault, once studded with bright stars, was now dim and lightless, except for 5 or 6 massive stars that symbolized prime gods and still twinkled. But clearly, the remaining 5 or 6 stars wouldn't last long either, and soon after, 2 more fell. All the beings of the mortal world, countless creatures, fell silent, witnessing this unprecedented and shocking event.